I think we're live now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today, we're doing another episode of whatever the hell this is. That's right. I'm so excited. You better be excited as well. Otherwise, I'm going to be very sad, and you wouldn't want me to be super duper sad and angry and stuff. Now, would you? That's right. With that being said, we're doing a debate stream. So, I think the rules are basically $20 to kick caller per the request of the person donating, $20 to bring them back on per the request of the person counter donating. Yeah. And I'm also wearing a very special fit today. And by that I mean, look, it's been a while since we've done a maid outfit stream, and I think a debate stream is the perfect stream to do it. You know, what can I say? We're back to debate, and we've got the debate proposition in the title. I know, very fancy, very smart. With that being said, before we get into the debates, I want to say hello to everybody. Do this, like, little introductory segment, if you will. And, yeah, hello, Phantom. O is for Oliver. 86, 89420 Serial, Skylar the Unicorn. Ryan Gacy. Natalie K. Of course, trans women are delusional. The prettiest ones all think that they're ugly men. Yeah, you've got a point. You've got a point, honestly. I think that, unironically, I was debating, like, some sort of debate nerd. I think it was synth. It was some debate nerd like synth. Or was it bunk? It was one of them. I don't know. They debate basically the same. There's no difference in the rhetorical strategy. Same fucking shit. I think it was synth. And she was like, debate me any topic. I will win no matter what position you take. And I'm like, okay. So I decided that one, because I know that that's one where, you know, she always takes the position of like, no, of course they're not delusional. So that's the position that I took, because I wanted to see what she would argue in favor of them being delusional. And her argument was like, yeah, basically that. Like, okay, then why do they all think that they don't pass when they do? Also, thank you, Lucy D. Venus, for the $5, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying, I'm trans and delusional. I keep telling myself that I'll be happy one day. Well, don't we all? Don't we all, chat? That's right. Yes, I'm on early today, because today we're doing a debate stream. I know. It's a bottom-yo stream. No, that's not what that means. That's not what that means. It's a messy hair stream. Actually, wait. I kind of prefer it when it... Wait, how was it covering my forehead before? I actually prefer that. It was, like, unintentional. But whatever. Well, I ruined it. I ruined my hair, guys. Isn't that awesome? Also, hello, Chelsea. Hello, Nico. Yes, Fetus Yo stream. Wait, you're streaming? Because you're Fetus Yos, remember? In the Discord, your name is set to Fetus Yos. Because you were saying that I should set my name to that. And I was like, hell no, I'm setting your name to that. Checkmate, liberal. Looking gorge. Thank you. Thank you. I hope my hair isn't too much of a mess today. It's like a little bit... How about it? I didn't fry with the fucking hairdryer thingy, did I? I don't know. I put product in it to hopefully counteract that. And to, like, not have it be... Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Yes, every stream is a bottom-yo stream. Okay, well, this is just slander. Not ruined cute. I mean, not cute. Tough and intimidating. True. And welcome back, Tubian. Very good to see you again. I got a candy bracelet with your handle on it. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Can you do your deepest voice? I mean, it really depends on the day. This is the deepest I can do right now. And, yeah. I don't have that much of a vocal range right now, so... My higher voice is less high, I feel, and my deeper voice is, less deep. Hello, Basil. Hello, Lava. Starting off the stream with a Diaper Yos comment. Okay, well, we're off to a great start. We're off to a great start. And, chat, if you want to debate me, wow, I'm very fast at thinking today. Good thing I'm debating. You know? Good thing I'm debating today. Because, I'm thinking very fast, clearly. No, but in all seriousness, if you want to debate, the link to the debate server is in the thingy. Yeah, that's right. That's very descriptive. Yeah, it's in the thingy. No, it's in the poll. It's in the description. And we also have a link in the about section of my channel called call-ins, which is where I do call-in debates. So if you would like to debate me, join the waiting room. I actually have 2 waiting rooms and 2 on-the-air channels now. And the reason for that, if you would believe it, is basically long story short, okay? What you have here is you have a verified only section and an open section. So today we're doing the open section. So normally I would have it so like, okay, like, you know, I vet the profile, verify them. But today we're taking a little bit of a risk, you know? So we might get some alternate accounts. We might get some, you know, shitter accounts in here, but whatever. We'll be fine. Yes, I am delusional. Me too. Me too. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Double tap to smash like everyone. Also, hello, Serena. Good to see you again. Hello, Carve Room. Very good to see you as well. How is there 79 MFers watching, yet 2 likes? True. Double tap to smash like to fix that right now. All right, especially if you're enjoying the content. Make you my wife? Okay, well, that's not very useful as a thing to say, you know? But I digress. Anyways, hold on. Actually, let me turn that down slightly. There we go. Papa Titty is crazy, by the way. Yes, I'm the most delusional bitch on earth. Me too, me too. But, I'm hoping to get some, like, weird transphobic people to join the Discord. You know, it's like, normally, when I stream vertically, we get insane psychopaths that really want to debate me on whether or not trans people exist or whatever the fuck. And today, you know, we're not getting that. We're not getting that. We're getting the usual schizophrenic Papa Titty type messages. Why do you use a voice changer? Oh, no voice changer is required, my friend. No voice changer required, okay? You see this? I can't press any buttons. And, yeah, I can just sort of go down here, go way the fuck up here. Oh, also, somebody's in the waiting room, so that must mean that they want to debate me. Yay! Okay, hold on. Let me put my headphones on, and we're gonna debate. That's right. Okay. They're in the wrong waiting room, but whatever. Hello, what would you like to debate? Okay, it's in the title, obviously. Do you believe that trans women are delusional? Hello? You joined the waiting room. It's a debate stream.
Yeah. I just I'm gonna answer just simply.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
think they are not in fact delusional in the way that they have their own rights to, if they want to become a woman, that's their own choice. But if they
Okay,
want to
so
force
we're
it
not
upon
delusional.
younger children to become men or female, then yes, that is delusional.
What do you
However,
think the word delusional means? Hello? The word delusional isn't a thing I disagree with. That there's like a more specific meaning to it. Can you tell me what that meaning is? Because I very specifically put in the title, "Are trans women delusional?" And you're not sticking to the prompt.
well, delusional simply just means like whether they have faulty beliefs, correct?
Well, it's not just faulty beliefs. You can have a faulty belief, but I wouldn't necessarily call all faulty beliefs a delusion. A delusion would refer to some sort of false belief. That would be like definitely a part of it. But you know, we'll just go with false belief. We'll go with false belief for delusion, just for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah. Okay,
Right?
so yes, I do believe that they are
Yes.
delusional.
Okay, so what's my false belief?
You tell me.
Well, you're the one that thinks I have a false belief. If I thought that my beliefs were false, I wouldn't hold those beliefs. I would hold different beliefs. But I obviously don't think that any of my beliefs are false, which is why I still hold them. So, which of my beliefs are false? You believe that trans
You
women are
haven't given
delusional. So why am I delusional? What's my false belief?
the fact that you can become fully woman and
Uh
not
huh.
have an ounce of um like you believe your identity is somewhere else where you're not a so for example, you were quote a man before you became a woman, correct?
I presented as such. Doesn't mean that I was one, but I presented as such.
You are presenting yourself as such, correct?
Yeah.
Do you still have feelings such as to you wish you were male? Well, do
No.
you still wish to alright. Then where does how come all the facts that simply state that you women who become male and then
A woman can become what? Huh? What do you mean a woman can become a male? A male will refer to like a biological characteristic, generally speaking. When we refer to woman or man, we're talking about gender. We're talking about something social. So what do you mean become male or become female? Are you referring to sex or gender?
actually hold on. You just
So sex is going to be biological characteristics. Gender is going to be psychological and whatchamacallit. It's gonna be sorry, neurological and social, right? So what are you referring to when you say male and female or man and woman? What do you mean by those terms? Because when I say male and female, I'm referring to something biological. When I say man or woman, I'm referring to something that's social and or neurological. So what's my false belief? That's what I'm trying to get at. You haven't really stated a false belief that I hold. Hello?
yeah.
Yeah.
Um
Hello? You there? Can you
just
answer the question?
at yes, I will.
What,
There are just a false beliefs I want to really go into right now.
what do you mean you don't want to go
Do
into it? That's
you
what the whole point of the discussion is for. It's for you to get into the reasons why I'm delusional, right? Because my position is that no, trans women aren't delusional, right? So if you come into this debate, then you're obviously arguing from the position that we are, unless you disagree with that, unless you agree with me. Do you agree that trans women aren't delusional?
I believe gender people are delusional.
Okay, so what's my false belief? You haven't established that. Hello?
Uh yeah.
In order for me to be
Well,
delusional, that means I have to have a false belief. Can you tell me what my false belief is?
yes. Your false belief is the fact that you believe you have the right to become or become
Wait, the right.
a woman.
What do you mean the right? That the First Amendment grants me the right to call myself a woman. So it can't be that. So what is my false belief?
It that is your false belief.
My false belief is that the First Amendment grants me the right to call myself a woman? Well, that's just not true. The First Amendment does do that. So can you tell me what my false belief is?
Can you say that again?
So it's going to be the case that the First Amendment grants me the right. Okay, you said that my false belief is that is that I believe that I have the right to call myself a woman. Well, I do have that right. It's granted to me through the First Amendment. So you're wrong. So can you tell me a belief that I hold that's actually false?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Uh huh. Can you tell me what my false belief is?
Yeah, that you can become a woman.
Okay, when I refer to myself as a woman, what do you think I mean by that?
Becoming in simple terms or in
What?
sex term or gender term.
Well, obviously I'm referring to gender, right? But I'm asking you, when I refer to myself as a woman, what do you think I mean by that?
When you say you're a woman, you are relying to yourself as a sex version of woman.
Oh, I'm lying to myself? Can you explain how I'm lying to myself?
I did not say that.
Oh, okay. Okay. I misheard you. So again, when I refer
Right,
to myself as a
so
woman,
the
what do I mean?
the gender, the noun for gender simply means male sex or female sex.
That's just not what the word means. We can even Google it, right? That's one where if we just look up gender definition, it'll have the most updated definition, right? So if you see here, because of how words work, and because words can change over time and have multiple definitions, right? So you might see that, oh, well, it says the male or female sex, but then it says, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones, or one of a range of other identities that do not correspond to the established ideas of male or female. So, in terms of what gender is, it's not going to be the same thing as sex, right?
Did you just say updated?
I said updated, the most recent one in the Oxford Dictionary. So, if we're talking about a gender, right? What's my false belief? When I refer to myself as a woman, I'm obviously not making a statement about my biology. I'm not confused about what chromosomes I have. So, what is my false belief?
So hold on. You say you're not confused as your identity, correct?
Yeah, or about my sex, right? So, obviously, it's the case that I'm not confused about my biological sex, right?
Alright,
I don't
let me
believe
ask
that
you a
I have
question.
I don't believe that I have XX chromosomes, right? So, what's my false belief?
If you believe that if you're not confused about your identity, then why did you become a woman then? And
Because
how
I'm
come
confident in my identity as a woman. It's like the opposite of
you
being
are
confused.
like, so you're confident in that as a woman. So you believe that when you were born as a male, that you were born wrong then?
What do you mean by born wrong? Define that.
No, that's simply as is.
Born wrong in what way? Because I'm asking you, because you're the one that said it, right? So I'm asking you to define what that would entail.
I just gave you a very simple sentence,
Yeah, and I'm
and
asking you to
nothing
elaborate,
that could.
right? I'm obviously asking you to elaborate. Hello?
When you said that you were confused about your identity,
No, I said that I wasn't confused about it. That's like
yeah,
the opposite.
when you weren't, since you weren't, since you were not confused about your identity,
Uh huh.
you said that, however, you identify yourself as a woman, correct?
Yeah, what do I mean when I refer to myself as a woman?
But you were born a male.
Yeah, those aren't mutually exclusive. Male refers to biological sex, woman refers to gender. So what's the contradiction there?
Woman is also male is biological, female is also biological. So why
Okay, well,
would
I'm
you
not saying that I'm a
confuse?
biological female, am I? So I'm not confused about my sex,
Your
right?
your
I'm well aware of the fact that
identity,
I was born biologically male, right? Otherwise, how would I be trans? What would I be
so
transitioning to
hold
and
on,
from?
hold on, hold
Female to
on,
female?
hold
That
on.
doesn't make any sense. So obviously, that's not the case. I obviously
So
don't
hold,
believe that. So can you tell me what my false belief is? We have
so
yet to establish that.
do you identify as male sex?
What do you mean? Sex is not an identity. That's just like a biological reality. But yeah, I am of the male sex mostly. To be fair,
But
when you do HRT and
you
shit,
re-
you are self-inducing an intersex condition. So I would say
but
that
you
I'm
re-
mostly male, but I
but
digress.
you identify yourself as female gender, correct?
Well, yeah, as a woman, yeah, I'm a woman.
And that's delusional.
How is that delusional?
You cannot be woman and male at the same time.
Why not?
That is not possible.
How is it not possible? It's going to be the case that woman refers to gender, right? So if I'm saying that I am, a specific gender, right? I'm not making a statement about my sex, right? It's obviously the case that these things are not, connected to the point where they must coincide with each other, obviously. So, what's my false belief?
Your false belief is the fact that you can be a male, which you are, simply
Uh
put,
huh. Yeah.
and that you can identify yourself as a woman, which is
Okay, do you agree
false.
that woman is a gender term? Do you believe that woman is a gender term? Yes or no? So, like, yes, in the yes sense, it is a gender term, or no, in the no sense, like, it's not a gender term. Which one is the case?
Depending on which term of woman you are calling.
Well, I'm asking you also, before you answer, thank you, Joshua Everett, for the 10, saying, I keep thinking this caller is that close to getting it, but then he is just a brick wall in his brain and circles back to the beginning of the loop. True. Thank you very much. Anyways, the question that I was asking was something along the lines of, do you believe that woman
Give
is a
me,
gender term?
give me your definition of a woman.
Yeah, a woman would be somebody that identifies within the feminine social archetype. So can you answer the question that I asked? Hello?
Woman is someone who is traditionally associated with female. Correct?
What? I said somebody that identifies within the feminine social archetype. That was the definition I gave. Keep up.
So, in essence, a woman is an adult female human being.
That's a definition. That's not the end all be all, right? Like if you actually
That is
look at if you
the
go based on
definition.
Oxford Dictionary, right? And that's not something that, like, if you go woman definition, right? Keep in mind that definitions are going to simply describe the way that words are used, right? So it's not the end all be all, right? But if you look here, right? If you scroll down a little bit, you'll
Look up
notice, if you'll hold on, you'll
look up
notice.
noun for
So
woman.
okay, that's
Woman,
yeah.
look up
So
noun.
I'm looking it up, and if you scroll down a little bit in terms of the definitions, one of them in Oxford Dictionary is going to be hold on, where is it? A person with the qualities traditionally associated with females. So it's obviously not exclusively a biological term, right? It is factually incorrect to claim that it is. Now, granted, I don't think that any of these definitions fully encapsulate the way that the word is used, right? So that's why I give a more specific definition, which is somebody that identifies within the feminine social archetype, right? Because that's more encompassing of how the word is used, right? Now, granted, sometimes people will use it to refer to biological sex, right? To refer to an adult human female, right? There are people that are going to use it that way, right? But that doesn't mean that the other usages of the word are wrong, right?
What are the other references of that then? Because I believe a woman is simply a woman by their
That's
definition.
circular. Well, there's multiple definitions, right? So you can't just go based on one definition and then ignore all of the other definitions, right?
What are the other definitions?
I just
Yeah.
gave you one.
Simply put,
That was in
a woman.
it's in the same dictionary that you cited.
That was just a brand new one, correct? That
No,
is
that's not a brand new one.
in
That one's existed for a while now. So one of the
no,
definitions
it hasn't.
that's existed for a while now, that's in the same dictionary that you cited, is a person with the qualities traditionally associated with females. Now that's not the definition that I like. I don't think that it perfectly encapsulates what a woman is.
Just because he
Nor do I
just
think that any
because
of
you
these
don't like
definitions
it
do.
doesn't mean it's wrong.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm citing it as an example of a
Then
definition that disagrees with you. So even if we were to go based on this definition, the one that I just stated, right? It's very evidently the case that sex and gender are not the same, and that woman is a gender term, at least in some context. At least in some context, right? So, for example, if the definition of woman is a person with the qualities traditionally associated with females, that would be a gendered term. Now, granted, that's not the definition that I would use. I wouldn't use any of these, right? because I don't think that they perfectly encapsulate. Keep in mind, definitions simply describe the way that words are used. So again, you've still failed to establish what my false belief is. So do you believe that sex and gender are the same? Hello, you there?
Yes, I am still here.
Yeah. Do you believe that sex and gender are the same? Hello? Hello?
They are not the same.
They're not the same. Okay. So what do you think gender is?
Let's see. If I remember right, it's simply a social identity.
Yeah. So if it's the case that I have a social identity, how can I be delusional about that? Like, how am I wrong about that?
Because you cannot be one and two at the same time.
But that's not the case, right? I'm obviously identifying with the feminine social archetype and not the masculine one. So
Yeah,
I'm only
exactly.
one but
It
not the
cannot be
other.
the same.
So what's my false belief? If we're talking about just social identities, then explain how I'm wrong about the one that I identify with.
Hmm.
You said that that gender refers to social identities, right? How am I wrong about the social identity that I identify with?
You
That's what an
are
identity is.
you are mixing up some words right there that I did not say.
No, I'm responding directly to the thing that you said. I asked you,
you
what is
asked
gender?
me what
You
you
said
asked
that it
me.
was in reference to a social identity, right? Then I said,
Correct.
how can I be wrong about my social identity? And you didn't have a response. Can
I
you
did.
respond and
I
answer
said
the
that.
question?
I said before, minutes before, I said that you cannot be a male and you cannot identify
Okay, well,
as a
male
woman.
isn't a social identity. That's a biological sex.
Male
Do you believe
male
that
is a
that
biological
biology and
sex.
social? Yeah. Do you believe that? Yeah. But man and woman isn't. Do you believe it's the case that
Okay,
biological
hold on.
sex and identity are the same thing, or are they different? They're
Let me
obviously
ask you
different, right?
let me ask
No,
you
you're going to answer the question
a
that I
real quick
asked you.
question.
So instead of weaseling
You
and then
said
asking me a question, you're going to answer the question that I asked you. Would you like to answer the question I asked?
shoot,
Hello?
shoot.
Yeah.
That
So
means go
I
ahead.
asked you,
If you don't know what
right?
that
So
means.
you said that gender refers to a social identity. Can you explain to me how I'm wrong about my social identity?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for an explanation for that. You answer the question?
Alright, by gender definition, when I said gender, it means as an identity, correct. And we both agree I said that.
Yeah, of
However,
course.
that gender is not the one that makes us human.
What? What do you mean it's
Yes.
not the one that makes us what are you saying? Well, yeah, you're going to be human regardless of what your gender identity is. What's your point? Hello? I'm just
Alright.
gonna I'm gonna move on to the next caller if you can't answer any of my questions because like this is getting really sad, honestly. So,
Actually, yeah, you make me sad right now.
well,
But I already said that you cannot be a male and you cannot identify as a woman.
yeah,
But
I
we
know you
haven't even
said
got
that.
to the point
I
where
know
I
you
was
said
trying to
that,
say
but you acknowledge the fact, right? You acknowledge it's the case
I
that
okay,
sex and
so
gender aren't the same and that gender refers to a social identity. What social identity would gender be in reference to? Which social identities?
men simply refers to male and woman refers to
That's not
female.
the question that I asked you. Can you answer the question?
Say your question again.
So you don't even know what question you were supposedly going to answer. You weren't
No,
even paying
because I have
attention.
I've
You got to follow
I've
along in the
answered
conversation. What are you doing?
I've answered
Do you think you look good in
I've
this
answered
conversation
every
right now?
question.
No,
I've
you
answered
didn't.
every
You didn't
single of
even
your
know what question
questions.
you were answering. What are you talking about?
There's been 3 questions of recently that I can bring to
Oh, the
mind.
3 questions recently. Would you like to repeat them?
Yes, the very first one that you were saying is what is the definition of a gender? And I already
Uh-huh.
answered that one.
Yeah, that
The
was a while
second
ago, yeah.
question,
That's not the one that I asked recently. Well, what are the other ones? What are the other questions that I asked?
your second question was uh
Was
the social identity of a female.
what?
Fact.
Could you repeat that?
Your social identity of a woman.
What about that? That's a sentence, not a question. Can you tell me what question that was? There's no point that I ask you as a question, social identity of woman, question mark? That wasn't a question I asked. Try again. Hello?
Yeah. Okay. So
You
do you think, or do you, so you believe anything? I'm so confused.
okay, if you believe it's the case that gender and sex are not the same thing. You agreed to this. You also stated that you believe that gender refers to a social identity. Can you explain what social identities gender would be in reference to? That was the question. Now I'd like an answer to the question this time. Hello? You gonna answer the question? If you don't answer the question right now, I'm just gonna move on to the next caller.
Yeah, so social identity is simply put your concept of your own self.
Be more specific than
And
that, and specifically when it comes to gender. What would I don't know? Say for instance, 2 examples of social identities in terms of gender be.
it's just like social identity is just how you feel about your own gender. Um,
Okay, so it's how you
I,
feel about
I
your
think
own gender. Interesting.
then
So how am I wrong about that? Because
then
you believe
gender
that I'm
itself is just
delusional, right? I have like a false belief. So can you explain what my false belief is?
gender itself is just a social construct of
Oh,
roles
you
and
agree.
behavior.
We agree then. So if it's just a social construct, can you explain how I'm
However,
wrong about it?
however, you yourself agreed to me saying that you are a male, yet you
Yeah,
identify
biologically, yeah. Socially, no. Do you know the difference
that you
between
are that you
biological and social?
identify.
You agree that biological and social realities are not the same thing. They are not completely intertwined with each other. So if you agree it's the case that they're separate, they exist independent of one another, then why is it the case that I'm wrong about my social identity? You cannot refer to biology because you agree that my gender, my social identity, is not the same thing as biology. So therefore, it is not contingent solely upon my biology. That would be stupid. So if you can't engage, I'm just going to move on to the next person.
Yeah, you said you in okay. You keep avoiding the same question I kept asking you.
I'm avoiding the question? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. You think that I'm avoiding questions. Dog, you have been dodging questions left and right. You're not engaging at all. I'll ask you a question, there'll be dead air. Then you'll say some irrelevant shit after 10 seconds of dead air. And then I'll press you on the question that you were supposed to answer. Then you'll come up with some other bullshit. Then eventually I'll get to you to concede on something. Then it proves you wrong on a different point, but then you circle back to the dumb shit that you said that doesn't correspond with what you're saying now. It's incoherent. So
It
there's a
it
lot of people
is
waiting, so I'm just gonna move on to the next caller, my friend. They've been waiting very patiently, okay? Hello.
Hello.
I see you're here to debate me.
Uh, sure. I don't know if I would say that's the purpose of this, but
I
we
mean,
can discuss.
the stream is called Debate. Are trans women delusional? So that quite literally is the purpose.
Okay.
So
Is that
do you believe it's the case
your
that
opinion?
my opinion is that no, we're not delusional. What's yours?
Well, I think many are. So
You
maybe
think many
maybe it
are?
is the debate. Yes.
Okay, well, how many? Like, what percentage?
Probably 100.
Oh, 100%. So that'd be all of them. So just rather than saying many of them, just say, yes, I do think that trans women are delusional. Okay. So in order for something to be a delusion, obviously you have to have some sort of false belief. Can you tell me what my false belief is?
I would say it's false to believe that gender and sex are a different thing.
Really, why is that?
What do you mean why?
I'm asking you, why is that false?
Because there are men and there are women.
Yeah? And?
And
Make an argument.
that is the argument. It's quite
No,
simple.
that's no. You're just stating your position. You've stated your position. Congratulations, very good. Now this is the part where you make an argument for your position.
As in proof?
As in, yeah, you could use deductive reasoning, for instance. You could make a logical argument for why your position is correct. But stating your position is not an argument.
Sure. So if you're born a male and you have XY chromosomes, you cannot change that.
Do you think I'm confused about my chromosomes?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is no, I'm not confused about my chromosomes. So what's my false belief?
Well, I said that gender and sex are different.
Wait, you agree that they're different? Oh, that's awesome.
No,
I'm glad
I said
we
that's
agree
your
on that.
false belief.
Oh, that's my false belief. Okay. But you haven't said why it's false. You just said, well, it's false because men and women exist. Well, I agree that men and women exist, but sex and gender being the same doesn't logically follow from that. So you have to make an argument that the onus is on you.
The definition I'm aware of gender is sex.
Well, that's just not true, right? We went over the definition on stream with the other person, right? So one of the possible things that it can refer to is sex, right? But if we read the entire definition, it says the male or female sex, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones. Or, okay, big or, one of a range of other identities that do not correspond to established ideas of male or female.
Yes, that's a new definition that's come
Oh, it's a
around
new
in
definition.
probably the last 10 or 15 years.
Okay, so let's say it's a new definition. Do you believe it's the case that the meaning of words can change over time?
The meaning of some words, yes.
Okay. Just the meaning of some words, why not all? Why can some words change meaning over time but not others?
Well, some things are very definite and some things
Okay, why is gender
more of
definite?
a
Why is
descriptor
that? Why
can
does that?
change over time.
Why is that definite? Why must the definition stay the same over time?
Because it's a binary, it's fixed. It's you're either
Well, first of
male
all, it's not a
or
binary.
you're
You're wrong about that. So hold
X,
on.
Y,
If you
X,
believe that
that's
sex and
binary.
gender, hold on, wait. If you believe that sex and gender are the same thing, and that there's only two of them, can you tell me what gender intersex people are?
That's yes. So that's when
Yeah, which
in
one are they?
biology, in biology, weird things can happen.
Yeah.
So
So which of the
it's
two
sort of a-
categories do they fit into? Is what I'm asking.
I would say neither and both. at the same
Neither.
time.
Wait, so they're their own third gender? Holy shit! Which third gender is this? Are intersex people all non-binary? Holy fuck, that's crazy. So you believe in the three genders, of course. You've got man, woman, and intersex. The 3 genders.
Right, but that is a physical.
Wait, so you
biological
agree
marker.
then? Okay, so do you believe
Yes,
that?
it can be intersex.
Okay, so
people.
do you believe that like if an intersex person identifies as non-binary, that like they have like a true belief, and that if they identify with the binary, that they have a false belief?
Yes, if you look at their
Yes.
genetics and physiologically, yes.
Okay, so when an intersex person uses he or she pronouns, what you're saying that they have like a false belief for socially identifying as one category or the other, because they're not making a statement about their biological sex when they do so.
Say that again.
Yeah, so when an intersex person uses he or she pronouns, they're obviously not making a statement about their biological sex. So what would their false belief be?
I didn't say they have a false belief. You're
Oh, so
looking
they would
at
have a true belief. So similarly, well, let's replace intersex people with me. I'm a trans woman, okay? So if
Yes,
it's the
which
case that
is
I'm not confused about my
okay.
biology, then what's my false
Can I-
belief?
May I explain?
Yeah. Tell me what my false belief is.
So, if you're intersex, that's a very, very small portion of the population. It's a genetic mutation that can occur.
Yeah, but you would agree that they're
That-
intersex gender, correct?
Can I-
Because you
may-
believe that
may I
sex and
finish?
gender are the same?
Are you going to interrupt me or may I
No,
finish?
well, hold on. I want to clarify to make sure that you acknowledge that according to your view, you believe that intersex people are intersex gender because sex and gender are necessarily
No.
the same and they must correspond. No, but that would mean that sex and gender aren't interchangeable.
I was
So do
saying
you
no
believe
to
that sex
you
and gender are
using-
different?
No.
Whoa, wait, they're the same. So then intersex people would necessarily be intersex gender because sex and gender are the same.
Yes.
Okay, so you believe that they're intersex gender. I don't know why you went against that. That's why I wanted you to clarify.
It's a double
so
word.
you believe that intersex people are intersex gender. Okay, now continue. Explain to me why my belief is false.
Sir, you're using an exception to the rule to apply that to things that fall within the definition of the rule.
Okay, why can
So you're
intersex people
take-
be an exception but not trans people?
Because there's a genetic and physiological difference.
Yeah, there's also a neurological difference between trans people and cis people. What's your point?
And what is that?
Well, I mean, there are brain scans. Would you like me to pull up a study that goes through the brain scans of trans women before receiving any HRT or any treatment compared to cis men and cis women? Is that what you'd like?
If you would like to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be more than willing to do that. Sounds awesome, actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to do transgender brain scans. If you just search that, what you'll find, okay, and I'll show it on stream, right? This is one of my favorite things to look at, right? So certain parts of the brain are going to be the parts that inform your gender, right? So if you look here, if you look at the brain sex, right? If you look at the brain sex index, if you have cisgender men over here and cisgender women over here, trans women are somewhere in the middle. And the reason for that is because there are going to be certain parts of the brain that inform you of your gender, right? So on average, those parts of the brain are going to be more female for somebody like me. So I'm going to put that in the whatchamacallit. I'm going to put that in pop-out chat in Discord. So you should be able to see that.
So how does
And
having a difference
I will
in
also
your
put it in my
brain
chat.
mean you're a different gender?
Well, yeah, that'd be like a
If there's-
biological difference. But either way, back to
So
the point that we
if
were
my-
actually
if-
addressing.
If women typically have small pinky toes and mine is small, does that mean I'm a woman?
Well, no, that wouldn't be defining like a gender characteristic, right? Like if we're
Like genetic
defining something
chromosomes
tangible.
are.
Hold on, if we're defining something tangible about gender, right? We would definitely look at brain scans, right? That'd be like the most tangible thing that we would have.
No, it would be chromosomes.
No? Why wouldn't that be? Oh, chromosomes. Okay. What about somebody that has what about somebody that's born as a bio? Hold on, wait. You said chromosomes, so your standard is chromosomes. What about cases in which somebody has Swyer syndrome? Do you know what Swyer syndrome is?
I do not.
Okay, so Swyer syndrome is when somebody is genotypically male but phenotypically female, right? So they're going to be people that are biologically female. They have female reproductive organs, female hormones, etc., right? However, they are genotypically male. They have XY chromosomes. Do you believe that they should be forced to transition into men so that they can, live a life that corresponds with their biology?
No, I don't believe anyone should be forced to do anything.
Okay,
I
do
think
you
people
believe
can
that they would be, do you think that
can
they
I
would have a
finish
false
anything?
belief? Okay, so do you believe that they would have a false belief then if they refer to themselves as a woman, despite their chromosomes?
May I finish a talking point first?
I'd like you to answer the question I asked.
Every time I try to answer something, you interrupt me with a different thing.
Well, yeah, no, it's not with a
Which-
different
which
thing.
question-
That's
which
not true.
question- Well,
You don't even know what
I don't
question you were
finish.
supposedly going to answer.
I'm not finished answering, and you interrupt me. What would you like me to
You don't
answer?
even know what you were answering. And you wonder why I interrupt you. Well, maybe it's because you don't even know what question you're answering.
Tell me.
Okay. So, do you believe? Okay. Very, very, very important question. Here, we'll go with this. Do you believe it's the case that in terms of because you believe that obviously you're saying, oh, well, I don't think they should be forced. And it's like, I'm not interested in that topic. But do you believe that a person with Swyer syndrome would be wrong in saying that they are women? They're biologically female, phenotypically, but genotypically they're male. What is their false belief? Or do they have one? Are they wrong? Are they delusional? That's the question.
So I don't know anything specifically about that medical condition. This says
Okay, well, I told you everything you need to do. I told you everything you need to know. So I want you to apply your logic and come to conclusions on that basis. And if it doesn't work, if you come up with shit that doesn't make any fucking sense, then maybe you need to change your logic, right?
So what I'm trying to say is that this logic applies for almost everyone. I'm saying
Oh, it
yes,
applies
there
for almost
are-
everyone.
May I
Oh, so there is
finish? May I
exceptions. So why
finish?
can't trans people be the exception?
If you would like to let me speak, I can explain what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you going to interrupt me?
Depends. Go on.
I'm recognizing that there are certain medical conditions where you can be intersex. You can have some combination of genetic markers, physiological markers. However, those cases are an extreme minority, and you're trying to use those cases to justify something that doesn't fall within that slender gap between the binary of male and female. Having something between doesn't mean you can be one thing and be completely the other because there are similar things between.
Oh, fucking finally. Jesus Christ. Okay, so, it's actually the case that in terms of how many intersex people there are, it's about 1% of the population, approximately. So, like, the same number of intersex people as there are redheads, in terms of just, like, the population of humans. It's also around the same amount of intersex people as there are trans people. So I don't know why you would be like, well, it's like a very small number, so that's different. No, there's the same amount of intersex people and trans people, roughly. It's about 1% for each. So why do
I don't
intersex
believe
people
that,
get to be the...
but I'll
so
humor
why?
that
Well,
for
even
this
if the
argument.
number was smaller, why do intersex people get to be the exception but not trans people? That doesn't make any sense. Why must an intersex person? Why is it okay for an intersex person to have a gender that doesn't correspond with their biological sex, but it's not okay when a non-intersex person does it?
What I'm saying is that the intersex people don't really fall into either male or female. They could be between or either.
Mhm.
That doesn't
Yeah.
mean that anyone else can decide what they are. I would
Wait,
say
other
an
people can't
intersex
decide what they
person-
are?
An intersex person, if they said they were strictly male or female, would just be technically factually incorrect.
Okay. What if they say that they're a man or a woman? Would they be incorrect then?
If they're truly intersex, then yes.
Okay, so if an intersex person uses he, him pronouns, are they incorrect to do so?
I'm not saying they're morally wrong, but if you're saying on paper,
But they're
technically,
factually incorrect. They should use they them pronouns. If you're intersex, you are obligated to use they them pronouns. Okay, you're a part of the third intersex gender, according to this guy.
I'm not saying they have to do anything.
Well, no,
just
but
saying
you're
technically it's
saying that
not
they're
correct.
wrong in doing so. The same way that you think that
No.
I'm delusional for doing so.
I'm not saying it's immoral. I'm saying technically it's not correct.
But technically, it's not correct. Well, there's a good thing that there's like a difference between social categorization and biological sex. Did you know that?
I don't believe that's true. I think that's a delusion.
That's a delusion. Okay, so when somebody in society goes around saying I'm a woman, but they're also aware of the fact that they have XY chromosomes, they're biologically male, right? So somebody like me, right? I'm obviously not confused about my biology. So the only thing I'm talking about when I refer to myself as a woman is going to be social and neurological. That's it. I'm not referring to anything else. I'm not referring to my biology. I'm not negating my biology. I'm not saying that I'm not male. Right? There's a distinction there. So what exactly is my false belief?
I think your false belief is that gender and sex are distinct.
Well, why? Okay, so that's my false belief. Okay, when I refer to myself as a woman, what do you think I mean by that?
I think you would, if someone tells me they're a woman, I would think that they believe they're a human female.
Okay, well, what do you mean by female?
XX chromosome.
That's not what I mean when I
Typically
refer to
you give
myself as a
birth.
woman. Try again. I'm obviously not
So-
confused about my chromosomes.
Right. So what I'm saying is you're convoluting sex and gender as two different things.
Huh? Convoluting. No, I'm actually giving you very clear-cut ideas. That's like the opposite of convoluting shit. So I'd like you to explain to me, when I refer to myself as a woman, what do I mean by that? Not how do you deliberately misinterpret it. What do I mean when I refer to myself as a woman?
Why would I know what you mean?
Oh, so you're just clueless. Okay, so when I refer to myself
No,
as a woman, do you think I'm either A, referring to my biology, or B, do you believe it's the case that I am referring to something social, perhaps identifying with the feminine social archetype? What do you think is more likely, A or B?
If somebody told me they're a woman, I would think they're talking about their gender
Oh,
and sex.
their gender and sex. Okay.
It's the same.
And so because you would make a false assumption, that means that I'm delusional? Because you wouldn't understand what I'm saying?
So why am I the one that's false? It's my opinion that yours is false.
Why?
So
Because
that's
you're
why
saying
I
that I'm delusional, meaning I have a false belief. I'm asking you to justify your position, which is that I supposedly have a false belief. You have not been
So-
able to do so.
May I ask a question?
Go for it.
If I were to say that I'm not a human, I'm a pig. Is that
Yeah,
is
that refers
possible?
to like a... Why? What do you mean when you refer to yourself as a pig? What does that mean?
A swine?
A what?
A swine, a completely
you mean?
different animal. Are you aware of pigs?
Well, yeah, but
From a
I'm
farm.
asking you what you mean when you refer to yourself as a pig.
I mean, I go oink oink. I'm a pig. I go in a field. That's how I feel. That's what I am.
I mean, do you do that?
Yes, often. I go
Okay.
around grass fields.
But you're
quite
not
often.
you're not saying you're like a pig in like the biological sense, correct?
No,
No, okay, so
No.
so what you're saying when you refer to yourself as a pig, right? You're really just saying that you fulfill the role of a pig in that case. You're saying like, oh, I'm a pig. You're dressed up like a pig, right? Then in
So-
that sense, you could say, yeah, like I am playing the role as a pig. It could be shorthand for that. So you wouldn't have a false belief there. Now I might judge you and say, that's very strange. That's like a strange way to use your free time. But I wouldn't say that you have a false belief because you're not confused about what species you are, right? You obviously
Well,
know
some
that you're
some
that in
people
terms
think
of
they
your
are.
species. Hold on, you would know that in terms of your species, you're a human.
For this argument, no.
No, okay.
Do you
So
know that
if you're not aware of your species, then yeah, you would have a false belief.
exactly? Are you aware that humans have bred human embryos with pigs? There are human pig embryos that exist. So there is something between pig and human. That
That's
doesn't mean
awesome.
I can say I'm a pig now.
That's awesome. That has nothing to do with what I just said.
That was your exact argument for using
No,
intersex
it
people
wasn't.
to rationalize. Yes, it
No,
was
it
to
fucking wasn't.
rationalize your
No, because
ability to call
if you're talking
yourself
about
a female.
sex, it's a bimodal distribution. There isn't just like, 2 points and then this additional point like, directly in the middle, right? It's a bimodal distribution of sex characteristics. So you're just like wrong about that.
You're delusional.
Yeah, but like you haven't substantiated that claim at all.
So the do you know what delusional means? It means that you believe something that has been shown and proven to you to be wrong. So by your definition, if I prove to you you're wrong, you still have your same opinion, then you're
Yeah,
delusional.
but you haven't proven that I'm wrong though. That's the issue.
That's exactly what a delusional person would say.
No, you just haven't proven that I'm wrong. You haven't made a substantial enough argument. All you've said is, well, sex and gender are the same because I say so. And that's your argument. That's what it boils down to.
Well,
But you don't have a
if I'm
reason for why that
because I'm fake.
necessarily has to be the case. Why must they refer to the same thing?
Because that's just what it is.
Because that's just what it is. That's not an argument. I'm asking you to make an argument, not for you to beg the question and reiterate
Okay.
you stating your position over and over again. I'm asking you to make an argument.
So if you're saying that a female or a woman is not necessarily a female, but it's someone who
Yeah. When I refer to women, I'm not referring to biology.
So what are you
So what's
referring
my
to
false
when you
belief?
say
Based on the meaning
when you
that I'm using the words, I might be using words differently. That doesn't mean that I have a false belief. That just means that I am expressing ideas with different words. What is my false belief? In terms of
So
the actual ideas that I'm presenting, what is false?
if you're saying that you're a woman, what is a woman?
Somebody that identifies within the feminine social archetype. That's what I mean when I use that word.
So if you don't identify as feminine, you can't be a woman?
I said identify within the feminine social archetype. That doesn't mean that you have to identify as feminine. We're talking about a social archetype. There are going to be 2 primary social archetypes in society. There's going to be the masculine social archetype, which is associated with males. There's going to be the feminine social archetype, which is associated with females. That doesn't mean you have to be masculine or feminine to be a part of one.
I think that's the entirety of your just definition. I don't understand.
No, that's
how
not
if
the
you're
entirety
saying
of the definition. You obviously don't understand the definition.
you
If we're
said a
talking
woman
about
is
somebody
someone-
identifying within the feminine social archetype, we're talking about an archetype. So while it is true that the archetype itself is more feminine, it doesn't mean that you have to be feminine in order to be a part of said archetype. It's not a necessary prerequisite. That's not what that means.
that is what that means.
No, it's not. That's not how words work. The same way that
Yes,
the
it
meaning
is.
of words changes over time, and the same way that you don't understand how words work in that context, you also don't understand how words work in this context either.
So you're saying there are many things that can fall under the umbrella of woman or feminine that makes you a woman. But if you're not
I didn't say
feminine-
that woman equals feminine. That's not what I said. Can you repeat the definition that I gave you?
you said if it falls under the archetype of femininity or something like that.
I said feminine social archetype.
And what
I didn't
what
say
is
that you have to be feminine. Yeah. So you would agree that there are 2 main archetypes in society that are derived from sex, but not sex in of itself, correct? Like in terms of social archetypes. Do you agree with that?
I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. So what is an archetype?
So there,
in
yeah.
this?
So is it the case, yes or no, that there are 2 social archetypes in society, right, that are derived from sex, but not sex in of itself? Because you would agree that in terms of societal roles that are established gender roles, if you will, you would agree that those are social, not biological, correct?
I'm honestly not sure what you're talking about.
You're just not able to follow along then. I don't know what to tell you.
You're saying that there are two archetypes within society, male and feminine?
No, not male and feminine. I said that there is a masculine and feminine social archetype, right? There's masculine and feminine social archetypes, right?
Meaning what exactly?
Meaning that these are the two archetypes that are derived from sex, but not sex in of itself. They're just social categories.
So what I don't understand what you're saying that category is. You're saying those words, but I don't understand what the significance of those are. I don't know what an archetype
Yeah.
is.
So like a woman
in
would be.
society.
Yeah. So like a woman would be somebody that fits within the feminine social archetype.
But
man
what
would
is
not.
the feminine social archetype?
But I don't know how to explain it any further than that. Like, it should be pretty self-explanatory.
You're saying things that fall under it, but you're not saying what it is.
Are you confused about it? I don't understand how you could be confused about it.
Yes. I'm not sure what you're
Okay.
trying to get at,
So-
or what your point is.
Here, we'll make this easy.
If I
So-
look at society, I do not see two groups of people and how they act. I see many different people, many different personalities, characteristics.
Yeah.
So I
So
do not know
if we're
what you're
talking about if we're
with the
talking
two
about an
archetypes.
archetype, okay? Since you love definitions so much, okay? We'll just go with the Google definition, which is a very typical example of a certain person or thing, right? Now, granted, if we're talking about a very wide and all-encompassing archetype, right? There are going to be a lot of things that are typical within it, right? So a typical example of a human would be a man, right? Socially. That is very typical. It's also very typical socially for there to be a woman. Right? So those would be the feminine and masculine social archetypes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm talking about the feminine social archetype, I'm not referring to biology. You acknowledge that, correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So if by identifying with the feminine social archetype, you acknowledge that I'm not saying anything about my biology, then you would agree necessarily that on that basis alone, I don't have a false belief, do I?
So you're saying that your personality is more feminine.
Not personality, identity. There's a distinction. Gender expression and identity are not the same thing. I could be a butch lesbian that just so happens to be trans. That wouldn't be less valid, right?
Sure.
It is ultimately identity that is the determining characteristic as to which social archetype you are a part of, right? So, what exactly is my false belief?
I think in this context, it's getting a little convoluted. So
It's not convoluted. I'm asking you for my false belief. If you agree that I don't have one, then just say it.
So I think people can be more feminine or masculine and fall into different roles in society, but I still don't believe that that's going to change what your gender is. To me, gender is still just based on sex. You can have a male has feminine characteristics.
But you haven't made an
doesn't-
argument for this. You just keep saying the same shit over and over
So
again, but
there-
you haven't made an argument. You're just saying, well, I think this is the case because it is, LOL.
So there's also no proof that you can just. So what? There's no proof that you can create new genders and call yourself whatever you want.
We're talking about
Historically-
a social identity. And before you say historically, be careful not to make an appeal to tradition fallacy.
So science has shown that there are just male and females. This new
Well, I thought
idea that
we
gender
discussed
and sex-
intersex people. What are you talking about? Just males or females. Also, the scientific consensus acknowledges the existence of trans people. Where in the DSM-5 does it say trans people are delusional?
Yeah, I think a lot of people in science have been taken over just due to their ideas
Okay,
of how
so
culture
if
should be, and not actual
oh
hard science and evidence.
oh, so if you don't so if you don't believe in science, then why would you reference it?
Oh, I believe in science. I
Oh, you do believe in
am
science. Well, the
highly
scientific
yes,
consensus
I'm
is one that's in
educated.
favor of trans people. Wow, isn't that awesome? So you would agree with me then?
That's the consensus of some people who are in the world of science,
Oh,
but
oh,
I
oh, it's
don't
just
believe.
some people. What
Yes,
does it say about what does it say about gender dysphoria in the DSM-5? What does it say about trans people?
I do not know. I
Okay,
don't know.
well, I'll tell you what it does not say. At no point does it say that we're delusional or have some sort of false belief. So, again, all of the scientific literature seems to unanimously at this point make a distinction between sex and gender.
Yeah, I think that's a delusion. And
So
if you
all of
actually
the
look,
scientists are delusional as well. So everybody, including all of the scientists and medical professionals, are all delusional because you know better than they do. And you're the one person that's not delusional.
not all of them.
Because you're like the main character, of course. Oh, not all of them, just the vast majority of them. Except for the ones that agree with me.
No, not particularly. If you look at outside the US, a lot of countries are actually moving backwards to not having this kind of language incorporated.
And is that for
A lot of it.
scientific or medical? Sorry, is that for scientific / medical reasons, or is that for political ones? So,
So why are you talking about science if you're saying it's purely social?
huh? You
So you're
brought up an
claiming
wait. You brought up an example of no, actually, the other countries are rolling back on it. Well, yeah, the reason that they are is for political reasons, because of right wingers being in power. That has nothing to do with the scientific consensus on the matter. It's not that the scientific consensus changed. It didn't. What
but your
changed
whole
was the
argument is that
politics.
gender is not scientific, it's social.
No, huh?
That was your
So
entire
social
argument, that it's not based
sciences,
on sex.
social sciences. Okay, but you brought up science as your standard. So that's
Yes.
why we're getting into it. So you're the one that brought it up. So I was willing to engage with that. So then don't go to me when I explain how scientifically you're also wrong. You're not just like wrong about like gender in the social sense. You're also wrong scientifically when you bring up science. Don't then go to me and be like,
What it
well, but you said that it was social. Yeah, I did say that
what
gender was
scientific
social and
fact did I
neurological. By the way,
no.
neurology is science. There are also social sciences. So I don't know where the fuck you get the idea that if something is social, it's not ever going to be scientific. You're just wrong about that. But I digress.
It can be analyzed using science, but it's not a hard science.
Okay, but you would agree that soft sciences are still science, correct?
I would put it in a different category depending on what topic.
Depending on whether or not you agree or disagree with it, based on your existing biases, because you know
That's not
better
what I
than all of the medical professionals.
that's not what I said.
Okay, well, it's obviously implied.
No. You're
Yeah,
assigning
because all of
a
the medical
role.
professionals seem to disagree with you.
No, they do not.
Yeah, they do. All of the
You're
scientific
cl-
research is in favor of my argument, not yours. There's a reason for that.
so there's scientific proof that gender is not sex.
What? In terms of the scientific literature on the matter? Yeah, all the scientific literature agrees that sex and gender aren't the same thing. But if we're
No, it
talking
doesn't.
about proof, yeah, it does. But if we're talking
Nope.
about proof for the definition of or what a word means, that's just going to be how the word is used. And scientific literature has a tendency to make a distinction between sex and gender. So you're just wrong about that.
It made that distinction about 10 years ago.
Really? Okay. Do you think that
Yes.
that science gets better or worse as we progress as a society? Do you think it gets better or worse as it advances?
Typically it gets better.
Oh, it gets better. Wow. Very
Typically.
good. Oh, But when you disagree with it, that's when it gets worse. Uh-huh.
No, I'm saying it's not
It gets
science.
worse when it involves trans people.
No, I'm saying that's not science. It's ideology.
Oh, it's ideology. Wow. So the way that words are used is ideology. Interesting. And why is the way that I use words ideological, but not the way that you use words?
Well, if you're trying to convolute sex and gender and then push that onto
No,
people.
I'm not trying to convolute them. I'm doing the opposite by not conflating them. That's not convoluted at all. That's like the opposite
misspoke.
of convoluted. It's actually making terms
Yes.
very specific and
Yes,
clear
I
cut.
misspoke. If you're
Yeah,
trying
so
to
what I'm
separate
doing is the opposite of convoluted then. So you'd agree
Right,
that
I
it's
said I
not
misspoke.
convoluted. So you were wrong about that.
Yes, I said
another
5 times I
another thing
misspoke.
to add to the list of things you're wrong about.
Yeah, I said not what I meant. I said the opposite. I've said this 6 times now.
Yes,
I
of
misspoke.
course. Yes, you always say the opposite. And
No, this
hold on,
one
give me a
time I misspoke.
All right, chat, we're back. Sorry about that. Also, before
Hello?
we continue, sorry about that. Before we continue, I wanna read some donos. It's been a while, so thank you, the user Mac, for the 5 saying you can't debate a mental illness, manipulation of facts to support false claims, speaking over clear sign of never admitting their proved false belief. Okay, thank you, Cash Hitler. Sorry, Cash Hitter. I thought that said Hitler. Thank you, Cash Hitter, for the 5 saying, trying to help you.
Oh, did you misspeak?
If you die, they will identify you as male. Boy, if you really believe, dude, people are donating money just to like chat shit. That's so funny. Thank you for the money. I love it. I love it. Feel free to get in the waiting room. All right, we've got a long list of people to go through today. Don't you worry. And we're gonna be eating like the smug piece of shit that I am. We're gonna eat steak while we make these arguments. Also, Kay, thank you for the 5 Canadian saying, so if you aren't mixing up gender and sex, then you agree you're male? Yeah, that's like half the argument. Is like, yeah, of course. Because they're not the same. Anyways, where were we in the convo?
You're very upset that I misspoke.
Oh no, I wasn't upset about it. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, you interrupted me like 5 or 6 times in a row when I try to continue
Boo-hoo.
to say that again.
Cry about it.
You're kind of a fucking bitch.
Oh wow.
very
Thank you
rude.
for the gender framing misogyny.
I'll call a dude a bitch.
Uh-huh. Gender equality, let's go, you're a feminist.
Sure.
Also, I do not hold my fork like a 2-year-old. Shut the fuck up, chat.
I don't have much else to say. I think I've been clear on what I think your delusion is, and I think you and sticking with that delusion has made it more evident that it is a delusion.
What's crazy is
Do you
you
have any
failed to establish a single false belief, my friend. Oh boy. Oh wait, wrong channel. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna finish eating this. Alright. And I'll get some people from the waiting room, okay? This is really good. Really, really good. Oh my god. It's so good. I do not hold it like a child. Shut the fuck up. You bitch. Are trans women delusional? No, but you are? True. That's facts. It's very true. There's nothing wrong with the way I hold my fork, you bitches. Fuck you. You're the delusional ones for thinking I hold my fork weird. That's objectively wrong, Femi. Nuh-uh. I'm not holding it like a 3-year-old. Shut the fuck up. Thank you, Ultrasonic, for the 2 saying, I'm an ally, but the fork skills are diabolical. Shut up. Also, thank you, Sanguine S, for the 5 saying, hey girl, can you mod me? I'll help take care of the chat. I might give people mod, towards the end of stream. Not yet. I haven't seen you around enough. There's, like, some, like, OGs that don't have mod yet, so. Also, thank you, Bull Baxt for the 2 saying, hey, I support you. I'm a product of my environment. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Thank you, Macaroni Puppy for the 10 saying, some compensation for dealing with the most transphobic chat I have ever seen. Aw, thank you. You are gorgeous, girly, and I'm glad to see that you are still streaming. Aw, thank you so much. Thank you, Kay, for the 2 Canadians saying, why do most females identify as women? That's gonna be because most of them are, but not all of them, right? Most people don't have, like, a gender incongruence, right? Most people don't have an incongruence between the gender that they were assigned at birth and the gender they identify with, right? You're not a girl? No, I am. You got it right the first time. I'm gonna put this over here. That's right. I hope you enjoyed my epic eating skills. Thank you, Cash. Oh, fuck. Where the fuck? Alright. Thank you, Cash Hitter, for the 5. Saying, or sorry, for the 2, saying this has to be a joke to get money, lol, take it. You'll never know if it's a joke. Also, thank you, Con and Kathy, for the 5, saying eating meat and holding something the wrong way. I wonder what other things I need to check off. Look, the way I hold the fork is fine. Alright. We're gonna get back into debates. Thank you all for the generous donos. Very much appreciated. You guys have been very supportive. Hello. You're on the air.
Hello. Can you
So
hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention for a second.
Before we start, one more dono. Thank you, Ultrasonic, for the 2 cent. Can you show how you use a knife and fork to cut food? You already saw it on stream. I'm not doing it again. I already ate everything. Anyways, obviously, I assume you want to talk about the topic in the stream title.
Yeah. I kind of caught your stream scrolling reels, and I caught the end of the last debate you had, and I just figured I'd chime in. So, what exactly is the you were talking about? So, I guess the context of the conversation is you having a false belief being a trans person. Am I correct?
Yeah, that was their side of the argument.
Okay, so I have an opposing argument. It's a little bit more deeper than it being a false belief, because I'm going to start off by saying I defy belief by what we act out, right? So I don't believe it's false belief specifically. It's not false because you believe it, right? So you act out what you believe, which tells me you believe it. Just like when somebody believes in God or has faith that they're going to get paid when they're supposed to get paid. That's a faith, that's a belief, and it's real because you act it out. So I don't believe it's a false belief. What I do think is that it's okay, can you before I tell you my opposing side to what your standpoint is, can you tell me why you believe what you believe as far as your identity?
Yeah, I believe that I'm a woman because I identify with the feminine social archetype. right? So that's going to be
And
what
as far as
aligns with my gender the most closely.
okay, and when you say that, you mean as far as how you fit in society based upon how you act is perceived as what we would qualify as feminine.
No, not entirely. You're a little bit off. And to be more specific, it has less to do with how I act, so to present myself, and more to do with how my sense of self and identity, my internal perception, interfaces with societal identities.
Your internal perception interfaces with societal identities. So,
Yeah.
what you mean by that is that based, so you're saying that's based on your perception of yourself, not necessarily how you feel when you interact with the world around you.
I mean, you could say that how I feel when the world interacts with me would be something that influences that, right? But I wouldn't say it's the same thing in of itself. Does that make sense?
Not really. I'm confused as to where so what I'm trying to pinpoint is where the origin of who you say, of who you believe you are comes from. Do you get what I mean? So, for example, we have, like we said, social constructs, right? So in a basic sense of what I'm talking about is when we go to school. When kids go to school, you experience something that I like to call a hierarchy, the sandbox hierarchy, where
Yeah.
you kind of see where you fit in social areas. You know, some kids are fashion, some kids are what you call quote unquote emo, or some kids are the
Yeah.
jocks, or that kind of idea, right? I think that is the foundations for where you find your social identity based upon who you think, what you gravitate to. And that could be a bunch of different things: art, sports, intellectual stuff, whatever it may be. But that constructs who you are and brings out the qualities and characteristics that create these archetypes we talk about, right? That's what's extracted from our community.
Sort of. I'd like to clarify that, like, you are right in terms of, like, yeah, there are going to be, like, certain archetypes that people gravitate more or less towards. It's not just what you interact with entirely, because, for instance, I was completely male socialized. You know, I grew up as a quote-unquote guy, right? In spite of that fact, I ended up being a woman, right? So it's not just the way that I've interfaced.
Right.
It's also
So
it has
where
more to do
I'm
with like a self perception. Now, if you're looking for the origin, right? For me,
self-perception,
what
okay.
for me what pushed me to realize that you know I'm not actually like a cis guy, was gender dysphoria. So that's what made me realize that there was an incongruence to begin with. Does that make sense? So there was an
that's where
incongruity,
I'm confused,
and I became
because
aware of that incongruity because of dysphoria.
so that's where I'm confused because okay,
Mhm.
so for one, I'm very I don't know even what cis means. I don't. So
It
if I
basically is like the opposite of trans. So cisgender just means like you identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth. So that'd be like you, I assume.
okay, so that's perfect. So we can start from that foundation. And what I'm trying to figure out is where did you see that what you have in your physical form, your biology that you were speaking about, right? The male biology. Where did you see that inconsistency or that non-configuration that you speak of? What was it specifically that brought you upon that desire within yourself of being that pulled you to act that out in your reality is where I'm trying to figure out because
For me,
that's
if you're
part of
wondering
it.
if you're wondering why I started transition in the first place, it was because I didn't want to look any more masculine. I hated how masculine I already looked. I looked extremely male, right? I still look way more male than I'd like to, granted, but I looked extremely male before transitioning. I fucking hated that. And I didn't want to suffer from twink death and look like a whole ass man, right? You know, going from boy to man makes it worse. So I decided
So
I would rather look more
can I
feminine
ask you?
And so I started HRT, if that's what you're wondering.
Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now, so you're saying you had a uncomfortable position with the idea of being male in yourself. You didn't like that. You said you hated that.
Correct.
Where does that hate? So what? Because what it sounds like to me, and I could be wrong, because like I said when I started, it's a belief, so it's real to you. Could it be a part of something that is not really your identity, but is part of something that's more of like of something you haven't confronted yet, like a self-loathing or something?
No.
Because okay, so I don't want to. So that's so trying to understand where that comes from is my first part of the opposition of your argument. The second real part of it is not that I don't believe that you have a true belief. You have a true belief. And
Mm-hmm.
I do believe, though, that acting out your belief in society individually and then connected to the mass is not overall progressive or good in
Why?
the long run for the overall look for society.
Why?
The reason behind that is because, okay, there's things that our world has a natural order. And now I know I don't say this to be offensive. I really don't.
Here,
I
you can continue. I really need to pee. I'll be listening through my headphones. So just yap as much as you want. All right. And then I'll be back. All right. So I'm
fine,
still going to be listening. Just know I need to go to the
okay,
bathroom real
so
quick.
the world has a natural order to process. What humans have been able to understand in a very, very long time, longer than we can contemplate, is that we've extracted what works in the world, right? What works for you in turn works for your family, your close ones, your loved ones, and then extend it to the broader society. What works over time in consistency is what is real. That is what we constantly confront as our reality. And we do our best as we live through life to pass on what works that progresses survival. Certain things, and they can be small or they can be large, but there's certain things that don't work over time for the betterment of society, right? Like murder is not good. We know that. So murder over time is not good for society. For lack of a better term, this is for lack of a better term because I can't think of anything better to describe it. What you're, this it sounds.
So I guess to ask, you know, do you think
What
that
I'm saying,
hold on,
saying
do you think,
sounds.
I have a question. Do you think that society would be better off if I lived in society as a man?
I think.
Just like a yes or no.
I'm gonna say yes, but there's
Why?
nuance to that answer because.
Well, I want you to explain why.
Okay, so the reason is because if your biology tells you one thing and you're living in contrast of it because of your belief, right?
Well, hold on. Is my
Your
belief that I'm not the biology that I am?
Your reality is telling you your biology, so we can't change that.
You're right. I don't believe that I've changed my biology. Well, I've changed it to an extent because of like things like hormones, but like
Yeah,
obviously
you changed it.
I'm mostly male. Like I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Right. Like
We
some of that's
are
just
in
going to be
a
like
we
not
are in
something I can change.
we
What does
we
that have
are
to
in
do
an
with my
age
belief?
era where it's becoming a little more possible to actually change your physical reality, right?
Yeah, that's a good
So
thing. Yeah, that's good.
that adds another element to the conversation we're having.
Yeah, and that's a good
Because
thing.
yeah, I think people can do what they want with their bodies. I don't
Well, not just
necessarily
that,
think all those things are good though,
but
because
you just haven't
freedoms are not
established a
always.
reason.
Okay, so yeah, let me get back to the reason. So the reason is because, and this is going to sound bad, and I'm only saying this because it's how I see it. I don't mean it offensive, but I don't think it's naturally good for the progression of society. I think because you're a male and you act out as a female, it's going to push you into situations that are not natural. Let's take sex, for example.
What? So do you think that natural equals good? And before you answer, thank you, Ghost Wolf Primal, for the 50 saying, wading through my own mire of delusion. So very generous dono. 07's in chat for Ghost Wolf Primal. Holy shit. I know what you have gone through partly. I have felt with all forms of escapism up to self-delete. Thank you. Anyways, continue. I think I asked you a question.
Okay, yeah. So repeat your question.
What did I ask? I think I asked something along the lines of,
Oh, you said, so do I think is what's natural good?
yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do believe that. And the reason I believe that is because proven time over a repeated process has proven that. We've pulled progress for survival of humanity out of that idea. That's why we have morality. That's why we use ethics. That's why we encompass those in laws that structures our society in ways that's betterment for progression of society. Get what I mean?
So are you
that's
familiar? Are you familiar with the appeal to the appeal to nature fallacy? Are you familiar with that?
That doesn't sound familiar to me. No.
Okay, so basically what I'm saying here is you've engaged in a logical fallacy. Whether or not something is natural does not determine whether or not it's good.
Okay.
So to clarify, there are plenty of things that are unnatural that are good. So things like modern medicine, toilets and toilet paper. None of those are natural. Those are all man-made, right? But they are for the betterment of society. However, there are also going to be things that are natural, that occur in nature, like rape. Animals rape each other in nature. That's bad. But it's natural.
Right. Well, see,
obviously,
wait,
you said that natural equals good. It's obviously the case that it's not.
Oh, no,
like
we're talking about, that's not, now we're talking about biological systems that are natural. What you're talking about is the naturality of freedom. We have an ethical and a moral compass that is a huge spectrum of activity. We cannot so I know I agree. Everything that is natural is not good. But there's a difference to that, because you can say that, okay, so for example, animals in the wild, they're savage in their naturality. Right? But that's part of life. It comes, everything has its balance.
Hold on, before you were saying that natural equals good.
Okay, so
you retract that then. Okay, I assume you retract
good
that.
in the sense, good in the no, I'm not retracting. It was just a bad word to describe what I'm saying. Good in the sense that it is in progression of society. So, but not good in the sense that it always makes you feel good. Not
okay, how does me being suicidal help progress society?
Just 1 second.
No, how does me being a suicidal man help progress society?
It's not good in the sense that it's always pleasant. Some things that are
can you explain how it's good anyway?
May be unpleasant, but it doesn't mean that they're not good in the sense that it's what is natural in its system. Like you
agree that natural doesn't equal good, so you have to come up with an actual reason.
Okay, so I can retract good as far as the description of what I'm trying to say, but what I'm saying in layer behind that is what I'm describing is the.
So you're just saying it's natural then? Okay, well we already agree that natural doesn't necessitate good, and that unnatural can be good. So even if it's the case that, let's say, transitioning is unnatural or whatever, the way that modern medicine is, it's still going to be a net positive, right? It's going to be for the betterment of our lives, and when people live better lives, they're able to have a more positive impact on society, right? If I'm depressed all day and can't get myself out of bed because of how miserable I am due to my crippling gender dysphoria, I'm not going to be able to contribute very much to society now, am I?
Now, I don't fully disagree with you on that point, because I do believe that being able to feel that you can freely express yourself in a certain way that feels important to you can be important to society. I believe that's important. I believe that is central to our evolution as human beings, right? Being free ideas and all those kind of things. The thing about it too, though, I don't know how to explain the it's very nuanced. It's very nuanced. What I'm trying to say is that
Sorry, I'm coughing.
you're fine. Also, so here's the thing, it's part of that as well. I don't think it's a bad thing for you to do what you feel and how you believe. I don't think it's bad for you. I think it can become an issue when it starts impinging on others in certain ways. So for
Yeah, but how?
example,
How is that the case
for
with
example,
trans people specifically? Like me, how am I infringing upon society? That's what I'm asking.
so
Like, how do I make
there
society
was
worse by transitioning?
perfect. That's a perfect question. That's what I'm going to answer specifically right now. There was a situation that I heard about online where there was a trans individual who took issue with another individual addressing them with the wrong pronouns, I believe is the term, correct?
Uh-huh.
The individual that was addressing the trans person with the incorrect pronouns from the trans person point of view was the person that was saying that I respect who you want to be, but it's a problem for me to have to change something that
Okay, well then they're
constitutes my
choosing.
reality.
Okay, well then they're choosing. They're choosing to misgender the person, correct? So if that's the case, then like yeah, they'd
So,
be in the wrong there
so
for
what
not
I'm
having like the
asking
most basic human
there,
decency, right?
so this is so I don't so since you are a trans individual, what I'm curious about is there what I want to ask you as a person, is there a difference or is there a separation between somebody holding frame and what they feel is disrespectful to their reality, but still treating you with humility and respect and compassion?
So the difference, so the reason that these are disanalogous is because on one hand you have like, oh, you have to like slightly modify the way that you use language to make this person's life better. And on the other hand, it's like, you know,
That's the
whether,
though. It's
hold
not a
on
slight
the other hand, when it comes
modification.
to trans people existing, right? Whether or not we're accepted in society will have a huge impact on whether or not we're happy. So if we're
Do
not
you
accepted as who
constitute?
we are in society, that's going to greatly negatively affect us. If I
Do you
don't
constitute
believe in
mispronunciation?
transgenderism, it's like, well, suck it up, fucking get over yourself and just be like a decent person. They
Okay,
don't
no,
lose
that's
very
not my
much.
position.
What, their
That's not
ego
my
gets bruised
position.
because they were wrong about something? Who cares?
That's not my position, though. What I'm asking is specifically, does mispronoun or misrepresenting you in your pronouns and
Misgendering?
directioning you in your okay, that's what it's called. Okay, is misgendering you ground? Is that essential to your integration or acceptance in your in society? Because is somebody
Well, yeah, in order for
misgendering you
society, yeah,
saying
for
because
society
it's
to
like
accept
so
me, yeah, they would have to accept who I am.
in layman's terms, what I mean is somebody saying, "Hey, you acknowledge that you're a biological male through your biology. You don't like that, and you want to change
Well,
that. I
it's
respect
not
that."
just that
But
I'm not changing
just
my
a second, just a
biology.
second,
I'm not changing my
just a second.
biology. No,
Hold
I've
on,
let you
because I
yap
want
for a
you to get.
while and you're repeating yourself, you're looping. So that's why I'm cutting you off. So no, I'm not changing my biology. That's not what I'm doing, right? I am changing the way in which
No, I know
I
you're not.
socially engage with society. Okay, then why would you say that?
No, I'm not saying. Okay, listen. You
But that's what you
know.
said.
No. Listen to what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's what you said.
If an
You can retract
individual,
it, but that is what you said. You can rewind the VOD.
if an individual encounters you in public and they walk up
Uh-huh.
to you, you're a person in front of another person, and they turn to you and they say, "Sir," and you turn to them and you say, "I'm sorry, I don't identify as sir. Can you identify as me as female?" And they say, "I don't feel comfortable doing that because it's asking me to approach my reality in something that I don't see is reality. I see you as a male." Now we stop at that point. Your
Okay, but then I
response,
could,
what I'm
my
no, just a
response would be that
second.
sex and gender aren't the same.
Okay,
So whether or not
that
I'm male is irrelevant.
what I'm asking is that the deciding factor for you that stops you from coexisting in society around you?
What do you mean coexisting? Like, yeah, I would generally be uncomfortable around people that don't accept me as like a person. Yeah.
But
Yeah, if somebody doesn't accept who I am, then like, yeah, I'm probably gonna be less comfortable around them. And just like
so
less happy being in their
does them
presence.
misgendering you mean that they cannot treat you with love, compassion, and acceptance? Is what you're
Well, in
saying?
doing so is that they're necessarily not doing that, right? If they're not even willing to like, you know, like understand
Okay, that's
anything
fair.
about trans
Is it
people,
fair?
then like, yeah, that's like the opposite of love and acceptance.
That's fair. That's fair. But is it also fair to say, on the other hand, that because you want them to change their own perception of reality, it's the same way?
What? What do you
If
mean
you're
their perception of
telling
reality? The
their
reality is
no,
that sex
okay,
and gender aren't the same, right? All I'm asking for is for them to, at the very
but
least, understand my perspective. No,
acknowledging
but they
your
don't
gender.
acknowledge.
They're
No, they're
acknowledging your
not. If they're misgendering me, they're absolutely
standing in
not. That's like the
society.
opposite of acknowledging gender.
What I'm okay, so you're saying all cards on the table, all hands down, it doesn't matter from top to bottom. If you don't acknowledge me as how I identify, it's not just pieces that you have to accept. You have to accept everything.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna accept me as a person, like, yeah, you should be able to accept like the most basic shit imaginable. Yeah, that would be like the bare minimum that I would expect. Like, I'm not gonna be friends with somebody that like, you know,
Okay,
calls me
I
he, him
understand
constantly,
that.
right? Like, I'm not gonna be
Listen,
friends with somebody like that. Like, why would
I
I?
completely understand where you're coming
Uh-huh.
from, and I actually understand that. I do.
Oh,
Genuinely,
okay.
I understand. The only thing I see, and when I'm looking at it from an outside box, the only thing I see is that the person on the other end also feels violated.
Okay,
That's
well, if
all
they
I'm
feel
saying.
violated by trans people existing, that's a skill issue.
No. It's not.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
not
It
your
absolutely is a
existence,
skill
though.
issue. It
No,
literally is a
it's not
skill
your
issue.
existence.
Like, boo-hoo, trans people exist.
What you're
Fucking get over it. Like,
conflating
Jesus
two
Christ.
things. You're conflating your existence with what you want somebody to act out. What somebody acts out is of their own choosing, just
Well,
like
I exist as a
you.
trans person, not as a cis person, so they're wrong if they identify me as like a cis guy, right?
If that's how you identify and that's how you want to be
Uh-huh.
seen as a
Yeah,
person, then that's
what
your
is
choice.
the objective or measurable harm from me identifying as a woman?
It's not harmful
It
for you.
sounds like, okay, well, it sounds like the only thing that you can point to is it's bad because some people don't like it. That's all you've been able to point
No,
to
I
thus
didn't
far.
say they don't like it. They're asking listen to me specifically.
But that's what it
What I'm
boils down
saying
to.
is others who feel like you telling them to accept something that is opposite of what they perceive as reality
Okay,
is an
so if somebody
insult to their
changes their name,
intelligence.
if somebody changes their name, let's say that somebody for the longest time
That's a name.
goes
That's
by
a tag. That's not an
Jonathan.
identity. You
Let's
can't
say
conflate
no,
that.
a name is part of somebody's identity. You're wrong. So let's say that there's
It's
somebody that
part,
goes by.
but you
Yeah.
said
So
you
let's say
just said
somebody
you
goes.
can't take
Let's say so.
pieces
Oh
and
my
form
God.
things.
Do
You
you
have
ever
to
stop
take.
yapping? Jesus Christ. So let's say it's the case that
I,
somebody's name is Jonathan and they've been known as Jonathan for a while. If it's the case that they say, actually, I want to go by John now, while it is true that everybody knows them as Jonathan, and it might be a little bit of an adjustment for them to say John, right? And people might slip up, and that's okay, right? But the respectful thing to do would be to call them John instead of Jonathan, because that's what they want to be called, and that's what they identify with. Why is that any different?
okay. Can I speak?
Yes. I asked you a question, so of course you can.
No, okay. So no. I hear you. I agree. So just so I know that I'm listening and I'm responding correctly, you just said if somebody says, oh, "My name is Jonathan. I want to be called John." Why is that an issue for you to call me John?
Mhm.
Agreed. Why isn't it the reason why I'm saying the issue for some people with what you're saying is that just like I asked, where I said all chips on the table from top to bottom, no matter what it is, from everything inclusive, you have to accept me and who I am is how I'm presenting and treat me as such. You said that, which I said, okay,
What
I
does it mean
agree
treat
with
you as
that.
such? Okay.
That you
So wait, so you agree with that? You agree with that? So in terms of misgendering, why? Okay, I'm asking you specifically. I'm asking you specifically to find a symmetry breaker between I don't know, like calling John Jonathan in that case versus misgendering someone? Why are you required to like respect the person wanting to go by John? I mean, it's not the reality of the matter. In reality, they're actually named Jonathan. That's what it says on their birth certificate. So you're actually misnaming them. You're factually wrong about their name when you call them John, right? But the respectful thing to do is to just call them John anyway.
Okay, I'm not going to run on. This is the most concise answer to the question you just asked. The difference is because whether you call him John or Jonathan, you're going to treat him the same way. Whether they misgender you or gender you the way you want, you treat them the same way with love, respect, or compassion. Now, the difference is the way that you want someone to genderize you is how you want them to treat you. Some people think that is a direct.
Okay. So again, if you're calling John Jonathan and you refuse to call them John, right? And you're like, no, your name biologically is Jonathan, no matter what, right? Then you're gonna be a fucking asshole. You might be treating them the same way in every other regard, but you're still a fucking asshole, right? Same logic applies in both scenarios.
But then the other person can say that you're an asshole. So then you're both throwing
for going by the
stones.
name John instead of Jonathan and expecting people to respect that. What do you mean middle ground? If the person wants to go by John, they don't like the name Jonathan anymore, okay? And they want to be called John, and you're like, no, I'm going to call you Jonathan anyway because that's your biological name. You'd be a fucking asshole.
You're not saying
You'd be in the wrong there.
I asked you that. You're saying no, you can't. Even if you can't misgender me because you have to treat me. So it's like saying, okay, Jonathan's like you got to call me Jonathan, but not only do you got to call me or not.
No, it would just be calling him John. You would just be calling him John. That's
exactly. You're just calling my name's Jonathan. You're calling me John now. Not only are you calling me John now, but that entails an entirely a plethora of different things.
What are you talking about? All you have to do is say she, her. When referring to me, like that's it. That's like the only thing that you would have to do to be like a decent person.
Okay.
Like I'm not gonna be friends with someone that calls me he, him. Like I'm sorry. Like you're just like you just come across as an asshole. Like I'm not gonna fight them over it. I'm just not gonna talk to them.
Okay, that's fine. So I got a question for you. If it's just if you want someone to address you as your pronouns, correct? And they say
to like not misgender me, yeah.
Right. Correct. So you'll say respectfully, hey, I don't appreciate that. Can you do that?
The same way that John would say, hey, by the way, please stop calling me Jonathan. I go by John now. Yeah.
Okay, so say they do that, right? Say they do that. Will you have a problem with them also treating you in social? Now you spoke on social consistency, like things in social realms that are consistent over areas. So if they do that and they gender you correctly, but because you said you're biological male, if he treats you as a biological male, is he still disrespectful?
What does it mean to treat someone as a biological male? Like what would the difference be in terms of how they treat me?
So now we're getting into those social archetypes,
because they shouldn't be treating people differently on the basis of their They shouldn't be treating people differently on the basis of their biological characteristics. That seems a bit silly.
Those are social archetypes, right? Characteristics.
No, that's not the same thing as a social archetype. Biological characteristics are not social archetypes. They can be associated with social archetypes, but they're not the same thing.
Yeah, they're not. Of course not.
Okay, so then why would you say that they are? Okay, so then you're not talking about biology then, even though you were. But okay, let's go to social archetype.
Those things flow together. They're not. They're separate categories.
Okay, so they're separate. So are they separate or not? Are they separate or are they not separate?
A male has male body parts, but a male has other things that are socially part of what we think a male does, right?
Yeah, and why should those categories be assigned to me? Like why should I socially be categorized that way? Why am I obligated to fit into that social category? You haven't made an argument for this.
So, are you telling me that we don't have feminine and masculine social abstractions of society? Things that people say men do and women do.
No, I agree that that's a thing. Yes. And I don't think that any of that should be
And that's
obligatory.
what
I
I'm
don't think that
saying.
I don't
So
think
it's
that that should be
man
forced
treats you
upon
like
people.
man, even though
I'm against that being forced upon people. And if, say, for instance, let's say they're gendering me correctly, but they expect me to like fulfill the masculine roles in society, yeah, I'd say, yeah, you're still a fucking dickhead, because that's like weird. Hell, if I was a cis woman and somebody asked me to fulfill the feminine roles in society, and they required that of me, yeah, I'd be just as upset. I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like being pressured in that way, right? So it's not even on the basis of whether or not I'm trans. It's just wrong to force these expectations on people that obviously don't want those expectations.
Okay.
Like let's say there's like a
And I'm
butch
just
lesbian.
saying it's
Okay, let's
wrong
say
to,
to
it's wrong
clarify,
to
let's say there's a
turn to
Let's say there's a butch lesbian, okay? You know, she's a cis woman. She identifies as a woman. She was assigned female at birth, okay? Would it be justifiable to expect her to act more feminine, to have that social expectation of her? Or would it be more reasonable to say, well, she's just like a more masculine woman and that's fine. Like, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
That's what you're not getting what I'm asking you. I'm asking if somebody says that they accept that from you and that's okay with them, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, and then they gender me correctly, right?
Right. They gender you correctly,
Uh-huh.
but then you know what even is crazy about it? It could be on accident because people are so socially used to it. They turn around
Well,
and
yeah,
say,
if it's on
"Hey,
accident, then
girl."
that's fine, right? As long as they're making a good faith effort to be a good person, that's all that really matters.
This is my whole context of my opposing argument. All I'm trying to say is that what you're asking people to do is just as uncomfortable as what you're saying they're giving you. So you have to
No, it's
understand
not.
that.
It's not. What they're experiencing is not as uncomfortable as dysphoria, I can assure you.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not going to say it because you can't compare
Okay.
traumas. That's not good.
Well,
But
it's not. It's just not that you can't compare them. It's that you can compare them, and you can see that dysphoria is a lot worse. Then, oh, I have to
See
like
that?
call you a different thing.
That's where I disagree, man. I don't think it's fair
Okay,
to compare.
but it is. Okay, what do you think is worse, stubbing your toe or having your arm chopped off?
Yeah, but what do you think is worse?
Obviously,
Sexual
having your
abuse
arm
or
chopped off.
being an orphan? Like
What?
that you
Okay.
can't. There's certain things that you can't
Yeah,
just.
well,
That's
obviously,
a
yeah.
huge
So
pool of stuff,
dysphoria is
man.
going to be a lot worse than, oh, I don't know. I have to call somebody different pronouns, right? One of those things can cause crippling and debilitating depression. The other can't, right?
You can't, like, I mean, what's worse?
So
Like,
you can compare them because you can look at the mental health outcomes caused by each of these case scenarios.
So mental health, you can't do that. Like, what's worse?
Yeah, you
Dysphoria or
can.
schizophrenia? What's worse? Dysphoria or schizophrenia?
Probably
What's worse?
schizophrenia.
Alzheimer's or cancer?
Schizophrenia is going to be worse than dysphoria, generally speaking. Yeah, you
But
can
if-
compare some of
that's
these.
a
You can
deciding
compare these
argument.
things sometimes.
You can compare them specifically sometimes for a reason. I get that. But
Yeah,
all
so
right,
like for
we're
instance, the
getting off-
comparison that I made is a perfectly reasonable comparison.
before I run off it with any more, I don't know. I don't even know where we're at with it. All I want to say is, for one, I have immense amount of respect for people in general. So
Okay.
I kept saying when I first got on here, I'm not saying these things to be offensive. I
And nobody is
genuinely am
claiming
not,
that.
bro. I'm
Nobody is claiming that.
inquiring.
The reason I get
I
heated
know,
isn't because I think
I'm
you're
just,
offensive.
this is a
It's
disclaimer
literally
as
just
far
because
as-
you're saying wrong shit, right?
But okay. Okay, that's your. That's fine.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that. Okay, let's talk about. Well, I don't even really want to get too much into. Well, all I'm gonna say is that what your argument is fine. I don't actually say your argument is wrong. All I'm saying is that just have a little bit of understanding on both sides. You can't just.
Yeah, I understand both sides and I disagree with the opposing one. I don't see what the issue there is.
But the issue there is you don't accept the other side disagreeing. You're forcing them to change.
I'm not
That's not
forcing anyone to do anything. I'm not forcing somebody to gender me correctly. It's just if they deliberately misgender me, then like, yeah, I'm just not going to talk to them. That's not me forcing them.
Okay, well, that's fair.
That's called
That's
me
fair.
just not wanting to talk to people that are rude.
Okay, well,
Like,
that
outside of
might have
YouTube,
been my
outside of
now
YouTube,
that might have been my
contrary,
my misconception. That might have been.
yeah,
Now I got to
fair.
admit, give me a
And I want to
second.
clarify.
Give me a
I
second.
want to clarify that outside of YouTube, I'm not a very confrontational person. Believe it or not, I'm not that confrontational. On YouTube, yeah, I'm confrontational because it's entertaining. It's the type of shit that I would want to watch, etc. But in person, I'm not that confrontational. I'm not gonna fucking scream at somebody because they called me he, him. Right? I don't give a
Well,
fuck. I don't give that
I
much of a fuck.
understand that.
And now,
I
granted,
respect
I'm gonna
that.
have thicker skin than a lot of people. I want to clarify
And that's why I decided to actually talk in there because I wanted the conversation to be inquisitive. I didn't want to, you know what I mean? I was actually genuinely inquiring some
Fair.
information, and I wanted to just open up a little bit more, just bring a little bit more open-minded, heartfelt idea to the conversation, because I feel like a lot of people get so stable and stern in their position that they lose sight of the fact that we all have a perception.
Well, yeah, but
We
some
all
perceptions are
have a
going to be
perception.
more correct than others, right? So if my perception is one that's logically consistent and somebody else's perception is one that's not based on any real
But that's not
logical
100%.
justification, then like my position is going to be superior, right?
Do you have, but that even if that's the case, I will grant, even if that's the case, unless it's something that is 100% definitive, you cannot lose the idea of the unknown. You cannot. You
Yeah,
can,
but like you could
unless
say
it's
that like
something
I'm
like, hey,
pretty
the
sure
sky is
something is
blue.
the case. Well, yeah,
The
you
sky's
don't
been
know
blue
anything
since
for
humans
certain.
have had eyes. It'd be stupid to disagree that the sky is blue, right? That doesn't make sense.
Uh-huh.
But something that we're talking about that is nuanced, as far as something that can't be pinned down, like we're talking about social constructs that are not physical reality, you
Yeah, but
cannot be
we can make
superior in your
determinations.
ideology of that.
Well, yeah, you
can't
can,
take
because
that stance.
if you're logically consistent
That's
and you don't
very
contradict
godlike, and
yourself,
that's a
then yeah, you're gonna have
dangerous
better
mind to
reason
have.
to believe what you
That's a
do than somebody
dangerous.
that's
That's
logically
a
inconsistent, right?
dangerous mind to have.
No, it's not. Like if I have a position that's more logically consistent and based on
You know
logic and
what
reasoning,
happens when
and
people
somebody
think
else
that their
doesn't, then
moral
it's going to be the case that
position?
my position is going to be more well informed and generally a lot better
You
than
know
somebody
what
else's
happens when
position.
people think? Listen, please, can I say this? Please, I'm begging you, let me say this. Please.
Yeah, go on.
Do you know what happens when people think that their moral authority is the right way overall? You get people like Hitler, you get dictators, you get tyrants, you get people that hurt people.
Yeah,
That is
except
not
one
a
of the things
good
that I
way to.
believe. Yeah, except one of the things I believe is that not all morality, not even most instances of morality should be legislated or enforced by the government. Right? I think they should just be enforced socially. So, for instance, if somebody is misgendering trans people on purpose just to be like an asshole, I don't think that the government should step in and say you're not allowed to do that. But I think that people have a right to say, yeah, we're just not going to associate with you because you're fucking weird and an asshole. Right?
Right.
People have that right, and they deserve that
okay.
right.
Do you think now if somebody's like, okay, they don't want to fuck with you because of how you feel, you don't think the government should step in and do something? But do you think if they're like, because of they don't fuck with you because of how you feel and they want to hurt you because of it, you think the government should step in then?
Yeah, if they're gonna do some violent shit, yeah, the government
Right.
should protect people from violent shit, yeah. But I'm not
Right.
advocating
And
for
that-
violence, so like I don't.
That's a law that derives from a
Well, yeah, I'm saying
moral
that
standpoint.
some moral standpoints should be legislated. I think that most shouldn't, and there's a reason for that, right? So, for instance, I don't think it should be illegal to cheat on your partner. I just think that it's immoral and it should be frowned upon, right?
Socially, we deal with the baby ones. We govern the main ones like murder, robbery, kidnapping.
Well, that's
all the
my
big
point.
ones we govern.
Well, that's my point.
Right. But the little ones that are in our society is what we work out amongst ourselves.
Well, that's my point. When I make a moral argument, I'm not saying necessarily that the government should step in and enforce this. Now, what I might say, if I make a moral argument for why you should be able to do something, then I am implicitly saying the government shouldn't step in and prevent you from doing this, right? But that's a whole separate discussion.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I'm not going to take up too much more time because I got to get ready to go. I appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody
been a pleasure
listening.
to have you on.
And I wish the best for everybody out there.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Before we get to the next person, I need to go to the bathroom again. And then, actually, before I do that, I'm gonna read some donos. So let's see here. We got, so, let's see. Thank you, Kale, for the, or is that K? K or Kale? The 2 Canadians saying nobody is assigned gender at birth, it's sex. Well, that's just not true. Also, oops, I accidentally messed that up. Oh well. There we go. I messed up where the daily donegal thing is. Thank you, oh my god, thank you, Ghost Wolf Primal, for the $50. What, I already read this one. I already read that one. Thank you, Cash Hitter, for the 2, saying, I want to call in. How do I call in? Join the Discord. It's linked in the description below. It's the debate server. It's also linked in the poll. It's also going to be linked in the About section of my channel. It'll be labeled call-ins. That's where you can call in. And yeah. Thank you, Sora, for the 2, saying, damn fem, when will you make an OnlyFans already? Dude, maybe I should do that. Also, thank you, Ghost Wolf Primal, for the additional $20, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying, the media framing that people should feel fear because of X, Y, or Z is actually generally bad. The summer of live, case in point. I was almost like you. I got lucky. Thank you, Davey7203, for the $2, saying, hi, Femyoz. Hello, Davey. And thank you, oh my god, Ghost Wolf Primal, for the additional $50, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying, have you ever taken a step back from your feelings? Yes. I am sorry, I don't mean to be, so you feeling with my verbiage. You are a beautiful individual and I see you, I understand. Take a step back and think beyond emotions. Think about the lens you use. Well, yeah, all the arguments that I make are grounded in facts, logic, and reasoning. Thank you again, Ghost Wolf Primal. Can we get some 07s in chat for Ghost Wolf Primal for the $20 super chat, saying, are you objectively a man or a woman? Well, it's hard to say, like, objectively. I mean, objectively based on what standard? On the standards I set, yeah, objectively I'd be a woman. Based on, but like, again, like, it's kind of hard to say that, like the meaning of words is objective. It depends on what you believe linguistically. Is this a real debate or are you performing for debate? You know, maybe it was a scripted performance art. That would be impressive. I have seen plenty of new rage hate channels. All they do is yap and get people like me to send in super chats. Real. Well, I'll take the money, but no, the shit that I do is real. And last but not least, thank you, Macaroni Puppy, for the $5, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying the irony is that the government tries to dictate trans people rather than the other way around. True. With that being said, before I move on to the next caller, I really need to pee really, 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 really badly. So I'm going to go pee, then I'm going to add the next caller. Don't you worry. I desperately need to pee, okay? All right? We'll be back in a minute. Don't leave, chat. Don't leave. All right. Chat, we're back. Sorry about the small interruption. We're moving on to the next debate. Don't you worry. Chat, how are you doing? How you feeling about the debates so far? Do you guys like the debates? How do you think I'm doing? How do you think the opponents are doing? Welcome back. Yes, they are delusional. Get in the Discord and debate me. I do actually. Sports are a bourgeoisie distraction from public affairs. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm gonna read chat for a little bit and then we're gonna get back to debates, okay? You're losing? Really? I don't think that's true. I like it helps clarify some of my confusion. Let's go. Let me in. Don't worry. I'm gonna let the next person in soon. Have more compassion. I think I'm compassionate enough. Step on us, Femyoz. Great. That's why I watch Parker/Dean a lot. It was a bit heated but fun. Viewers are dropping. Yeah, we gotta move on to the next person. Hello. You're on the air.
Oh shit.
And
really?
I'm Echo. Yes. What's up? Can you fix the
damn,
background
okay.
noise?
Background noise? Oh damn, sorry.
Yeah,
What
could
are
you
you
turn on
hearing?
noise suppression? It's like I don't know, it's like a fan in the background or something.
Might be my shitty laptop, my bad.
Yeah, can you turn on noise suppression?
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, okay. Oh cool.
Yeah. Okay, so I assume you're here to argue that trans women are delusional. Is that your position?
I would not say delusional. I would say
Okay.
I would say that it's not I would say it's not really two dimensional. I'm not gonna say it's good, I'm not gonna say it's bad.
Uh-huh. So you would agree that when
But first I'm gonna do
go on.
yeah, I just wanted to go through like things that like the last few people I think were saying. I just want to see if we're just so that we're on the same page. Um, First, you think that gender and sex are different things, right?
Correct.
All right. Um. Okay, yeah, that's basically it. Um.
Mhm. Go
Yeah.
on.
So I agree with that personally. I think that the definitions have changed. That's what most people don't really understand.
Correct. The definitions
What
of
I've
words can change over time. I agree.
Yeah. Um. I'd hear that. What I'm more curious about is your opinion on or individual things about whole trans thing. Um, First I want to
So,
hear. Yeah, go on.
I mean, if you're trying to get into like other trans topics, I mean, I'm probably gonna dedicate like at least one stream to those as well.
All right,
So
all
right
right,
now
cool.
we're like the main topic is like trans identity in of itself, like are trans people valid type of thing. Like are trans women
Okay.
delusional on the basis of them believing that they're women, right? So that's sort of the main thing that I'm talking about.
Right,
But what
that's cool.
just for the sake of curiosity, what would you want to get more into? I'm curious now.
I was thinking more on like a wider scale, like
Okay.
like in society, for example. And sorry if other people brought it up. I wasn't on screen for a long time. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like for example, things like trans people in like gendered bathrooms or sports or things like that.
Okay. Yeah. What's your position on bathroom discourse? We could go there if you
Uh,
want.
I'm going to be honest. I'm actually kind of mixed.
Okay. Do you
I
think I'd be able to? Do you think I'd be able to shift your position if I make a good enough argument?
uh yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. So, what do you have contention with? Like, what's your position? If you'd like to explain.
For trans washrooms, I've it could be that it's just a select few. I've seen a lot of people that enter washrooms. They definitely they're not. I don't want to sound mean when saying this. They're not like female presenting. They say, "I'm a woman. Let me in this washroom." But they're like shirtless, old-looking dudes, and it makes people feel uncomfortable. And yeah, I really don't like that.
So is your position like more along the lines of you should just use whatever you look more like? Is that what you're trying to say? Like if you look like a woman, use the women's restroom. If you look like a man, use the men's. Is that your position?
I'm honestly, it's a bit of a maybe. I want to say it's
Do you know who Blair White is?
definitely what?
Do you know who Blair White is?
I do not. Could you tell me?
She's like a trans woman that just passes completely, right? She just looks like a cis woman. Do you
I'll
think
look
that
it
she
up.
should use the men's or the women's restroom?
I'll look her up if you don't mind. Blair White, you say?
Yeah. Also, yeah, I know Blair White is like transphobic and not a good person, but she is a trans
Oh.
woman, so I'm using her
Uh,
as an example because she's like famous.
yeah, she definitely passes.
Which
I'd say
restroom should
so,
she use?
definitely.
Yeah, she should use the women's
Uh,
restroom, right?
yeah, women's restroom, totally.
Okay, now I want you to look up somebody called Buck Angel. Can you do that? He's a
Buck
trans
Angel,
man.
okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's a trans
Buck-
man.
Buck Angel.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's saying former pornographic film actor.
Yeah, but you look him
that
up
it?
on Google Images. You see what he looks like? He's like a bald
I
guy
do
with
see
like a
what he looks
beard.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which bathroom do you think he should go to?
Men's room, totally.
Of course, yeah. But he was assigned female at birth. He's like a trans man, right? So
Yeah, he's trans.
he was born with XX chromosome. Yeah. So you would agree then that like, okay, obviously which bathroom you should go to is not determined by your sex, correct?
Yeah, maybe
Do you
by
think
default, but transgender.
not even just by
if they
default,
present.
because like by default, Buck Angel would not fit into the women's bathroom at all. I
All
don't
right,
know about
sure.
you, but like I would be weirded out if I saw someone like Buck Angel going into the women's restroom.
Yeah, no. I mean, that was kind of what I was saying in the beginning because of
Yeah.
presentation and all that.
So my position is I think that people should just be able to use whatever bathroom they're the most comfortable in. Honestly, I don't think that most men would want to use the women's restroom. So let's say that there is like a cis guy that's not trans that wants to use the women's restroom. I don't really care. There's not anything that would really stop them anyway. People oftentimes bring up the example of like, oh, but like what if somebody like puts on a dress and goes into the women's restroom, but they're not actually trans? Like you can just go in there anyway. Like you can go in either bathroom. Like there's not security guards outside. So if somebody is like genuinely malicious, they can act on that regardless. They can just do that, right? So I don't think it's like a safety concern in reality.
Right.
I think that, and in terms of comfort, I think that people should just go wherever is safest depending on their area. So, if let's say you started HRT 2 months ago, people still view you as like a man, right? But you're a trans woman. I would say, like, especially if you're like in a conservative area, it's probably safer to use the men's restroom, and that's what I would recommend in that case. But I'm not going to tell somebody what they can and can't do, right?
Right.
Do you agree with that?
I do.
And it's not just that it's safer. It's not that it's safer for other people, right? It's safer for the trans person, right? It's going to be safer for them to use whatever they look like if it's in a conservative area that isn't accepting of trans people, right? Because then you're outing yourself, right?
Okay. Right.
Now, obviously, the further along you are in your transition, that the more that sort of changes in terms of like what's the safest option. Once you start looking kind of androgynous, sort of like me, I think I look fairly androgynous. You can basically go in whatever restroom you want unless you're like, dressed super, feminine, then I would not recommend it. Like if I was wearing a dress, I would not go into the men's restroom. But if I'm wearing like sweatpants and a hoodie, like I can go in either one, right? I'll just do
Alright.
whatever's more convenient.
Sure.
Yeah, the men's restrooms are disgusting. So that's why I unless I'm really in a fucking hurry, I won't go in there anymore. Like, oh my god. Can we socialize men to like
fair.
pee while sitting down? Like, can we socialize them to not pee standing up? Is that a thing? Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Totally fair. Another thing I wanted to bring up, I think it was the last guy that came on. You got into the discussion of is natural good? And honestly, once again, I don't think it's something it's just a yes or no. I think it really depends on what we're talking about. So if we're talking about things related to uh, gender and all that, I mean, even then, it's a little mixed, but I'd say most of the time it's totally fine. I'd say that there are probably some times where like might not be good, but
I sort of understand what you're saying, and my response to that would simply be to say that in terms of whether or not natural is good, right? What that phrase would mean is whether or not something is good on the basis of whether or not it's natural. And the answer is always going to be no. Whether or not something is natural does not determine whether or not it's good or bad. So there can be something that's natural that's good, there can be something that's natural that's bad, but it's never going to be good or bad on the sole basis of whether or not it's natural. Does that make sense?
yeah, it does.
Okay. So I don't think you really disagree with me. I think that you just sort of got confused by the wording a little bit.
All right, yeah. I honestly like now that we're actually talking, I do think we agree. And honestly, I
Yeah.
just want to say this. I'm really happy with this stream thing you're doing.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people online that just yell each other about this stuff, and I've seen some people
Yeah.
that just came on and they're kind of rude. But for the most part, uh, both sides are being very civil, and I like a place that it fosters good discussion where we can hear differing opinions and views, and maybe come
Yeah.
to an agreement.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is I'm somebody that has a tendency to just match the energy of the person I'm talking to.
Fair.
Not always, but generally speaking, that's my sort of tendency. I'm not is there anything else you disagree with me on or want to talk about? If not, I can just move on to the next caller. We got a lot of people waiting.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, no, I think I'm done. I'll stay tuned for the other streams because
All right.
I do want to talk about other stuff. But yeah, nice
All
talking.
right. All right. Good talking to you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Hold on. Trans Alien, interesting username. You're up next. You're on the air. What would you like to talk about? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? You got 20 seconds. If you're not oh, there we go. You unmuted.
Okay, there we go. All right.
All right.
So first of all, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Uh-huh. Of course.
And before we start any conversation, I just need to know a couple of things. One is the definition of trans. What does that mean?
To be
def-
transgender simply means to not identify
No,
with
no,
the
no,
gender that you were
no.
assigned at birth.
That's not what I'm asking.
But that is what you asked. You said the definition
No.
of trans, so I gave it to you.
Right. I didn't say gender. I said trans. What's
Well,
the
trans can
definition of
refer
trans?
to trans can refer to transsexual. It can refer to transgender. It can refer to automobiles, right?
Okay. All right. So then the other thing is subjective. What does that mean?
Up for interpretation, I guess you could say. It's going to be stance dependent.
So of the mind.
Sure.
Okay. And what does objective mean?
Stance independent.
So not of the mind.
Sure.
Okay. So we agree on those three things?
I'd say so.
So yes or no?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you think
'Cause
so?
that doesn't seem like you disagreed with my responses. So yeah.
Okay, well, you didn't disagree with mine. You actually, mine were more explanatory than yours were, even though it was fewer words.
Yeah,
Okay, so we agree on those three terms, right?
I'd say so.
Okay, so everything that you say and that you feel is subjective, right?
Generally, yeah. Like feel. Well, it depends. Like by feeling, do you mean like
Well, if
like
you feel anything,
the
a feeling
experience
is
of qualia?
subjective. Yeah, a feeling
Yeah,
is
like
subjective.
I might like feel like it's the case that vanilla ice cream is really yummy, or I might not like it. Whatever my position is on that, right? That'd be
Right. So that's
subjective.
subjective. Exactly. So we
Now
agree
it's going to
on
be objective. Now I want to clarify because it is objectively the case that I experience some sort of positive or negative qualia. Right?
that.
That's
Well,
going to be
that
objective.
experience is a feeling again. That's not objective. Because you can
Well, it's good.
experience,
Well,
but you can experience vanilla ice cream different than I can.
correct. But whether or not the experience
Okay,
is
so it's
positive
a
or negative
feeling.
is objective.
No, it's subjective.
You know, it's going to be objective. So to clarify, it's not going to be objective as to whether or not vanilla ice cream is a positive or negative experience. But what can be objective is whether or not my experience with eating vanilla ice cream is a negative or positive experience that has negative or positive qualia, right? But that is an objective fact about something that is subjective. Does that make sense?
No, because it's wrong. Because it's
No, it's not
subjective.
wrong.
Again, yes, because you had to say I, and when you say I, that means how you feel and how you are. So the only thing,
Yeah, but it's going to be
objective-
objectively the case that
Let me
okay. Do you
finish.
believe that positive and negative qualia exist?
I'm not sure what that means.
So like to clarify, like you would agree that like there's going to be things that you just sort of intuit, or like positive or negative experiences, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I agree with that, but that's again subjective.
Okay.
Well, it
I
is. Right?
just realized this doesn't really have that much to do with the.
Oh no,
with
it
the
has
debate at
everything
hand.
to do with it. Oh
Ah.
no. We need to understand what words we're using, so we both aren't arguing over different terms. So if we understand what the term means, then we can argue the same thing. That's why I ask you those questions.
Okay.
All right. So
Sure.
we can say objectively, vanilla ice cream is vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
But subjectively, you like it, I don't, and that's just something that you feel.
Correct. I would agree with
and
that
that
aspect of it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So going back to what you say, right? You feel like a woman, right? So that's subjective.
No, it's more complex than that. It's not just that I feel like a woman. It's just like I identify within the feminine social archetypes. That's not just like a feeling. That's an identity. It's not the same thing.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What do you base that on? Being a male, born a biological male, objective, right? What do you base that on? Not knowing how females feel. You can't base it on
Well, I don't know how it feels
social,
to be. Well, hold on. I don't know what it
because
feels like to be
that's
anybody but
subjective.
myself. I don't know what it's like to be anybody other than myself.
Well, then
So
how do you
I
know
don't
you're a
know.
woman then? Well, then how do you know you're a woman?
Well, that's just going to be on the basis of like a preference
Subject-
for being one.
subject.
Yeah. I would say that.
Subjective.
Well, yeah, I would say that determining what identity you prefer is going to be subjective to some extent, right?
Okay.
So the same way that I don't know, like if you believe in God, right? You might subjectively determine that the identity that you align the most with is Catholic or Muslim, whatever the fuck, Shia Muslim, right? Whatever you
Okay.
believe
Yeah,
in,
I
you
get
might
what
make that
you're saying.
subjective
Yeah.
determination. Now that wouldn't mean that you would have a false
Right.
belief about it. You'd have a true belief about what you believe, right? About what you identify
Right.
with. That would be a true belief,
Right.
correct?
Right, but that's subjective.
Sure, but it wouldn't be a false belief, correct?
But beliefs are subjective.
Okay, do you think that beliefs can be true or false?
I think they can be both. I believe that my blue curtain is blue, right?
Is it blue?
But yeah, it's really blue.
Okay, If it's
So
if it
that's
is blue in
objective.
actuality, yeah, then your belief would be correct.
Okay, but it is blue. If you looked at it and you weren't colorblind, you would say it's blue too.
Mhm.
So that's
Assuming there's
objective.
no optical illusion, yes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's just put all that aside and just look at the curtain. We're looking at it under the same light, in the same angle, at the same everything. We both see it. We both know it's blue, right? Like
Yeah.
the color of your hair. Your hair is blonde, let's say,
Yes.
right?
That is objectively
Okay.
true. And your
That's
belief that
objectively
my
true.
hair is blonde is objective. I would agree with that. That's objectively true.
Okay, so that's when. So that's the difference between believing in God and not believing in God. It's subjective.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's the answer to my question. And so it could be subjective, but like some Christians believe that, like, I've heard people say, well, if you don't believe in God, right?
Mhm.
But yet you believe in Genghis Khan, right? So what's your
What?
proof that Genghis Khan, like some people, like, well, I'm trying to make a point here on the beliefs and the writings. And
Uh-huh.
actually, I'm getting way off topic here. Maybe
I was
I
about
should
to say you
Yeah.
gotta get back on
Yeah.
topic.
Okay, let me get back on topic. So personally, I don't believe in lying to people.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not going to
Define
lie
lying.
to somebody if I know that they're a male.
Yeah.
Should I
So
lie to them?
define lying.
Not telling the truth.
Uh-huh. So, well, hold on. You could say something that's not true without lying, right? So you could just like say something that you're just like wrong about, but you wouldn't be lying, right? So let's say I genuinely believe that 2 + 2 = 5, and then I tell you that 2 + 2 = 5. I'd be wrong about it, but I wouldn't be lying, right? A lie would require knowingly
Right.
telling
Right.
somebody
So
something that is
knowingly,
untrue.
you knowingly know you're a male, but yet you tell me you're a female.
Huh? Like a biological female?
No,
When did I
a
ever say it was
female.
a biological female? A
I never
female.
said that.
Okay, do you
I
believe
said
that
female.
female is a term that refers to sex or gender? Because I would use it in the context of sex usually, right? I use man and woman in the context of gender, right? So I refer to myself
Okay,
as a woman.
as a woman. So what is a
Mhm.
woman?
Somebody
So
that
what is a
identifies
woman?
within the feminine social archetype in society.
No, that's not what a woman is. A woman is an adult female human being and a mother and gives birth. That's what a woman is.
Ah, so
That's
if
the
a woman
definition.
if a woman can't give birth, then she's actually not a woman? Like if
If a
she's
woman can't,
infertile?
no, she's still a woman because
No,
she
but you
still
said
has
that she has to give
desire.
birth.
Well, yeah, because only
But
women
she
can
can't
give
because
birth.
she's infertile. So she wouldn't be giving birth. So she's not a woman.
Okay, so therefore, if I cut off my arm, that means I'm not human anymore because I don't have an arm.
According to your logic, yeah,
No,
that
that's
would
not
be
my
necessary.
logic. Are you telling
Oh
me that?
yeah. Now
Hold
I
on,
would say
hold
that
on.
because if I was to say that a necessary prerequisite for being human is to have 2 arms, right? Then I would be necessarily excluding people that only have 1 arm. Yeah. Now I would say that most humans have 1 arm. Or sorry, have 2 arms. Fuck, I'm retarded. Most humans have 2 arms, right? And that would be correct, right? But that's because that accounts for the
Yeah.
exceptions that exist, right? So the same
Right.
line of logic would have to
So
apply.
okay, so
So you could say
yes,
that a woman is generally an adult human female, and you'd be correct.
as an adult human female, I just added the birth. Really, I don't know why I did that. Maybe I misspoke, but okay,
Well, I don't think you
I'll
misspoke. I think
grant you that.
that was your
Okay,
argument, but you can backtrack.
okay,
It's
no,
fine.
I will. I'll grant you that. Fair enough.
Okay.
But she's still a woman. She's still female, right? So just because you're
What is a
throwing in a
female?
caveat, a woman. I just
Okay.
explained it to you.
Yeah. So if I say what is a woman and you say a female, and I ask you what a female is, and you say a woman, you're not giving me any information there. So I'm asking you what is a female?
An adult human woman.
A female is an adult human woman. So
Yeah.
a 2-month-old female cat is a
wait
woman.
a minute. Wait a minute. I see what you're saying. So like a female. So it's a sex is what it is. A female is a
Uh-huh.
sex.
Uh-huh.
That's what it is. Yes.
So when I refer to myself as a woman, am I referring to my sex? Do you think that's what I mean?
No, I think you're just delusional when
No.
you think that you're a
But I'm
woman.
delusional anyway.
Well,
What
that's
am I
what I'm saying.
delusional about? Well,
you
you
think you're a
acknowledge the fact
woman
that
when
I
you're a
don't
man.
think that but I obviously don't think that
Well,
I'm a
what does
biological
dysphoria
female.
mean then? Well, what does
Well, I obviously
dysphoria
don't.
mean then?
Hold on. I obviously don't think that I'm a biological female. So what's my false belief?
You think you're a woman.
Uh-huh. And when I refer to myself
That's
as a
your
woman, what
false
do you think
belief.
I mean by that?
Well, I don't know because you're the one
You
who
don't
says
know.
it.
So you don't even know if I'm delusional or not because you don't even know what I believe.
Well, I do know because you
No,
dress
wait,
like
you
a
know?
woman.
Okay, then
You
explain it.
look like a
Explain
woman. You're
what I
acting
mean
like
when
a
I refer to
woman,
myself
so
as a
obviously I
woman.
know.
Explain what
Well,
I
I
mean when I
can't.
refer to myself as a woman if you know what I believe.
Explain it to me. How can I explain what you believe? Can
Oh,
you
so you don't
explain
even,
what I
again,
believe?
you don't even know what I believe. So you have
No,
no idea
no,
if I'm delusional or not.
Right.
So when I refer to
Of
myself
course
as a
I
woman, I'm simply talking about me identifying with the feminine social archetype. So can you explain how that's a false belief?
Yeah, because you're a guy.
Socially or biologically?
Well, both in my eyes.
Both. Well, socially,
Both,
that's
yeah.
just not true. I live in society as a
Well,
woman
to
and I
you,
identify as a
because
woman.
it's subjective.
Uh-huh.
To you, because that's subjective, but objectively, you'll always be a man, even if you
You mean
had
a
a full
male? If we're
a
talking
man, a
about
male,
social
whatever.
identities, if we're talking about social
No,
identities, those
you're
are going to be based
talking.
on
No,
biology. You're just like wrong
you're
about that.
no, you're talking social, right? And here's the problem with social, like
Yeah,
that
because that's.
SM,
Do you believe that words can refer
Hold
to
on.
things that are social?
Do I believe that words?
Can refer to things that are social.
Well, absolutely, but not
Right.
the way
So,
you're doing it. You can,
right. Oh, but when I do it, it's bad.
and when I do it, it's bad.
Huh?
And when I do it, it's bad.
What are you saying?
Well, I'm saying you're not. To me, that's not socially because it's subjective. Just like,
what do you think socially
just,
means?
Just like your scientists.
Do you think that
with
social
all these-
interactions are objective? So, like, for instance, if it's the case that I socially categorize somebody as a Christian, is that like an objective interpretation or a subjective one?
Well, if you do, that's subjective.
Okay, what if they do? You already
That's
established earlier that
objective.
you believe that it would also be subjective in that case, right?
No, we agreed that religion was subjective, but they're
No. You don't get to backtrack now.
Yes. I'm not backtracking
You specific.
nothing. That's
Oh, so you
exactly
believe
what
that if
I
somebody
said.
identifies as a Christian,
That's
that's
not what I
objective.
said.
Can you explain why that's objective?
If they believe they're Christian,
Yeah. Why is that? If whether or not somebody identifies as a Christian, why is that an objective social category?
because they're a Christian.
Because they're a Christian. So
Yeah,
if let's say you replace
that's
the
all I
word
could
Christian
say. Like,
with
there's
woman,
no
why
more
is
I
that
could do about
false?
it.
Why does it become false as soon as as you replace the word Christian with woman? Why is it different? Hello?
Hold on, I'm here. I'm just thinking on how to answer this, like using the 3 laws of logic here. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Well,
Or you could
because
just
first
answer.
of all, to me, it's a lie. So it's subjective, right?
Yeah, I'm not asking what you think, right? I could think that somebody is lying about being a
Well,
Christian.
no.
That doesn't make them not a Christian.
Right.
Okay.
So
But
I
you
don't
would
get
agree
what
that
you're
they're a
saying.
Christian, right? You would agree that they're a Christian regardless of what I think, right?
I would agree that because they say they're a Christian.
Yeah. So let's say there's somebody that says they're a Christian. They are a Christian because that's how they identify
But there's no
themselves,
underlying
right? And
law.
I
But
say,
there's
no
no
underlying
underlying. There's no underlying lie.
well, yeah.
That's the problem.
Nor
The
is there a
dysphoria
lie in
is
what
the
I'm
lie.
saying. I'm not lying.
Do you think that people with body dysphoria should just be let alone and let
What
themselves?
you mean body
are-
dysmorphia? Do you know the difference between dysphoria and dysmorphia?
Well, it's what? No, tell me.
Okay, so dysmorphia refers to a false perception of oneself. So that's going to be a discomfort caused by a false perception. So, for instance, if there is an anorexic person
Like
and they
you.
look in the mirror and they see themselves as fat, that would be an example of body dysmorphia. Dysphoria refers to a true perception. So I might look in the mirror and see, wow, I look extremely male. And that's a true perception. But it also makes me extremely, well, dysphoric, uncomfortable with that. I'm not comfortable looking male. I don't want to look male. That makes me miserable.
Because first of all, it is a
So
dysphoria.
it's a true perception.
Body dysphoria.
That's not the same thing as dysmorphia. Dysphoria, no, dysphoria refers to a true perception. No, these are not the same thing. No, those are not the same thing. They are two different medical terms. You are retarded. Yes, look it up. That's what I'm telling you. Dysmorphia and dysphoria are not the same thing.
Facts don't work.
Holy shit, you're actually brain dead. You think that dysmorphia and dysphoria are the same thing?
I think that
I literally you said you didn't know what the difference was. I explained the difference, and you're like, actually, no, I actually do think they're the same thing.
No.
This is embarrassing.
No, you're embarrassing. Think about it. You want people to lie.
Dog, wait, hold on. Do you think you look good in this conversation right now?
Pardon me?
Do you think you look good in this conversation right now?
Well, I don't care what I look like because, again, it's subjective. I don't really care what
That's
people
not the
think
question I
about
asked
me.
you. Do you think you look good in this conversation? Yes or no?
I look great in it, of course, because anybody with a half a
All
mind would
right. So yeah,
understand
you're
what I'm saying.
delusional. I'm sorry, but you're delusional, my friend.
You're delusional because you have a dysphoria. That makes you delusional.
Okay, what's my false belief then? How does having gender dysphoria make you delusional?
That you think you're
dysphoria
a woman.
Explicitly refers to a true belief. You're thinking of dysmorphia.
Well, that's not. Well, then you're dysmorphia too. Then.
Oh, I have dysmorphia too. I have a false perception about my body. What's my false perception about my body?
Yeah, you have a false perception of who you are.
Well, that's not what this. Hold on, dysphoria and dysmorphia don't refer to that at all. Dysphoria and dysmorphia refer to a discomfort, whether it be on a true basis, dysphoria, or on a false basis, dysmorphia. So, can you explain?
So yours is based on a truth.
I have dysmorphia and dysphoria.
You're telling me that yours is based on a truth. That's what you're telling me then.
Yeah, when I look at myself in the mirror and I see masculine characteristics that make me uncomfortable, yeah, that's going to be based on truth. It is true that I have masculine characteristics, and those are the characteristics that make me uncomfortable. If I looked like a cis woman, I wouldn't be uncomfortable looking in the mirror.
Thank you. You just made my argument.
No, I didn't. You are retarded.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Don't call me names. That obviously shows
don't say things that are factually correct about me. Very messed up.
Well, but you do want people to lie to you, right? To call you he or she, her.
Well, it's not a lie.
You do want.
How is that a lie? No, it's not.
Because I know you. It is a lie because I know that you're. Yes, it is. I know you're a man.
No, it's
you
not.
Want me to lie. It goes against all my beliefs.
Can you explain? Okay, can you explain how pronouns are biologically inscribed in people's DNA? Can you explain that? How are pronouns biological? Why are they necessarily a biological thing? Why must they be?
Because that's what they refer to, biological. He,
but
him,
that's not what
her,
they do. But that's just not true. You're just wrong about that.
No,
right? Because that's not how people use those words.
You just can't come along and change a word that's been around for 5,000 years.
The projection is unreal.
To make it sound like what you want.
This is embarrassing. What are you doing?
Embarrassing? You're embarrassing because you're taking words.
This is so sad. What are you doing?
You're putting your own meaning to words that have been around for thousands of years.
Yes, because the meaning of words never changes over time.
Well,
absolutely,
that's so true. They do, but these words.
Oh, they don't. Changed. But they do. But these ones specifically can't. These ones can't.
No, they haven't.
These ones can't. Only other words can change, but not these ones.
I agree with you. They can, but they haven't. So you're trying to change.
Dude, this is so embarrassing.
You're trying to change everybody. No, you're embarrassing. I'm owning you like nothing. Like, think about what you're saying.
So true. I'm getting owned right now.
And if they don't lie to you, then they're transphobic if they don't lie to you because they don't lie. That's what you're saying.
It's not lying to use she or her pronouns. That's not what a lie is.
Times. That's a lie. If you're a he and you want me to call you a she, that's a lie.
But I'm not a he.
Right? If you tell your kids there's a Santa Claus, are you lying to them?
Yes, because that would be false. That's the difference.
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, so
Santa Claus
if you
is a
say
he.
she her, if you say she
Santa
her,
Claus is a he.
yeah, if you say she her, you're not communicating information about their biological sex. That shouldn't be the intention. You shouldn't be thinking about somebody's genitalia. That's fucking weird, right?
No,
You're obviously referring to
no, but
something
you need
social.
pronouns,
You're
as in,
referring to
like,
a
she went
social
to the
category, you
store.
fucking moron.
Well,
somebody in
whatever.
chat wants to know if you're
so
sober. Are
she's
you
a
sober?
social-
Are you sober?
Absolutely. Yeah, let me answer that question for you. So she
Yeah,
is
are
a
you
social
sober?
construct. Yeah, absolutely, I am. So she is a social construct.
Are you sure
is
you're
what you just
sober?
said. Absolutely. I don't think
Are you
you're
on any?
sober.
Are you on any other substances?
Nothing.
Because people are putting X to doubt.
What's that?
People are putting X to doubt. It means that they don't believe you when you say you're sober.
Oh, I don't care. They can believe whatever they want. Of course I'm sober.
Okay. I'm just
slurring my
letting you know how
words?
you come across.
Am I stuttering? I mean, do you even know how to determine if somebody's drunk or sober over the phone? And
I
if
don't
you
know.
do,
Based
it'd
on you
just
being
be a
incoherent,
belief,
you
and it would
sound
just be
like somebody's
subjective.
drunk uncle.
Well, I'm an uncle, but I'm not drunk.
Well, I'm halfway there. Halfway correct.
I haven't seen you take a drink yet, so I don't know how you're halfway there.
No, I'm saying that I'm halfway there in terms of guessing correctly.
That I'm drunk?
No, that
Anyways,
you're an uncle. I said you sound like a drunk uncle. And then you're
What's
like,
an
well, I'm an
uncle
uncle, and I'm
anyway?
like, I made a joke. Oh my god. I don't even know what a fucking
Oh,
joke
okay.
is.
Well, I laugh at jokes when they're funny.
But you didn't even understand the joke. You didn't even know what the
Well,
joke
that's
was.
what I mean. I laugh at them when they're funny, so they're not funny.
Yeah, I guess you're not going to
Holy
find the
cow.
joke funny if you don't even know what the joke is.
Well, yeah, exactly. Duh. So what? I don't know what your stupid joke is. Explain it to me.
Dog, you're the
Explain
one
it
that's
to me
dumb
then.
for not getting it.
No, well, explain it to me.
Oh my god. No. I shouldn't have to explain it. We're moving on to the next person. Hello. You're on the air. Before we start, what the fuck is your audio? Jesus, what was that sound? I don't know if that was on my end. I'm gonna read some donos. Thank you, Elbert, for the one saying, FYI, it's important to know, gender is not a social construct, it's a chemical construct which is influenced by sex but not predetermined by it. That's why gender dysphoria can occur without any social pressure. True. Thank you, Moth, for the 10, saying there are no good debaters, lol. Yeah, thus far, that seems to be true. And thank you. Thank you, Daddy and a Caddy, for the 2, saying, you are not a social or biological chicken or girl. Well, socially, I would be a girl, right? It's not the same thing as biologically. You know, if people treat me like a girl, they refer to me as such in society, that quite literally is socially being that thing. Thank you, Remy A, for the 5, saying, today I got a Hatsune Miku blind box. Just thought you should know. I say Christians who don't fully follow the Bible are fake, thus not real. Okay, interesting. Also, thank you, JKC, for the 2, saying, tears of straight men heal my queer trauma. Hell yeah. All right, those are all the donos that I got during those 2 debates. Anyways, what do you want to talk about? I assume you want to talk about what's in the title.
Yeah. I would say that delusional is probably not the word I would describe it.
Okay. Also, thank you, Macaroni Puppy, for the 2, saying, girly, your community Discord link gets expired. I'll fix that at the end of the stream, don't worry.
I've been listening to what you have been saying previously, and you clearly accept that you are a boy from birth.
Oh, from birth, you mean like assigned male at birth. Boy and male are not the same.
Yes. And then chose to change.
What do you mean by choosing to change? You mean choosing to transition? Yeah, I'd say I chose to transition medically or whatever. I didn't choose to be trans, though, to clarify.
So I would not use the word delusional.
Okay. So, what's your position? What do you want to talk about?
I would say it's mixed.
It's
For
mixed.
me because yes. Um,
So where do you disagree with me? We'll start there.
it's not that I totally disagree. It's more that I probably can understand it myself. From my point of view.
Mhm.
From what I seen things, I don't understand it. Why people would choose to do that.
You mean
But I
choose to
totally
transition?
yes.
So the
But
reason is just to alleviate dysphoria. So it just like makes us happier. It allows us to be ourselves. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Okay. To clarify, how
but
would you feel if you started growing boobs?
I don't know. I don't know.
And then every month you have
Maybe
period cramps. How would you feel about
would
that? You wouldn't like it
would
very much,
pro
would you?
no, I don't think so.
How would you feel about having a vagina instead of a dick?
I don't know. I can't tell how I would feel when I haven't felt it.
Yeah, but like, how would you feel like emotionally based on that? Like, is that something you would want, right? Because like the idea of it, like how does the idea of it make you feel? We'll start there.
It would probably be weird.
Yeah, you wouldn't like it. There'd be like a weird disconnect. There would be like a disconnect between you and your body. It would feel strange. It wouldn't feel right. There'd be like an incongruity there, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I don't think we really disagree on much. Are there any other questions you have before I move on to the next caller?
It's more how can I say this? In my point of view, there is mostly only two genders, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'd say most people fit into either category. Sure, I don't disagree with that. But you'd agree there's exceptions, right?
And I really try to understand this. I have seen a lot. There is a lot going on right now about trans. It has been going on for a while.
Yeah.
I've seen it on YouTube mostly.
Yeah, there's
And
like a
I-
lot of stuff on YouTube.
And I'm just really trying to understand why this is happening.
Fair.
Like,
It doesn't sound like you have like a particularly strong stance on anything. But I do implore you to definitely, look into this if it's something you're interested in. I do have a lot of callers that really disagree with me on this that I want to get to. There's a lot of people waiting that have been waiting for a while. So, is there anything else you'd like to say quickly before I move on to the next person?
not really, I don't think.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on. It's been a pleasure and have a nice day.
You too.
Thanks. All right. Hello. You're on the air.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm alright. I'm a little nervous.
That's okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there's people watching. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It's
I
my
get
first
it.
into a live stream, so kind of wild, but
It's okay. It's okay. I remember my first live stream, except it was on my channel and I got like no viewers, so it was a little bit different.
oh, I've been there, trust me.
Yeah. We all been there. It's not the same. So what do you want to talk about?
So
Oh,
yeah,
he's
I
too
mean, I'm
quiet. He's
just
quiet. Okay, sorry. Let me turn you
Yes,
up.
I'm very quiet. Sorry, I have a dynamic mic and I don't have a cloud lifter. You might have to turn me up on Discord. I don't know.
All right, I turned you up. It should be good now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, sweet. No, you're all good. I'm the one who hasn't got a cloud lifter yet.
You're good.
Yeah, I was getting home. I got home from work. I saw the your live stream pop up on YouTube, and I was like, "Oh, that's an interesting premise." And then I saw you were taking callers.
Mhm.
I guess I just I think like a lot of people have been saying so far, delusional kind of seems like a strong word to me. I think it's like you know, if you're attacking it with at that angle, if you're like setting it that at that framing, like the subtext is like, am I delusional for
Yeah.
being trans? And I
Well, yeah, and
think
that's sort of
like
the goal. It's meant to be inflammatory.
oh, okay, well, yeah. I get like the clickbaity shit and all that stuff. Am I allowed to
Yeah.
swear?
Yeah,
Okay,
of
yeah,
course.
I
I say
get like the
retard. You're fine.
I get
Just don't
calling
just don't
people
say
into
slurs.
you yeah. Yeah,
Don't
that'd
say the
probably be a
N-word.
bad thing. Yeah, that'd
Yeah.
probably be a bad thing. I don't know. I feel like personally, I have a lot of sympathy for people in the trans community.
Mhm.
Obviously, I called in because I don't necessarily agree with the lifestyle, right?
Okay.
But personally, I think that, you know, because gender dysphoria, not transgenderism specifically, but gender dysphoria is still in the DSM-5.
DSM-5? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
so it's still something that, you know, you'd go to a therapist to get diagnosed. I just disagree with the treatment of
Okay.
like,
Why?
right? Because if there's a dysphoria, right? Like I think you said earlier something about dysphoria being based on like something that is real.
I said it's based on like an incongruence between like an incongruity between the gender that you were assigned at birth and the gender that you identify with. And I think what I referred to that would be real is like I guess like the most tangible thing that we could point to that's like objectively measurable in of itself would just be brain structure, if that's what you were referring to.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
So for
Okay.
instance, my
Yeah.
brain structure is going to be far more well actually I haven't measured my brain structure, so maybe not. But on average when it comes to trans women, our brain structures are far closer on average to that of a cis woman than that of a cis man. Does that make sense?
Oh, I guess so. I haven't ever heard of anyone mention that, but
Yeah,
I'll take
I
your
put
word
it in
for
the pop out chat, and I'll. Can you see what I linked in the pop out chat, in the side chat?
I closed the window because I didn't want there to be like an echo.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll put it.
I'll just assume that you're right on that.
Yeah, I showed it
I'll just
earlier in the
yeah.
stream. So there are going to be certain parts of the brain that are the ones that likely inform you on your gender, right?
Okay.
And
Sure.
it seems to be the
Yeah,
case
and I
that
mean
the only treatment that actually works in terms of, benefiting trans people, is gender affirming care, right? So if we actually look at, various different longitudinal studies on the matter, there seems to be like a scientific consensus that the best way to treat dysphoria, is through gender affirming care. So that's going to be things like, even just socially transitioning, hormone replacement therapy, sometimes surgery, but that's going to be less common.
okay.
So those are going to be things
I
that
think there
better
is
our mental
debate.
health.
I think there is debate on whether or not that is the best course of action.
Okay, what would be a better action?
Well, I think, you know, going to therapy, getting dysmorphia
You mean
diagnosed, and then
dysphoria?
just oh, sorry, dysphoria. Yeah, I was confused by the older guy who was on. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I would say get the dysphoria diagnosed, and then just talk about it with someone.
But talking
Um,
about it won't make the dysphoria go away. Like we've tried that, it just doesn't work.
how so?
Well, it just doesn't go away.
Well, studies
Like
show
like the
that it
the, the
does go away
dysphoria
after.
the dysphoria persists. Like the
Can I
feelings of
ask you when
dysphoria don't go
you
away.
can I ask you when you started transitioning?
So I started HRT at 19. I'm
Okay,
21 now.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are also studies that show that even after, like, gender affirming care being given, that isn't there still a 40% suicide rate?
No.
And I think
So
it
what
might be
you're
a little
referring
bit
to,
lower
I
than
think what
that.
you're referring to is the Swedish study. So what the Swedish study found was that while it is true that after transitioning, trans people are better off than they were before transitioning, that they're still worse off than the general population. So the issue is that you're conflating it with the general population when it's something that you would need to measure longitudinally, right? So are they better now than they were before, right? And the answer is going to be yes, on average, when it comes to trans people that are transitioning and going through that medical care, right? But yeah, obviously, we're still going to be more mentally ill on average than the general population. And there are reasons for that. And we could get into that if you want.
I actually would like to get into that. Yeah, because if our goal here, right? Because I think everyone shares the same goal of like
I
wanting the
wish.
general population to be mentally healthy.
Mhm.
The disconnect is that some people see transgenderism as mentally unhealthy, and other people see it as the only way to be mentally healthy. That's where
So
the
the
major
thing is,
disconnect
right,
is.
being trans is not a choice. I want to clarify that. The only choice that you have in the matter is whether or not you choose to transition. I don't want to be trans. I didn't choose to be trans. I did everything in my power not to be. And then I realized me not transitioning and just like denying this aspect of myself is just going to make me miserable, right? So even anecdotally, it's going to be the case that I'm way better off transitioning. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here, let me see. Do I still have my fucking research doc, or is that on a different account? Please tell me I have my research doc. Trans research doc.
Well, so would you separate the idea of gender dysphoria from the idea of transgenderism, or do you equate the two?
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would separate them because they're not. It's not the same thing in of itself.
Okay, so then I would say that the dysphoria is the thing that you don't choose, right? That comes on from a series of circumstances, whether that's sexual abuse in childhood, whether that's having a
It's not
brain.
caught. There's no evidence to suggest it's caused by sexual abuse in childhood.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like because there are people who definitely were sexually abused in childhood and then report having their first what would you
Yeah.
say?
So if you're
Their
talking about something that's correlative, correlation does not equal causation. If that's what you're trying to
Well,
get
sure,
at.
there are plenty of things that could have led them to that, right? But if something happens, if you have a sexually traumatic experience, that changes your mentality completely around the idea of what sexuality even is, which can open you up to the idea of like, oh, maybe this is the fix for the sexual discomfort that I feel. Maybe it's because I am a woman instead of a man, or a man instead of a woman, vice versa.
Let's see. Is this the one that I'm looking for? Following gender affirming care. What is this? I need to label these.
Because I would say that
Okay.
the dysphoria is the thing that you don't choose, whether that's because you were born with a certain brain structure, right? Or because of
Correct.
sexual trauma, or because
It
you
has
know,
more to do with brain strike. There's no evidence to suggest it's sexual trauma. I'm just
I
trying to
mean, I
look
don't think
through
that there's
these.
no evidence of that.
Well, maybe there's a weak correlation, but that doesn't equal causation. Correlation's not very useful in of itself, if that's what you're trying to get at.
Sure, okay, so for whatever reason then, I think
What
I
the fuck is
still for
very?
like
I have something labeled as very big long study. Thank you, past me. Very cool. This is why I'm like zoning out, is because I'm trying to figure out what study is which. It might actually be faster to just Google rather than use my own shitty fucking research doc because I haven't
yeah,
used it in
possibly.
ages. Fuck. Which one?
But I'll say that the transgenderism is the thing that you are actually making a choice on. The dysphoria may be from birth,
But by
but the
transgenderism, do you mean medically transitioning? Yeah, you choose to medically transition, but that's like the only way that you can alleviate dysphoria, right? So you don't choose to have dysphoria. But
I think
what you
going through
can do is choose to do
therapy
something
also
about the dysphoria. You can choose to treat the dysphoria, right? So the same way that you can't choose whether or not you have depression, you can choose to treat depression, right? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but you can treat depression through therapy.
Not always. There are going to be cases where somebody, regardless of how much therapy they have, is going to require antidepressants. There's literally just like a chemical imbalance in their brain, right? Now I will agree that when it comes
Sure.
to antidepressants specifically, those are overprescribed. That's my opinion on
Oh
that.
yeah,
I do think that they're
100%.
overprescribed.
And most
However,
people should
I
be
also
weaned off of them over time.
but I also think that like there are going to be some people that need that. Now, similarly, in terms of trans people, I'd say it's a bit different because it's a lot more gate kept than antidepressants. That's for fucking sure, right?
Yeah.
I think
Well, I
it's
mean, there
definitely
aren't
gate
that
kept
many
enough.
doctors that are
I'd
willing to
say it's
prescribe that sort of stuff.
right. So I would say that it's definitely gate kept enough. Especially when it comes to like minors. If anything, it's overly gate
Yeah.
kept. Like it's crazy
Well,
the
but
amount of hoops you have to jump through.
Gate-kept, or
When
is
it comes
is
to
it full
what
scientific consensus?
no, it's that it's gate kept. It's not that
By
there's
who?
not scientific consensus by medical professionals.
Yeah, but why are they gatekeeping it? Why would they do that?
But the reason that they would gatekeep anything else,
Which would be?
well, it's going to be a combination of political reasons, right? Because you have to be in
Okay.
line with what the government, is okay
Right.
with,
So there's a
as well
consensus
as,
of-
as well as, like you could say level of certainty would be part of it. But if we search
Sure.
what determines the extent, it's actually a good question, to which something is medically gate kept. I'm actually interested in this. It's a better question than anybody else has asked. Okay.
Thank you.
Should I cite AI?
I don't
You know what?
care. I think Gemini's
Okay.
all right. Like it's usually
We'll
decently
go for
accurate.
we'll go for this. Okay, this is gonna be generally accurate. It's not, but take it with a grain of salt. Also, thank
Yes,
you,
yes, of
Waffle
course.
Monster 94 for the 20. Beautiful fucking bastard saying much love, Femi. Keep grinding. Thank you so much. I meant to read that. Obviously, I get in the middle of a discussion. It's like I'm
Oh
still
no,
working on
I
those.
get it. You gotta do
Also,
what you gotta do.
yeah, healthcare system structure and cost control. So managed care models. Healthcare systems that use a managed care or gatekeeper model, like many health maintenance organizations, HMOs, rely on prim. Also, I want to clarify that when it comes to like it being over gatekept, I'm specifically talking about when it comes to gender affirming care for minors. So for adults in blue states, at least, we use this thing called the informed consent model. So it's not going to be overly gatekept in that case. And I think that's the way it should be for adults, because adults are, well, adults. They can make decisions for themselves. They ought to have the right to bodily autonomy. So once you're 18, I feel like you should just be able to do whatever the fuck you want. I would hope you wouldn't disagree with that. In terms of minors, it's going to be
Oh, I
gatekept
agree.
because
I agree with
because
the fact that,
minors
like, you should
because
be
once
able
when
to-
you're not of the age of medical consent, there's going to be higher standards, right?
Yeah.
So again, and it's if we go based on here, I'm just going to fucking Google because
I agree with the idea that like anybody above the age of 18 should have the right to make that choice. I'm not gonna ever personally agree with that choice, I think. But I think they have the right to, as long as it's, legal. I think like, like black market hormones is a little bit of a risky thing to get into, but I think that's a little off topic.
But speaking of AI slop, if we're gonna cite AI slop, if you search mental health outcomes of gender affirming care, you'll find that the AI overview says gender affirming care is associated with significant positive mental health outcomes, including reduced rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation, and overall improved well-being for transgender and gender diverse individuals. Studies show that receiving care such as puberty blockers, hormones, surgeries, lead to better mental health compared to those who want but do not receive care. So key findings are going to be, I think we just listed them. Okay. Research indicates that transgender non-binary youth who receive gender-affirming care showed decreased symptoms of depression and anxiety, lower suicidal thoughts and self-harm. Studies have found a lower likelihood of self-harm and suicidal thoughts among those receiving gender-affirming care, such as hormones or puberty blockers. Gender-affirming surgery is also linked to reduction in suicidal ideation. Increased life satisfaction and well-being. Gender affirming care is associated with increased life satisfaction, positive affect, and overall psychological well-being. Benefits of an early intervention. Starting care, particularly hormone therapy in adolescence, is linked to better mental health outcomes in adulthood compared to starting it later or never receiving it. Surgery and mental health. Gender affirming surgeries are associated with significant reductions in psychological distress and suicidal ideation among those who have them compared to those who do not have them. Important considerations are going to be harm reduction, preventative care, and long-term benefits. Right. So, and I think that it has how do I I think it has sources linked. So the sources that it gets it from are going to be I don't know, what is JAMA? Okay, whatever that is. Columbia University Department of, and then it gets cut off. UW homepage, National Institutes of Health, so the NIH. The NIH again, Harvard, Northwestern University, Stanford Medicine, University of Washington School of, and then it just cuts off, and then UW Medicine again. So, that's what the AI cited. So, some of these wouldn't be ones that I would cite just because I'm not familiar. I don't know what UW Medicine is. But I'd be willing to cite Stanford Medicine or Northwestern University or Harvard, and definitely the NIH, right?
Yeah.
So, like this seems to be like the consensus, right? So I'm hoping that definitely helps clear it up.
Well, I mean, I think also because it's so politicized, like that was that through like Google's AI?
Yes.
I mean, I think because it's so politicized, like AI is not objective. Like it is programmed.
Well, hold on.
by
It's
the
it's
people
going
that
it's
set
going
it up.
no, because it's going based on the studies that it was able to find, right? So that's what it's going off of. One of which is going to be, like for instance here. Let me give an example of one. I'm going to put in chat. Also, thank you, Macaroni Puppy, for the 10, saying, people saying being trans is a choice. I am a cis woman. I was born as a woman. I would physically be uncomfortable being referred to as a dude. I can't choose to suddenly be a dude. Yeah, exactly. So I linked that in chat. But yeah, thank you, Macaroni Puppy, for the $10. Beautiful fucking bastard. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. I think you might be the last caller because we've been going for 3 hours. We've been going for a long time.
Yeah, it's been
Concurrents
a
are
long
a little
while.
bit down. It's okay. I can't complain. We've been doing really well this stream. Like, what the fuck? Like, we were hovering
Title, I
over
guess.
300 for like 2 hours. We were at like 300 to 400. Like, that shit was crazy. Like 56,000 total views. Like, that's a lot of people scrolling. God damn.
Oh yeah. So I don't know how quickly you want to wrap up, but like I guess can I ask your opinion on gender affirming care for children specifically? Do you think that
Yeah,
most people should wait
same
until they're
opinion.
18?
No, I don't think that you should be forced to go through the wrong puberty and, go through the irreversible changes of your natal puberty. So for the same reasons, that like you wouldn't. Also, I'm gonna link the community server because I know that so that's in chat. I know Macaroni Puppy wanted to join that, so I've linked that in chat. But yeah, in terms of mental health outcomes, I mean, I literally linked, and I could link this in the pop out chat as well, right? So give me a sec. And the NIH seems to agree with me. Okay. Oops. What the hell is that? Oh, there's just like me hotkeying and accidentally typing. Okay, here we go. So it's gonna be mental health outcomes.
There are
in
studies that
transgender.
show there are studies that show that like upwards of 80% of children with gender dysphoria grow out of it by the time
Well,
they
that's just
are
not
done
true.
with
So you're
puberty.
talking about the thing. So no, what you're referring to is a study that suggested or showed that I think it was like a high percentage of kids that showed up to a gender clinic ended up not coming back, or some shit like
Okay.
that. But they were never diagnosed with gender dysphoria. So
Well, if we're saying that like Gemini is like a decent source of information, I did
okay, what
Google
is the
it.
source? What's the source attached? Can you send the source attached?
They're just agreeing with me.
Okay, but does it have sources attached? Like, are
I
there?
have to
Because
ask
like from
it to attach sources.
yeah, ask it for sources. And if it doesn't give you sources, then it's just making shit up.
Oh, I gotcha.
Because like that, and that's something that I look for is it'll like when you Google something and it gives you an AI response, if it's like the more reliable it is, the generally speaking, like the more like the more things that'll be attached. So right here where it says AI overview, I don't know if you're looking at my stream, but for those of you who are, it says AI overview, and then to the right there'll be like 3 icons and then +7, right? So that means that there's 10 sources that it's using to come to this conclusion, right? So that's and you can look into those sources, see what those sources are, right? Also, thank you, Perry, too funny for the 5 cent. Get me in there. I have a strong debate for you. You're gonna have to wait in line with everybody else. I don't think we're gonna get it to any more callers today because I'm getting fatigued. I'm getting debate fatigue. All right, I can only debate for so long. So yeah.
2022 study found that among a cohort of children who socially transitioned an average of 6.7 years, that 97.5 continue to identify. Okay, that doesn't help.
Yeah, that proves my side of the argument correct, right? You're reading something that affirms my position.
Already socially transitioned.
Okay, yeah. Well, they already socially transitioned. So if we're gonna look at like whether or not kids should transition, we would want to look at the regret rates, right?
Yeah.
So that's not even going to be like the total number of people that detransition. There are people that detransition that don't regret it. Well, yeah, there's going to be a very small number of people that regret it. It's going to be like 0.5%.
They don't regret it.
There might be other reasons, like they're going to be people that like they don't want to be too far in either direction. Like they're non-binary people where it's like they'll go on testosterone for like a year and get their breasts cut off.
Yeah.
But then they'll go off of testosterone because they don't want to masculinize too much either. They want to just be sort of more androgynous, right? So there might be various different reasons. But not everyone that detransitions regrets it. And even so, the detransition rates are low. But generally, it's going to be things like that. And it's also going to be people that detransition because they weren't accepted by their friends or family or the environment that they were in, right? That's going to be one of the main reasons that people detransition. So what we want to look at is people that what we would want to look at specifically, hold on, no, it's more complex than that. What we need to look at specifically is people that detransition on the basis of regretting it. So if we search
people that do regret it, and they basically their testimony is that they basically got tricked by the medical system.
Yeah, and people say a lot of different shit, and it's like, well, skill issue, that shouldn't ruin it for the rest of us.
Well, but we do have to be very, very careful because then it's like
no, we don't because it's a skill issue on their end. Like they didn't get tricked by they actively sought out care. Yeah, they actively sought out care. Their parents agreed to it. The doctors diagnosed them with gender dysphoria after at least 6 months of them having persistent gender dysphoria and experiencing a whole myriad of other symptoms that are required, right?
Sure.
And then they go on puberty blockers for 2 years, which are reversible. And then if and only they do that, okay, then they'd be able to go on HRT after 2 years of puberty blockers, right?
Okay.
After all the other shit that we described. And again, it wouldn't just be the child deciding that they want to go on HRT. Their parents would have to agree to it, and the doctor would have to prescribe it, right?
Well, but their parents wouldn't
to decide, yeah. So
that was the only option.
A doctor can't force a parent to give their kid medication.
No, but if your doctor looks at you and says your child will kill themselves if you don't do this for them.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's generally going to be true. Yeah, that is. They are more likely to kill themselves. Also, a doctor's not going to say your child will literally fucking die and kill themselves if you don't do this.
Down the conversation. That is boiling
well, if that's what you interpret from it, then that just goes to show that the reasons for why it's necessary. Right? That's why it's necessary for trans people to get this care because we are more suicidal. We are more suicidal when we don't get the care that we need. That's just a fact. Facts don't care about your feelings.
I think
correct. Yes, so wouldn't you be in favor of doing the thing that reduces our suicide rate?
No, because I think waiting until
No, you're in favor of doing the thing that maximizes the suicide rate. Yeah, but the chances are that you're more likely to commit suicide if you don't get the care sooner. Do you want to know why that is?
Therapy. take
Go through therapy.
antidepressants.
That's not going to revert. That's not going to magically reverse the changes of going through the
I'm not
wrong
saying
puberty.
you have to.
Okay,
there's
do you
personal
want to know what
changes
causes
that
negative
do
mental
it.
health ramifications, whether you like it or not, no matter how much therapy you do?
What's that?
Going through the wrong puberty, that causes negative mental health ramifications no matter what.
What says it's the wrong one?
Dysphoria does. The dysphoria you get from it. That's how
but
you
where
know.
does that come from? Because okay, so you said
What do you
that,
mean,
like,
where does that come from?
yeah, where does the dysphoria come from?
Your brain.
Okay, so earlier you said that brain structures for people that are transgender are very similar to that of female or male, depending like
Yeah, in
they're
terms
the
of ones that
opposite
would be
gender,
relevant
right?
to gender, yes.
Yes. So
Yeah, that doesn't change.
I guess my question is like,
Those parts of the brain don't change genders. That's not how that works.
yeah, like it's hard to like neuroplasticity is only so powerful, right?
Yeah,
But
it's you're not so you don't have so much neuroplasticity. They're gonna go from a brain that resembles in areas where it's important, right? There's gonna be certain regions in the brain that would inform your gender. Those aren't gonna magically change if you're forced to go through the wrong puberty. Those are going to stay the same, and your dysphoria is going to get worse, and the rest of your life is worse. My life is permanently worse off than it would have been if I had just had access to puberty blockers and HRT when I was younger, because I have permanent changes to my body from testosterone that I did not consent to. I did not choose to have testosterone in my system. That was against my will.
yeah, I mean, you were born that way. Like no one put that on you,
But it was against my will.
but you were.
I should have had access to HRT. Who gives a fuck if you're born that way? What if there was a cis girl who was born as a girl, but let's say she has like some sort of intersex condition, or she has testosterone that makes her start growing a beard? Would it be wrong to intervene if she wants to have intervention because she doesn't want to grow a fucking beard? For her to be like, hey, I want to have T blockers. I don't want to have testosterone in my system. Thank you very much. Would that be wrong? Because, you're born that way, so it's not forced upon you. No, that would be a ridiculous argument to make.
Well, I mean, hey, blood, get a razor. You know, like
Just so you think that they should be forced to go through the wrong puberty.
what you just said.
They would have a
women
hormonal
have
imbalance.
testosterone.
Yeah, they would have a hormonal imbalance that would cause their voice to drop substantially and would cause them to grow
There are women with
facial hair.
deeper voices than others. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, not just deeper voices, right? They would sound male and start growing a beard.
Okay, so
There's
remember
like a
that one-
solution to that. You shouldn't have to wait until you're an adult.
Okay, so you remember that one athlete in the Olympics where there was a
Can you respond to the point that I made? I don't care about trans sports. I don't give a fuck. That's not what we're talking
no,
about.
I'm just saying, you remember that one that everyone thought was like transgender, but she was really just high in testosterone.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, she became an amazing athlete because she was high.
That's
in testosterone.
great, but not everyone wants to become an amazing athlete. There are some girls that are not interested in becoming an amazing athlete. The people that are the best athletes in the world are ones that give a fuck when they're younger. They're the people that want to be athletes when they're a little kid. And then they hyper focus on whatever sport it is that they care about. And then from there, due to them being lucky, due to their biological advantages, as well as them being dedicated to the sport, that is how they become a professional in the sport. So if they're not already interested, they're probably not going to be a professional. Okay, let's just say that.
But I'm not saying they would only their only option.
Okay,
to
what is
do
the benefit of forcing a teenage girl to have a beard? Well, it's natural, so it's good. Okay, well, obviously,
a teenage female to have a beard.
well,
Who's doing
by
it?
not allowing her to go on HRT if she has a hormonal imbalance that causes her to have a beard, you would be forcing her to have a 5 o'clock shadow. Let's say
You
it's to the
wouldn't
point where if she
have to go
shaves,
on
she has a
HRT
5
if she
o'clock
was just
shadow.
high in testosterone. If she was just
What's
high in
that?
testosterone, she wouldn't have to go on HRT.
But there are people
Right.
with hormonal imbalances. There are intersex people that have hormonal imbalances.
Okay, yeah. I
There are
think in those
instances in which it's
certain
unsafe. There are instances
I
in which
think-
it's unsafe to have a hormonal imbalance because of how imbalanced it is, and you need medical intervention to survive
Yeah, I think if we're
and to be
gonna get
healthy.
into it-
So
we're
if you
gonna get
agree
into
that there are cases in which it is medically necessary, right, and that when it's medically necessary, it's needed for your health, right, for you to continue living, then you would agree that yeah, people should have access to that care. So similarly,
Well, I think
the same line of logic would apply to trans people who also need that care to survive.
Well, I think if you're gonna get into the niche of like the intersex person who is born with like both complete sets of genitalia and they have
We're not even
hormonal
talking about both
imbalances-
sets of genitalia. We're just talking about somebody that's intersex to the point where they have a hormonal imbalance. They could have one
Okay,
set of
well-
genitalia or the other.
Okay, well, if they
But that's
have
irrelevant to
one
the
set of
discussion.
genitalia, then it would probably be easier for them to transition into the gender that more closely aligns with their physicality, correct?
Ah, so that they should be given HRT because it aligns more closely with the one that they're closer to.
If they are
Well, that seems a
physically
bit silly.
closer to that, if they're physically closer to that, yes.
Why?
Because I think it
That just seems
well,
arbitrary. But I thought you said that what happens
It's not
naturally
arbitrary,
is what you should go through, right? So because you're just born that way, that should be the hormones that you have in your system, and there shouldn't be any other way until you're 18, right?
No, I think if we're talking specifically,
Ah,
intersex is very different
so
from
it is the
transgender.
case that there can be intervention before 18 when it comes to your hormones in order to better the life of the person
If you
that
are
has the
intersex.
wrong hormones. Why
If you are
only if you're
intersex.
intersex? That doesn't make any sense. In both cases,
Because
it is the
transgenders
wrong
are not
hormones. I know that they're not this. I know they're not exactly the same thing. That's the point of an analogy. What I'm telling you.
that it's the wrong, quote unquote wrong hormones because the person thinks that they're the wrong hormones, though.
Well, no, it's because they cause dysphoria, and that dysphoria is persistent. It's not just like a belief. It is a medically diagnosable amount of dysphoria.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna move you on like that area.
Well,
but
yeah,
we can
obviously you're
keep
not because you don't have any
firm on
arguments
it.
in favor of your position. I don't think that
Well, I
anyone would be able
have,
to move
but
me.
you just-
Maybe if no, you haven't made any arguments.
I have. I've said that. Okay, so if you want me to get back into what one of my arguments was,
No, I don't want you to repeat your arguments. I've already refuted them.
well, not
If you can make
fully,
new
because
arguments
let me. Okay, well, can we get onto a
or
new
respond to
topic
any of
then?
the arguments that I've made and prove any of my arguments wrong, you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay. So you said that earlier you were talking to someone else and you said that there's a difference between like sex and gender. I don't necessarily want to get into that whether or not sex and gender are the same thing because that's just we're going to go around in fucking circles with that shit.
Well, do you believe that they're the same thing?
I do. Yeah.
Why?
Because they've been used interchangeably throughout history for
Yeah, a lot of
years.
words have been used differently throughout history. Do you think that the meaning of words can change over time?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. So why is gender
Well,
the
I think
exception?
because I think the particular changing of those words was politically motivated.
And
Um,
why would that be relevant? The changing of the word
because
human to
politics
include
is
hold on. The
not
change
ultimate
changing
in
the word
life of
human
everyone.
changing the word human to include black people was also political, but it would be a good definition change. It's good that black people are categorized as human now because it was really fucking racist before. It was a worse society before that was changed. So you're right. Yeah, maybe it
Correct.
was changed for political reasons, and that's a good thing.
I mean, but that wasn't really politics. That was more like humanitarian.
No, it was
like-
politics.
I
Yeah,
mean, it was
humanitarian
changed
causes
through
were
the
political.
political system.
Yeah, being in favor of black people having the same rights as white people was a hot take back in the day. That actually was considered far left at one point, if you can believe that. So just because it's not political anymore, just because you don't view it as political, because it's the default, if you will, it wasn't always considered the default position. It was very much so political. Do you think that MLK was an apolitical person?
No,
Of course not. He was very political. What did he advocate in favor of?
civil rights.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Hmm.
So it's obviously the case that it is political, right? You're just wrong when you
Okay.
say it's not.
I want to talk about it from your perspective. So from your perspective, if we do separate gender and sex, right? You are like you would agree that you were born biologically a man and that like biologically.
Well, no,
a man-
but a man would refer to like an adult. I didn't pop out the fucking pussy wearing like a suit and a tie with a beard.
Okay.
I
You know
popped
what I'm
out of the
saying,
pussy
though.
as an infant.
You know
Now you
what
could
I'm
say
saying,
I
but
popped out of the
that's
pussy
the
as a
point I'm
male.
telling.
Ah, so what you're saying is that I was born as a male. That's true. I agree with
Sure.
that.
Sure. Yeah, which is what I said. So
No,
you
that's
don't
not
need
what
to
you said.
complicate
You
it.
said that I was
Okay,
born as a
that's-
man.
But
Those
you
are
can
very
tell
different
that's what I
things.
mean, though. We don't need to get into semantics.
Okay.
Like it's not going to move the conversation.
But like the
forward.
whole conversation is semantics, right? We're talking about the meaning of
Well, it
words.
shouldn't be semantics necessarily.
What do you think the meaning of words refers to? That would be if not
No,
a
I'm
semantic
saying-
debate. What kind of debate is that?
I want to specifically tackle it from your perspective
Okay.
right now for what I'm trying to line up. So, from your perspective, you believe that gender and sex are different, right? So the way someone's born does not determine their gender necessarily,
Correct.
right? So then you talked about gender archetypes and people choosing their archetypes being what determines what gender they are, correct?
Correct. And people choose. Most people are cisgender, and they choose their the whether it be the feminine or masculine social archetype, depending on, or sorry, they either, it's going to depend on whether or not they're cis or trans. So for a cis person, they choose it without even realizing it because they just sort of view it as the default. It was kind of chosen for them, but they agree with that decision, right? So they don't
Sure.
think of it as a decision. To
Yeah.
clarify.
Yeah, no, and I think that that's actually very troublesome to me because I think a lot of where like quote unquote toxic masculinity comes from is actually men being uncomfortable with the archetype that has been provided for them. I would like to put forward the idea that we can look at it in a even more nuanced way that is outside of the idea that like of transgenderism, right? Where if you're born a man, you shouldn't have to prescribe to these social archetypes.
I agree. I
But
don't think anybody
the
should have to,
antidote
and that's
to-
why I'm in
but
favor
the
of non-binary
antidote to
people.
that- yes, but the antidote to that is not, in my opinion, specifically, this is where it gets into my opinion. The antidote to that is not changing your gender. The antidote
What depends?
to that is
It depends
accepting-
on the person.
Sure,
It
but the
absolutely depends.
antidote to
No, it
that-
depends on the person, right? Is this somebody that has gender dysphoria?
the point that I'm trying to
No,
get at.
no, they don't have gender dysphoria.
Well,
Or is there like an incongruence between the gender they were assigned at birth and their actual gender? No?
Well, we
Okay, well then why would they transition? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm saying if someone has like, so say a young boy, right, is growing up and he exhibits some stereotypically, archetypally feminine traits, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe
Yeah, you should be
he
able to do that
has-
as a guy as well. I agree.
Yes, you should. And
I
that's
don't
what I'm saying,
but
like,
I don't think that
why
I don't
can't
think that
you just
portraying
why
I
can't
don't
you
think that
just
being
be
a feminine
more
guy.
effeminate man?
Yeah, I think that you can do that in some cases. Yeah, I think that there are some
Why shouldn't
people that are
be the
just effeminate
default
men.
form of treatment, though.
Because I tried being a feminine guy and that wasn't enough for me. Because I was still
Well,
dysphoric.
why do you think
Because
that
I have
is? Like, I'm
dysphoria.
genuinely
Because I have
curious about
dysphoria.
your-
Because I have dysphoria. The only way to
Okay,
treat
but
dysphoria
you
is through
don't think-
transitioning.
But you don't think that accepting the more feminine sides of yourself would have helped that
That's
at
what
all?
I was doing. I had already accepted the more feminine sides of myself.
How so?
And I was still dysphoric. I was
No, but
literally a femboy YouTuber. What do you mean, how so? I
Well,
literally
because
wore a
when I
fucking
say-
skirt and thigh highs in public. Like, I don't
because
think it
when
gets
I
more
say-
accepting than that.
No, when I say accepting the feminine sides of yourself, I mean accepting the idea that you can have feminine personality traits.
Yeah, I
without
also had
blending in.
feminine
I
personality
think
traits as
wearing-
well.
I think if you, yeah, but like things that are stereotypically female, right? Like this is gonna sound crazy, but I'm going into stereotypes, right? More artistic, more emotional, usually more caring, right? Which is why we see a lot of women going into the medical field.
Yeah. What about that? None
yeah,
of those
if you
things
find
have
yourself-
changed for me. None of the.
Okay,
If
but
anything,
find
if anything,
yourself-
I would be considered somewhere in the middle. I would be considered somewhere in the middle,
Okay.
right? So, for instance, my brain operates in like a very logical manner, right? That would actually be seen as more of like a masculine thing, right? So I wouldn't
Yeah.
go on the basis of, oh, but you could just be a feminine guy. Well, yeah, I was that for a bit, and I was still dysphoric. So obviously that wasn't the solution, because it made it better when I was able to sort of express myself, but I hated the idea of masculinizing over time. That was disgusting. The idea of having a 5 o'clock shadow made me want to jump off a building.
Yeah, no,
The
I
idea of growing more body hair, of my bone structure continuing to masculinize, was vomit inducing.
Yeah. But so I guess in my specific example, say this young boy recognized in himself that he had these feminine traits. I think the right move for that boy would be to
Hold on, does he identify as a girl? If not, then he would just be a feminine boy.
I'm saying like in a default scenario where like either that is unknown or he doesn't necessarily.
Well,
know
yeah,
there's
you wouldn't
something
fucking trans
transgender
him if that's what you're asking. No, you wouldn't.
No,
You wouldn't.
I'm not asking that. I'm not asking that. Just let me finish my thought, and then we can
Okay.
move on. You can move on from me if you want to. But
All
so
right.
why would it not be better for him to just accept that he's a little bit more artistic and that he's a little bit more caring? Because I think personally,
He can do that.
like,
If
yeah,
he's a
but
guy,
if
yeah, he could
puts
do
on
that.
a dress, if he puts on a dress, I think
Yeah,
that
what's
would
wrong with that?
worsen. That would worsen.
Why
the
would that
dysphoria
worsen it? If he wants to wear a
because
dress,
it
fucking
feeds
let him.
because it feeds into the dysphoria, and feeding into
No,
the
it doesn't.
dysphoria
It
is
doesn't
more of it.
feed into the dysphoria. That's not how dysphoria works. I don't become dysphoric when I put on a dress.
No, I think you become more of the idea that that is proper, which I don't think is
More
true.
of the idea that it's proper. Why wouldn't it be proper? Why would
Because
something
I
else
think
be
you can
proper?
fix it.
Why
Because I
would
think
wearing a
that
suit be
women-
proper? Being trans isn't something that gets fixed. That's not how being trans works. There's no such thing
Well,
as
because
fixing
the
being trans.
idea
You can't
that
make a
women
trans
should
person
wear a
not
dress
trans. That's
feeds
how it
into-
works. There's a reason conversion therapy doesn't work.
Well, because wearing a dress feeds into archetypes. It doesn't break you free of them.
Okay. So not wearing a dress, like prevent not letting the boy wear the dress would be not feeding into the archetype?
No,
Make
why
it
would
make
you feed
sense.
why would you feed into
What
an
do you
archetype? Why
mean?
can't you just-
How
why
would you
can't
be
just
feeding
be
into
who
it?
you
If he
are?
wants to wear the dress, let him wear the fucking dress. You're feeding into the archetype saying, no, you can't wear that, you're a boy. That's you feeding into the archetype. Not feeding into the
I'm not
archetype
saying
is
you
letting
can't
them
wear
wear whatever the fuck they want.
I'm not saying boys can't wear dresses. What I'm saying is that why, like, if you are of the idea that like nobody should be defined by stereotypical archetypes, then why, if you feel
Oh my god.
if you feel like you are a woman, why would the solution to that be putting on a dress? Right? Because
I'm not saying that's the solution.
Stereotype.
I'm
Well, you
not
said
saying
it
that's the
reduces
solution.
the
I'm
dysphoria.
saying it can reduce dysphoria. Yeah, it does for
Which
me.
is the
It doesn't
goal
increase
of-
dysphoria for me. It definitely
which is
doesn't
the goal of
increase
helping
dysphoria.
trans people,
It's also
correct?
going to be the case. Hold on. It's also going to be the case, right? That at no point have I ever said that putting on a dress cures your dysphoria or even makes it go
No,
away.
but you did
It
say it
barely does
lessens
anything. Well, yeah, for some people, yeah.
if
It
it
depends on
barely
how they
does
express their
anything, then why
gender.
do
I'm
it?
not saying that that's the only way to express your gender.
Okay, but if it barely does anything, then why participate in that?
Because it's better than not doing it, because it's fun, because you like it, because you like the way it looks.
Okay, so that
There's a
has
whole
nothing
myriad
to
of
do with
reasons.
reducing dysphoria.
Well, it can.
Okay, so it can.
Right?
or
Somebody might be
barely does
dysphoric
anything.
about having a buzz cut. There are a lot of women that wouldn't be comfortable having a buzz cut. A lot of cis women that wouldn't be comfortable having a buzz cut. Why? Because that'd be seen as more masculine. That might give them dysphoria. That doesn't even make
Okay.
them male. It's not a biological characteristic. That's just their
No,
fucking
it
hair. That's like a
doesn't.
purely social /
But
aesthetic thing.
dysphoria is just a general discomfort. Gender dysphoria is a discomfort with your gender. So
Correct, and
more
that's what that would
specific.
be. Yes.
No, they would be uncomfortable that they don't have long hair. They wouldn't be uncomfortable.
Okay,
in their
and why wouldn't they be
sexuality
comfortable with not having long hair?
because they want to have long hair.
Why do they want to have long hair?
Because they think it's pretty. I don't know.
Because they
Ask
think
the
it's
person.
pretty. Oh, okay.
Sure,
Okay, what
I would
in the
think- I would
specific
assume that's
example I
probably
gave you,
the-
do you think it might have something to do with the fact that it looks more masculine and they don't want to look more masculine? You think that might be why? You don't think that could have anything to do with it?
Well, I mean, that's the hairstyle that they prefer. Sure.
Okay, why do they prefer to not look? Why do you think it's a coincidence that most women prefer not having a buzz cut? You know, the one that's more masculine. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Ask them.
Well, it's because they don't want to look more masculine. I already told you.
Do you think that gender archetypes are bad?
What do you mean by that?
Do you think that stereotyping people based on their gender is bad?
It depends on the context. Acknowledging that stereotypes exist isn't bad.
No. of
Fitting
course
into
not.
a
That's
also
all they
fitting
ask.
into a stereotype isn't bad. If I want to do
No.
stereotypically feminine things, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not doing it performatively.
No,
if I was
but
going
I
to do it
don't think that
performatively, I wouldn't talk
doing-
the way that I do. I'd talk in a more masculine way.
Yeah, but I don't think that doing traditionally feminine things makes you a woman, even if you. do
Nobody is
have
saying that it
gender
does.
Dysmorphia. I know, but
No
if
one
you
is
do have
saying-
gender dysmorphia. I don't think that makes you more of a woman.
Nobody is saying that you become more of a woman as soon as you start doing more womanly things. That's not an argument I've made.
Okay,
You're
but
arguing
you
against the
did
voices
say-
inside your
you
head.
did- No, because you said
Yes.
that. No, because you.
I said that it
the
might be able to
reason
decrease
that
dysphoria,
sex
and that's
gender-
true. It might be able to decrease dysphoria. That's true.
No,
Yeah,
but
being
if we're
perceived
talking about-
as male and masculine gives me dysphoria. So doing things that are perceived as more
Okay.
feminine might give me less dysphoria. What about it?
What about it is that if you're saying that like biologically male versus being like female in gender is based on feeding into those stereotypes, then why can't
No.
you just
No, it's
be those
not.
stereotypes without? Why can't you just
Because being the
participate in those
stereotypes isn't
without
enough. I
transitioning?
tried being the stereotypes. It didn't work. It didn't do anything. That didn't fix my dysphoria because I still looked male and I was still treated as a male and
So
still
why reject your masculinity?
because I don't
Why
want
do
to
you
be masculine.
think
It's
that-
dysphoria inducing. What do you mean? Reject my physical masculine characteristics? Because they're dysphoria inducing, obviously. That's why I did HRT, dummy. If I
Yeah, but
didn't
can't
if
you
I liked my
correct your-
liked my masculine characteristics, I wouldn't be on HRT. If I
Can you
wanted to
just
be
correct
masculine,
the
if I wanted to grow
psychological
facial
framing
hair,
of
I would be on
masculinity?
testosterone, not estrogen.
But couldn't you just change your psychological framing of masculinity, though?
No,
Like,
that's not how
what
that
therapy looks
works.
for.
There's a reason conversion
not?
therapy doesn't work, my friend. Because
Why not?
conversion therapy doesn't work.
Why?
Because all of the evidence suggests that it doesn't work. What are you talking about? We've proven that conversion therapy doesn't work. What do you mean, why doesn't conversion therapy work?
Well, what about the people that wait until after puberty to make a decision and decide they aren't transgender?
Yeah, then they're going to be a lot more dysphoric to their masculine sex
No,
characteristics.
I'm saying the people that genuinely decide that they are not transgender after going through puberty.
You
because
mean
a
the
large
you
percentage
mean
of
like
those
the
people do.
you mean like the 1 out of 200 people that regret it? Big fucking deal.
I'm not
Why should it be
talking
ruined
about
for the other
regret.
199?
I'm not talking about regret. I'm talking about the 80% of kids that when they finish puberty stop believing that they are transgender.
Dog, we already went through this. I already proved
I
you
don't
wrong
believe
on
your
this. Why are you
study.
going back to this dumb fuck point that you were
Because I
proven
don't
wrong on
believe-
earlier?
'Cause I don't
You
think I
literally
was
looked at a
proven
study that said the literal opposite. These are people that went to gender clinics. With it could be one time
you
they
cited
saw a
us
gender
study.
clinician, and then they just stopped going. If
But
they
the
if they
study
at
that
any
I'm
point
talking
stop
about-
going, it's because they realize, oh, I'm not dysphoric. So
The
you're
study
just
I'm talking
wrong about that.
No, the study I'm talking about, you know exists, and I know you didn't read the study because you didn't find
Oh,
it.
I did, but I did though. That's where you're
Okay,
wrong.
Did you read the summary or did you pay for access?
Oh, I
to
paid
the
attention.
full
I read
study?
the study. I
No,
might have read
not
it on stream at one
attention.
point.
Did you pay for the study?
Oh,
The
I
access
paid
to the number?
attention. I paid
Not
attention.
attention. Paid for the study, like paid.
Oh,
for
was it?
access
Are
to
you
do
talking
the
about a
whole
paid
thing.
for study? Because I remember reading a free study about this that people have studied. Or
Yeah,
sorry,
you
people have
to be
cited.
able to-
Oh,
but
have
the
you
part
paid
of-
for the study? Have you paid for the study?
No, but I'm saying like the
No,
burden
so you
of
don't even know what's in
proof
the
is-
study either, dipshit. What are you talking about?
I'm
So
saying
you're
you
going
didn't
based on the
refute my
summary, and then
point.
you're accusing me of going based on the summary.
Okay, if we both know that the study exists, but neither of us have read it in full, then you didn't refute my point. We're just bringing up.
You don't have a
statistic.
point.
My point is
You don't
that
have a point. If I'm referring to
I
a different
think
study,
that-
because I know that there is a study that I've read. Now, granted, it might be through
Not just the
because I know
synopsis,
that
the
some
whole
studies you can read through whatever your college organization is. There's some studies like that. It might be one of those where if you go to college, you can read it from that. So I might have read it through that. I don't know, but I know I read a study about that.
Okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
You didn't refute my point by saying that, though.
Yes, I did. You don't have an
How?
argument. We literally read counter evidence. You read out counter evidence to your own point on stream live when you were reading a study.
I didn't read a study.
You literally said, what was it? 97.5% of trans kids that socially transition continue to do so.
Yes,
that
because
was
they
what you said?
already started socially transitioning.
Okay, what would
talking
cause them
about
to
the
start
people
socially
that
transitioning?
Wait.
Oh,
until
people that
after
wait. What would
puberty.
cause them to wait?
Yes.
What would cause them to wait?
Going through therapy and being put on.
Going through
antidepressants.
therapy. Okay.
Yes. being told
Right.
By their parents that it's not a smart decision.
Really? Where in the study
Having
does
a
it say
positive
that?
Male role
Where?
model in their
Oh,
life.
yeah. Where in the study does it say anything about positive male role models? You're just making
Well, I'm
shit
just
up.
giving
You know for a
examples
fact it's
why
not in
they
the
would
study.
wait.
You're
The
just
study doesn't
saying
say
shit because
why
you
they
didn't
would
read the
wait,
study.
because
You didn't
the
read the
study
study. You admitted you didn't read the study, dipshit. Why are you citing a study you didn't even read?
I'm citing the statistic.
Oh, you're
The
citing the
statistic doesn't- Yes,
statistic.
the statistic doesn't say anything.
Where did you get the
about
statistic from?
The study.
Oh, the study you didn't read?
The study you didn't read, so you can't refute
The study you
statistic
didn't
'cause
read,
didn't
dipshit.
it.
Give me the
Neither of us
statistic. Give me the
read it.
statistic. Link it. Link it in the pop-out chat right now.
I'm not on the chat. I don't want to look at the chat.
Oh, you don't want to cite the study. How convenient. You don't want to cite the study that you didn't read, that you are taking a one number out of context for. Because they weren't diagnosed with gender dysphoria. I can assure you they were not diagnosed with gender dysphoria. I know they weren't diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
That study also said that those kids who were at least curious about whether or not they were gender dysphoric.
Oh, curious about. There we go. Curious about. So not actually gender dysphoric.
The vast majority of them turned out to just be gay.
Oh, the curious about gender dysphoria. So not actually gender dysphoric, not diagnosed with gender dysphoria, just curious about what if I'm trans. That's it. Okay.
Well,
so you just refuted
dangerous
your own
because
argument. You just refuted your own argument. This is so pathetic. What are you doing?
Okay, well, we're just having a conversation, so if you could not mock me, that'd be great. But
then
I
don't
think
say
that's
anything
still
worthy
dangerous.
of being mocked.
I'm just having a conversation with you.
Yeah, but you refuted your own argument.
No, I'm
Do you
saying
not
I think
realize
that's
that?
still-
Do you
if I
acknowledge
make
that you
another
refuted your own
point-
argument?
No.
No,
Because
you
I'm trying
don't.
to speak. I'm trying to speak. You're not
But you
letting me
refuted your
talk.
own argument.
No,
And you're
I
just not aware
didn't.
of it. Yeah, you did. You said that
I
that
think it's still
actually. Oh, it's still dangerous.
Yeah, it's still dangerous if you bring a child into a clinic who thinks that they might have this because they heard about it online. And the
Yeah, that's the whole
doctor is
point of the
very-
medical professional,
and the
you know,
doctor is
being
very
a part of the
affirming
decision
because
making.
They personally believe that they should be affirming because otherwise, oh no, they're gonna kill themselves.
Oh, okay.
And
So
then
why
they
is
tell
it the
their
case that
parents
despite them
that
being
that's the
affirming,
only option.
why is it the case that despite them being affirming, that the majority of these kids didn't show up again? Why didn't they end up going through treatment?
Because they realized that it was. Or
But
that
they
maybe-
realized, because they realized they weren't trans. Oh, very interesting.
No,
It's
maybe
almost
their
like they
parents didn't
realized they
let
weren't trans, regardless of how affirming they were. So you're
Maybe
talking
their
about
parents
curious
didn't
about
let
gender dysphoria. You're not even talking about people that identify a certain way. They're just curious about whether or not they have dysphoria. And that's your
I think
study.
it's
That's your gotcha.
I think
That's your
it's
best
dangerous
argument.
to start talking to children about that because it does taking puberty blockers does permanently change a.
No, you want to know what permanently changes somebody a lot more than puberty blockers?
What?
Their natal puberty. You know, the one that caused me a fuck ton of dysphoria that I can't reverse and that I'm stuck with for the rest of my life.
Well, I'm sorry that happened to you and that you are like.
If only there was a way to prevent it from happening to me and the 199 other trans people that don't regret transitioning.
Well,
as opposed to but what about the one person that detransitioned?
No, are you angry at me or are you angry that you had to experience that? Because you.
Oh, I'm
seem to be
angry
very
that me
standoffish
and
right
the
now.
majority of trans people had to experience that. Yes, of course I'm upset about that. Why wouldn't I be?
Okay, well, don't be angry at me. I'm just someone who's having.
I'm
a
not angry at
conversation
you.
with- Well, can you stop being so condescending then?
But it's entertaining. Why would I stop doing the thing that's entertaining?
Well, because I'm just here to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, well, I'm here to entertain an audience and have a conversation. Why not do both?
Well, are we?
Don't
trying to
take
get
it
to the bottom
personally,
of
by the way.
something,
Don't take
or-
it personally.
Oh, I mean, I kind of get it, but like at the
I'm
same
an
time,
asshole
you
for a
still
living,
kind of
okay?
an asshole
I'm an
for it.
asshole for a living.
Oh, well,
It's
as long-
part of the
if we're
brand.
acknowledging that, then no personal shit taken. No personal shit taken.
Good. As long as you know it's not personal.
I don't know. It's hard to tell online.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Try to
tell.
make it clear. I don't want people to be offended by it. I want people to be entertained by it.
Well, no, and I think it's good for like conversations to be able to happen like this. You know.
Yeah, look, I recommend rewatching the VOD, listening to the arguments you made and how they correspond with my arguments. Listen to the arguments that I made. Do some research on this. And I want you to do one thing.
It seemed
I want you to
pretty
do one
divided.
thing. I want you to do one thing, okay? I want you to read studies about the mental health impacts of gender affirming care. And I want you to just read whatever study seems reputable. I want you to just like read a bunch of them, okay? Can you do that?
Yeah, I'm genuinely gonna go try and find that 80% one and actually read it.
No. Don't try to find studies. What I want you to do is I want you to just start reading them. Don't try to cherry pick studies. Don't find studies that reaffirm your existing biases, right? Because if I were to do that, I wouldn't be at the position that I'm at now. I wouldn't be out as trans. I would think that being trans is bullshit if I never read studies. But I did. as a kid. And I changed my position because of it, because I wasn't looking for something to reaffirm my existing biases. I read the studies and I'm like, oh shit, I'm wrong about this. I want you to do the
Well,
same.
what
I'm not
about
saying
the
you have to
thing
come to the
that you
conclusion that you're wrong about it, but I want you to do this as like a mental exercise.
There was a
I
heavy
want you to
focus
do
push
this.
to,
I want you to do this as like a mental exercise. I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna disconnect you. Is there anything else you want to say? Because I've been debating for like almost 4 hours, so I'm like, I've debated too much.
Nah, that's all I had to say.
All right,
Thank you for
have
your
a good
time.
one. Yep, of course. Bye bye. Holy shit, that was a lot of debates. Holy fuck. Oh, I start losing patience, and it's like, oh fuck, yeah. I'm gonna make this entertaining, and then I'm gonna fucking make that the last one. Rip, I only tuned in for one. Feel free to watch the VOD. Bro, me, that's why I couldn't get to everybody. There's like 6 people in the waiting room, okay? Alright. Don't forget to change the link on your channel. I'm on mobile. Oh, right. Give me a sec. I'm gonna be right back. I need to pee really fucking badly. Really bad. I know. And I'll be back, okay? Don't worry. I'll be back any minute now. Yes, that's right. Alright, we're back, bitches. We're back. Hello. Oh man, can you see how tired I am? I think dude, I'm so tired, my face is starting to get red. Oh no. Also, my hair is a mess because I had headphones on for like so long, and now it's like fucky wucky and doesn't want to cooperate. Yay, I love when it does that. Oh man. It was like fine before. Oh well. You know, not that it was it was like a mess before, but it was kind of a good mess. You know, it was like the good kind of mess. Now it's like just a mess. Oh well. It's like, oh fuck, I'm trying to like get it to like, because I want it to like go like out and then down and then out again, and it's like, oh, it's not working. Fuck. Okay, well, my hair broke. My hair broken. Sorry, I'm gonna... Hold on, let me add the invite link to my channel. Oh man, that's been a... Today's stream was fun. Like, really fun. I had a good time. We might do another stream. We might do another stream, okay? Femyoz trades in lolcow. Wait, what? Ew, homo sapiens are gross. Only heterosapiens? Yo, you got a point. You got a point. Also, thank you, Macaroni Puppy, for the 2 saying we finally done with people saying you are a guy. Yeah, for now. For now. Alright, let me customize. I'll add a permanent link eventually, but I'm not yet. I don't know. Community Discord. Control V. Publish. Okay, what donos have I not read? I think I read your $10 dono, Macaroni Puppy, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Perry Too Funny, for the 5 saying get me in there. I have a strong debate for you tomorrow. I've done all the debates. Very sorry. Thank you, La Chaos, for the 5 saying rapid cultural redefinition of norms can alienate or polarize large segments of society who feel unprepared, coerced, or morally conflicted. Moderation is key. Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy into the whole, like, we need to, like, change things, but only, like, really slowly thing. I think that people just gotta get used to shit. Like, if there's, like, an objectively better way of doing something, I don't care how used to the old way people are. Like, if there's, like, a better way, like, people should do the better way. They're just gonna have to adapt. So, alright. I think that's all the donos that I missed. Because I was debating. New stream soon? We'll see. How much did I get in? Oh my god. Jesus fuck. Holy fuckamole. $260 in chat revenue. Now granted, I get 70% of it because YouTube takes 30, which is why I always encourage people to use the Streamlabs link in the pinned message, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you're on mobile and can't click it for whatever wacky reason, you can type it manually. Streamlabs.com/Femyoz, fairly easy to remember, or you could click on my channel. The first link in the about section is my Streamlabs link. Same link, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. Any and all donations are very much appreciated. So if you've been enjoying the show thus far, you can support me by sending a super chat or buying a membership, gifting a membership. Hugely appreciated. Though again, YouTube does take 30% in that regard. And, you know, some people are shocked when they hear that and they're like, what the fuck? I would have donated through Streamlabs had I known that. Other people don't care, and that's fine. But I always try to let people know, just in case they care. Also, hello, Limer. Good to see you again. No, we're not doing mommy ASMR. Jesus. Why are we fucking Jesus? Because Jesus is like a bottom? Duh. Yeah, that's right. Man. What a fun stream. Will you be debating tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what I have energy for. Double tap the smash like if you haven't already, alright? If you've been enjoying the stream thus far, smash like. Hugely appreciated. Once again. Mommy. Dude. Oh my god. What the okay. Dude, we've averaged over 300 concurrents today. What the fuck? Over the course of like almost 4 hours. Holy fuck. Obviously, it's gone down since we stopped debating, and it was gonna go down anyway. Oh, man. You have to be on your A-game 24/7 to not lose viewers in the shorts algorithm, is what I'm learning. So I think a lot of it does have to do with the content, and it seems like debate content is very successful in the shorts algorithm right now. And people do stick around for it. Like, if you look at the average view duration, it's, like, higher than it normally would be. Because, you know... And that's with... For most of the stream, you know, people were... you know... like, there was, like, a lot of viewers. So, yeah, I made a decent amount of money today. And, yeah. I should have tuned in earlier. No worries. It's okay. You hit it home today? Hell yeah. Full donor train today? Hell yeah. I stayed the whole 3 hours or so, and it was nice. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the content. Maybe I'll have to record the VODs from Kick and make it into content. Because I didn't record it on my end, but I could just screen record Kick. Same, those teams I missed most? Yeah, fair. Fair. Wait, Kyun Kun. Where have I seen you before? I swear you look familiar. Have you been in this chat before? I try to recognize people that are here. that are active in chat. Want to do a dual reaction to Jesus kicking ass in the wrestling ring? No, not right now. Other stream? Oh, Jovan Bradley stream. Or is it Jovan or Jovan? I think it's Jovan. My bad. It was Jovan Bradley, wasn't it? Because I remember I was in his chat, and then a few of the people there recognized me because they're also Femyoz viewers. So we actually have a little bit of audience overlap, because the type of person to stop to watch one of my streams is also the type of person to stop and watch one of Jovan Bradley's streams, right? So I had a few people recognize me there, and I'm like, yo, what's up? And then other people were like, wait, you're a YouTuber? Do you do debates? And I'm like, sometimes. That was one of the reasons I decided to do this today, because normally I don't debate daily. I get very sick of it very easily. I could not do daily debates. I don't think. At least not for an extended period of time. I could do it for maybe like a month or two, but yeah. No, most of my content is like either just chatting or making fun of weird conservatives. But yeah. Do you play chess? Nah. I feel like you'd be naturally cracked for some reason, IDK. Nah, I'm not particularly good at chess. I've played a few times. I have a little bit of experience. Apparently I'm good for somebody that doesn't have very much experience, but like, I'm not like, it's not like anything crazy. I used to be a huge chess nerd. Yeah, fair. I knew some people that were chess nerds. I know a few friends that debate every night for 4+ hours on TikTok. Yeah, I can't do that. I don't have the mental fortitude for it. It's just, it gets too repetitive, I think, is the issue. Like, you'll notice there's not like always going to be a common theme with my content, just because it's like, I struggle to do the same thing over and over again. Yeah, Dean. I think Dean Withers is an example of somebody that does. But it's like, I don't know, it gets draining to just do the same shit constantly, Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. I've only ever lost one chess game. Disregard the fact that I've only played like 15 games my entire life. Yeah, fair. Dean is goated at debate and low-key cute for real. Dude, I've been saying this, bro. He gives off major twink vibes. People have said that I look like if Dean Withers transitioned, and I'm like, I'll take that as a compliment, because like, when it comes to Dean Withers, look, I'm not gonna say anything, actually. I'm not gonna say anything, okay? I'm not gonna say anything. Anyways, 3 minutes till 4 hours. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go to 4 hours. What's your favorite debate topic? I think mine is bioethics and moral reasoning. That's hard to say, because like, whatever I find the most interesting to talk about is gonna be something that's less of a debate and more of like a discussion. Whereas when it comes to debates, it's gonna be issues that I'm more familiar with, but I'm not really learning very much when I debate. I'm just, beating people, I'm just winning. But now, granted, if someone that's like actually good at debate shows up, then like, yeah, maybe that changes, but But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say I have, if I were to have like a favorite topic to debate, just because it's like, it depends on my mood. Like, sometimes I like debating trans issues because it's like I'm the best at it, and I want to debate like what I'm the most knowledgeable on, and beat people in debate or whatever, and I'm in the mood for that. Or same thing with like abortion. But then there's like other shit where it's like, I guess like the more philosophy oriented debates, I find those like the most interesting, but I'm also not the best at them. I mean, I'm not the best debater in general. I mean, I can debate philosophy. I do think that in order to be a good debater, you should be able to debate philosophy. Because if you can't debate philosophy, you're not going to be able to debate anything else, honestly. So you should have like some basic level understanding of philosophy. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to make arguments as well as you could. What is your religion? I'm not religious. I like when a regular conversation just turns into a debate or philosophy shit, because that gets me thinking. Yeah. You didn't debate my philosophy well, I'm not gonna lie. Well, Mantha, I don't even think that we disagreed, though. What did we disagree on? I think we were just having, like, a regular convo. But yeah, last stream, yeah. Yeah, we were just having, like, a normal-ass convo about just, like, random shit we think. Also, when I'm talking about philosophy, I'm mainly talking about ethics. There were some points. Yeah, but, like, a lot of the points that you made, I just hadn't really thought about, so I didn't really have a position on them. So I wasn't agreeing or disagreeing, for the most part. No strong opposition was not gonna lie. Everyone in here didn't debate well. No strong opposition was made. Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's just another example of me being right. You know? No, in all seriousness, you know, I will say that in terms of my debate opponents, yeah, they didn't do a very good job. But it's not that they did a bad job. It's just that their positions were dumb, and I'm good at pointing out how dumb their positions are. And it is entertainment at the end of the day. So, I also do a lot of debate on theology as well, but not as much. Well, if you're religious, feel free to get in the Discord and debate me at some point. Not today, I've already done a bunch of debates. But I might do, like, a stream about religion. I disagree with that, but you definitely debated well. I want to debate you so bad. Maybe tomorrow, Peter. Maybe tomorrow. So we're gonna do debate streams where it's like this, where it's like one specific topic, like what, like the debate proposition will be in the title. So it'll be like, for instance, today, are trans women delusional, right? So that was the topic today. Tomorrow it could be open. It could be open-ended. It could just be anything you disagree with me on. Or alternatively, it could be, an entirely different topic, like, is abortion wrong? Or, or something about whether or not Christianity is true or false, or whether or not there's like enough evidence to believe it, right? Props to you for going 4 hours. Yeah, we were debating for almost 4 hours, like well over 3.5 hours. I think like around like 3 hours and 45 minutes spent debating. You didn't prove anything, though. The opposers didn't do well either, but neither did you. Well, I proved that their positions are dumb. So, like, you'll notice that none of my arguments had any logical contradictions in them. Because I'm right. And because I'm better at arguing. Whereas their arguments did. Whereas they constantly contradict themselves. Because they're dumb and they don't know what they're talking about. Love the fit. Why, thank you, Transwooper. I'm glad to hear that. But is the host for lasting this long? With some of the trans is bad arguments, though, like OMG, I would have shut that down right there and then. You did have many contradictions, though, but it's easy to argue with people who could barely form a complete sentence. Okay, what did I say that when did I contradict myself? Okay, because if I did, I'd like to improve. So I'm genuinely curious, when did I contradict myself? Because if I did, then there might be, because if there's glaring holes in any of the arguments that I made, then I'd like to know. Because, like, the closest thing I could think of is, like, if I, like, accept the premise that somebody says that I wouldn't normally accept, but doing so for the sake of the conversation because I don't find it particularly relevant to their argument, and I could just accept it and still win the debate. You can disagree, but you can't say the arguments were bad. You didn't. That's why you impressed me. Well, and after the fact, I'm saying that their arguments are bad. But, I mean, that's just based on the conversations that were had, right? I won't just, say your argument is bad and then, like, shut the conversation down, right? Like, I want to hear people's arguments. But after the fact, if it's like, yeah, these were, like, not good arguments, like, I'll say it. You said that your gender is based on your preference on being feminine, which implies it's a choice. No, I think I said that if I said that, then that would have been shitty wording. So yeah, I'll have to rewatch the VOD. Because that's not what I believe. I think what I meant to say is, the reason I transitioned, is due to the dysphoria I get from looking masculine, and me having a preference for looking feminine instead of that. right? But that preference doesn't cause me to be trans. That preference exists because I'm trans. To clarify. Now, granted, if somebody were to point that in a debate, I would clarify the way that I did just now. I'd just be like, I just worded this really shittily, but I don't know. I feel like when I debate somebody like that, I can get away with some really sloppy debate strats. If you debate more about religion, could you debate against Islamic apologists? I'm ex-Muslim and it would be really cool to see you destroy them on topics like child marriage, slavery, wife beating, etc. Yeah, I could probably, I know I did like a Discord debate with somebody over Islam once, but I was like more active at debate, so I'd probably be dog shit now. I've never like really like done like I've really not debated much about Islam, but all I would have to do is be like, okay, can you like prove that Islam is true? Like I'm not gonna believe it unless you convince me with evidence, right? They're gonna be like, well, here's this thing that happened, and then we look into it and it's like, no, that's actually not something that happened, or oh, well, here's why this doesn't indicate that, right? Or oh, here's like a thing that contradicts that, right? So it'd be like a researching on the spot type of thing. I'd be willing to do that. It'd be difficult, but the reason that I did this stream is because this is like an easy topic for me. It's sort of like a blowout topic. All the people that disagree are really dumb and not very good at debate. So yeah. So I wanted to come back. Like if I'm gonna do like an official returning to debate, I wanted to come back with like a topic that I'm good at. Or at least one that I don't particularly... I don't even know if it's me being good at it or if it's just like people just keep losing against me with this topic. I don't know what it is, but... So what's the criteria for being trans? Well, I would say that like if you just simply don't identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth. Right? It'd be like a self-ID thing. I would argue that that seems to serve the most utility. It was someone asking why you were trans even though you were socialized as a boy. I think, yeah, but I clarified it asking them, by trans, do you mean choosing to transition? Because choosing to transition, like that's a choice. You don't choose to be trans. I think I did clarify that, but I could be wrong. If I didn't, I meant to. So, yeah. If there's no correlation between sex and gender, well, there is a correlation. It's not a causation, right? So what I mean by that is being born as like a biological female doesn't necessitate that you are a woman as soon as you turn 18, right? So, as for trans people wanting the opposing sexual genitalia, in many cases, the reason for that is the term gender dysphoria itself is kind of confusing in a way, like it does muddy the water. I think that it should be called sex dysphoria when it's related to, sex characteristics. But it's also worth noting that sex characteristics have gendered interpretations. We assign gender to sex characteristics. We view certain sex characteristics through the lens of gender. So that's going to be one of the reasons as to why. You did clarify? I thought I did, but I don't know. It's hard to say. When you debate for 4 hours, it's easy to make mistakes. So I don't doubt that I made some mistakes in my argumentation. I'm not like a crazy good debater or anything. I'm like better than average, maybe. Most people are bad at debate, I will say. Myself included. You earlier corrected the guy when he said you were born a man and then you said you weren't born an adult male. So is it that woman is the only term that's negotiable? Yeah. So like when I refer to for terms like man and woman, I'm referring to something social, right? I'm fine with saying male or female in like a more like biological context because socially it's generally not useful to describe people as you see the female over there? Oh yeah, the female over there. I'm gonna go say hi to them. You sound like an incel if you say that shit, right? So it's not like it's not gonna be, it's gonna be less of like a social thing and more of like a technical term for something else type of thing, right? So because the words male and female are not used as much to describe gender, I'm not saying that they can't be. I just generally don't, and find that other people generally don't. I think it's just easier for making the distinction, since that distinction already sort of exists through the use of different terminology. Etymology of gender shows that gender was a word used in literature specifically to censor the word sex because it was deemed bad for women to read such things. Yeah, that could be the case. I'm not sure about the etymology of the word, but I'm not too interested in etymology of a word. I'm interested in like what a word means now, right? Because there are going to be a lot of words where they have like a weird etymology that doesn't match up with what they mean now. And it's like, that's cool and all, but that doesn't really have any bearing on the way in which they ought to be used. Nobody is 100% masc or feminine even if they gaslight themselves into thinking so. Oh, I agree. I agree. Were you to decide? Decide what? What can we do about fascism? Fight against it. I don't know. Sometimes it feels hopeless, but I don't know. Just like, I don't even know anymore. Google it. Google how to fight fascism, and it'll probably be a better response than anything I could give. I don't know. I'm just like a dumb YouTuber. I'm not that smart. My brain is fried as well from debating. I think I just don't understand the huge jump of gender being used as censor word for sex, but then a huge jump to it being a social construct. Yeah, I'm not sure what caused it to change over time, but it did. It changed, so I'm just gonna use it how as the word it means now. You know, I'm gonna use it for what it is now, right? Thanks for answering, though. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I'm just not interested in like, well, the word used to mean this, and it's like, well, yeah, but like, why is that relevant? But I do think it's interesting in of itself, just not in the context of the conversation at hand, if that makes sense. I've read the etymology of gender, which is to refer to ethnicity and economic status, hence why it shares the core of gen with genes or genus. Is that true? Would you like to know the reason the term woman irks me so much? Yeah, I've never heard somebody irked by the term woman. Because, like, that's just like the adult version of girl, right? Or you just like not want to grow up. You're just like, nah, I know that. And that's the problem. Are we gonna hit 5 hours? I don't know, maybe. Gender etymology. Okay. Okay, so here's the origin. Based on Latin genus, birth, family, nation. The earliest meanings were kind, sort, genus, and type of class, noun, etc. Okay, so it looks like just some dude is right about that. Interesting. And it looks like it wasn't really it started gaining traction in like, would this be like the 70s? Yeah, like maybe like the 70s is where it really gained traction. Yeah. Something like that. You just used female in your definition of woman? Who, me? No, I didn't. I did not do that. One, so I'm a biological female, and I am irked by the definition change because I feel like if we change the definition of gender and complicate the matter so much, the protections and rights that women have, dude, it's not, I'm sorry, but it doesn't become that complicated. It's called the sex-gender distinction. Also, there's no reason why women's rights shouldn't apply to trans women, right? Like, I don't know what rights you would be losing if that's the argument you want to go down. And you're more than welcome to, like, join the Discord server and debate me, like, tomorrow or something, or whenever I do the next debate stream, if you want to debate in a call. So I feel like that's gonna be easier than just typing. Trans women get raped more than cis women statistically. That's true. Javon's got a pretty solid definition of a woman, but too many people don't know what schema means, so they get lost. Yeah, I just go with like a basic, like, you know, somebody that identifies within the feminine social archetype, because I feel like it's basic enough to like be understandable, but it conveys enough information to get the point across. Protections and rights that women have fought for over time get fuzzy and nuanced. Well, it doesn't get nuanced. I don't know what the nuance becomes. And no, I don't think there is inherently anything wrong with those rights being applied to trans women. Okay, so you agree that they should be applied to trans women as well, right? So like the rights would stay the same. They would just also be applied to trans women. So I don't see how that would change anything. But I also think it's scary that anyone and everyone can define themselves as a woman and get in women's spaces, if that makes sense. Look, I'm going to be real, but nothing was stopping men from going to women's spaces before. There was never security guards outside of the women's restroom. Like if a cis guy, like if a 6'4" cis guy wanted to walk into the women's restroom and rape a woman, he could just do that. He didn't have to put on a dress. He still doesn't have to put on a dress. You can just do that, right? Like there's no additional like there's no harm that would come from trans people. Mind you, the harm you're talking about is harm from cis men. You are correct, but do you at least see the idea? I see the idea, but I'm explaining why it doesn't pan out in reality, right? Like why this doesn't, like I understand your concerns, but at the same time, like these concerns just aren't borne out in like reality. I'm not saying you're like crazy for having these concerns or anything. Like I get it. I understand why you're concerned, but a lot of the concern comes from propaganda, right? Because propaganda tells you it's important to care about men in women's restrooms. Well, what if there's like a guy who pretends to be a trans woman that goes into the women's restroom, right? And now you've been primed to care about this. But before there was any trans discourse, it was just as likely for a guy to go into the women's restroom and rape somebody, right? That was just as likely. That never changed. So because that never changed, well, trans people existing doesn't change that. Only the amount of propaganda you see surrounding it. Does that make sense? See, there is a middle ground, and I think it's important. Okay, what is the middle ground? I'm curious. This is an actual girl? Who, me? I agree. That's what I do, stop cock blocking? I see. Right. Of course. Unisex restrooms are a thing? Yeah, and I think that there should be more unisex restrooms. But not every building has them, unfortunately. Whenever they do, I use it because it's way cleaner on average. Like, I'm just saying. You has a pretty voice. Thank you, Poppy. I appreciate that. I hate when people argue the bathroom thing. Yeah, I don't know. Fence sitters are just as bad as the bigots. No, I disagree because fence sitters are like easier to salvage. Fence sitters can slowly morph into a bigot, or they can slowly morph into an ally. And I think Limer is somebody that's slowly morphed into an ally. Right? A conservative by definition and a liberal by definition can agree that people, whether biological or not, can have rights, but their concerns with spaces, etc. Yeah, but I'm just explaining to you why those concerns aren't necessarily borne out in reality, right? Like, again, if you're worried about bathrooms, for instance, it doesn't be trans women existing and having the right to, use whatever bathroom based on self-ID doesn't increase the amount of rape. The reason? Well, because men could already go in there without disingenuously identifying as a trans woman and rape somebody. Like, there was nothing stopping them. That already happened. It's just nobody talked about it because it wasn't politically relevant, right? But now that it's politically relevant, now it's being blown out of proportion into this huge thing when it's something that's always existed. But the people blowing it out of proportion never cared about women's rights. They never cared about you. They never cared about your safety. Where were they when it was just, cis men? When it wasn't something they could blame on trans women? They obviously didn't talk about it because they don't want to talk about shit that cis men do. Right? Because that's not politically advantageous for them. We need to turn the space of the two bathrooms into individual locking full door stalls for everyone's safety. True. I've been saying this for ages. I've said this for years. I've seen a growing number of conservatives arguing against the concept of human rights for a few years now. Yup. Whether you chose to acknowledge them as Christians, secular Christians do in fact exist and are Christians. I agree. I agree. But yeah. There's no evidence that inclusive bathroom policies put cis women at risk, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Like, in order to make this argument, okay, not necessarily bathrooms. Okay, for locker rooms, here's my position, okay? Controversial take. I might get canceled for this. Not really. I think it's reasonable. If you haven't gotten bottom surgery and people aren't comfortable being around, you know, like having like a dick in front of them, I think that like just change in the stall, okay? Like that's my take. Look, changing in the stall ain't no big deal, okay? I used to, when I was a you know, a quote unquote guy or whatever in high school, I always changed in the stall for different reasons, but I had no problem doing it. I'd rather change in the stall, bitch. Something tells me that most trans women are the same way. I don't think most trans women just like want to go in there and like whip out their dick, right? Like there are ways of using the women's restroom that don't involve whipping out your genitalia and doing the fucking helicopter. As fun as that sounds, as awesome as it sounds to go into the women's bathroom and do the fucking helicopter and scare all the women away. You know, as great as that sounds, you know, it's actually not something that I intend on doing. You know? Did you like Charlie Kirk? Fuck no, that guy sucked. That guy was a loser. That guy was a Zionist shill. I am Christian and right-leaning, but I have many different views on trans and Christianity that most right-wingers and Christians don't have. Well, and that's the thing is you divert from a lot of people. That means that you're able to think for yourself more than most people on your side. And that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. It also means that your positions are more subject to change, which is also a good thing. Right? That's one of the reasons I keep you around, is because you're open. At least you seem to be open. You act open. And you're generally pleasant. You're pleasant to have in chat, I guess. You're not unpleasant. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was not a good debater. I would be able to beat Charlie Kirk in a debate. And I'm nobody. I'm literally just some glup shitto that like occasionally debates for fun. I'm not a good debater. I don't debate professionally. I debate on stream because it's fun and it gets views. You know? He was arguably racist and an Israeli supporter. True. I don't know, I thought it was pretty fucked up when Kirk said he'd make his daughter keep a rape baby. True. True. Early stage libertarian. Yeah, true. I could see Limer going the libertarian route. And then eventually she's gonna start questioning capitalism. You know, that's the goal. That's the goal. We're gonna make you into a based communist like the rest of us. I'm kidding. Mostly. But yeah. I don't like either side. Well, that's like a very easy way of not thinking about it, but having a position because you feel like you need to have a position. Yeah, communism. I'm not a communist either, for the record. I'm actually a market socialist. I know. All the communists in chat are going to be very sad. Oh, you're basically like the slightly less bad version of capitalism. Well, okay, but I like some elements of capitalism. Just not the ones that are exploitative, which is a lot of them, you know? I think that, at the end of the day, what I'm in favor of is democratizing the workplace more than anything else. Democratize the workplace, right? Democratize a little bit more than that. I'd be in favor of decommodifying a few industries. Why not? You know, when it comes to, like, healthcare and medication, why does that need to be a commodity? Why can't that just be, I don't know, decommodified? You know, something that's, like, necessary that we all need. Not for like a price, but because we need it to survive. Because, you know, being rich or poor actually doesn't determine your whether or not you're worthy of receiving necessary medical care. You know, there's some shit where it's like, yeah, okay, maybe I'd be in favor of decommodifying that. You know, maybe the housing market could do with a little bit more than just market socialist. But you know, there's no end to exploitation until the end of capitalism and private ownership. Yeah, but I think that there would be exploitation under communism. I'm not gonna lie. Now, I believe that communism is like the ultimate goal, but not in the way that you think. I think that communism is only viable once everything is done through whatchamacallit. My brain is blanking. Once all, necessary jobs for society's existence is done by AI, right? Because at that point, there's no justification for any capitalist elements even, right? And I've made this argument many times, and I'll make it again. If it's the case that everything is done by AI, why should people that are born into wealth benefit more than everybody else? They're not doing anything. They didn't make the AI. There's no reason. There's no incentive, right? It's not like it creates an incentive structure for society to be more productive, right? Nobody is being productive, nor do they need to be, which is great, right? But what's not great is that people are being, fucked over, essentially. Yes, of course, that's why there has to be a transitional period, transitionary period called socialism, correct. But I would be in favor of that transitionary period lasting a lot longer than I think most communists would allow for. Most of them would want you to go faster. I say no. It needs to go at the rate of technology improving, at the rate at which things are automated. That's how fast it needs to go. Right? That's my take. We should be at market socialism by now. That's where we should be based on where our technology is. Right? It's not just based on like where our society currently is, it's also based on where tech is and how that tech is used. We need to remember Jefferson's sentiment that we as a people have a duty to fight unjustified legislature. True. Communism in this age can't happen. We are too socialized to be greedy and competitive. We need a transition period of 1,000,000 years law. That is what it feels like, but it's not that people are greedy. It's that people think that like it has to be that way. People think that that's the only way. People are socialized into thinking that there is no alternative. People are socialized to believe in Red Scare propaganda. It's the shit you learn in school, right? Taught through a very American-centric perspective. But then you actually do your own research and you find out, oh, hold on, it's not like that. It's not as black and white as you would think. And then you find out like, oh, actually, the USSR wasn't actually communist. It was state capitalist. Oh, that's why it was a shithole. It's because there's like actually a difference between collective ownership and state ownership. Those are like not the same thing at all. Right? Anyways. Please don't eat forbidden pork. Huh? To be fair, my family lived in communist Albania. It was pretty bad. Okay, well, that's why I'm in favor of market socialism, not authoritarian style quote-unquote communism. Was Albania ever communist? To the Kamiasi, was Albania even communist? I'm too lazy to look it up right now, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you're talking about cannibalism. Eat the forbidden pork. Yes. So it was like a style of communism where it was collectively owned, or was it state owned? Because there's a distinction. Okay. Okay, so it's not communist today. Communist. And was it authoritarian? Because authoritarianism is always the issue. Yes. Oh, here we go. So the issue here is that it was ruled by an exceptionally severe and authoritarian dictatorship. So that's probably why it was shit. Because authoritarianism is bad. So you'll notice is that maybe it uses the veneer or aesthetic of communism, but it's not really communist. It's owned by the state, it's owned by the dictatorship, but the dictatorship is not of the proletariat, to say the very least. It's of one guy, right? And that's the issue, right? Think of the state as like one really big corporation. It's like the most big and powerful one that there is, right? So a dictatorship in principle is fundamentally, not just fundamentally, but quite literally diametrically opposed to the principles of communism. In order to have actual communism, you must not have a dictatorship. Unless by dictatorship you mean dictatorship of the proletariat, but that's not how people use that term anymore. That's not what that term means. And Albania was not that. Chat, how y'all doing? How y'all doing, chat? Y'all doing good? Y'all doing well? Smash like, donate, all that good stuff. Working. Oh yeah. Tired? Me too. Me fucking too, bitch. Me too. Man, it's been a while. Do you not like living in America? I mean, as opposed to what? I've never lived in another country. I have critiques of America. I don't think it's the worst country in the world. There's definitely worse countries out there. Don't get me wrong. Right? By no means do I think America is even close to the worst. Boy, there are some really bad countries out there. But America's not good. Most countries aren't. Most countries fall pretty short of where they need to be. At least in my opinion. Maybe I have a high standard. Who knows? But there are things that could be done that would make countries better. That, you know. Yeah, it could be better here, exactly. Do you know Andrew Wilson? Yes, I do. Big Papa fascist, I know. I don't know if... I feel like if I were to debate him, I might lose, just because he's like an actual debater. Hasn't he been debating for years? Isn't he like actually good at debate? I'm just like some random shitter. Bro, if he was gonna debate me, I'd have to like Sam Cedar his ass. And by that I mean I'd have Synth debate him instead. I would just add Synth to the GC. She would debate in my place. Because I wouldn't do a very good job against Andrew Wilson, I don't think. I'm not unself-aware. I don't think I can just beat anybody in a debate. So when I say that I would beat Charlie Kirk in a debate, it means that, yeah, I'd fucking beat him in a debate. He's dumb. Sorry, he was dumb. He's even dumber now, because like now he's like dead. So now he went from barely being able to think to not being able to think at all. But I think it's because he doesn't get enough blood flow to his brain anymore. There's not enough like blood or oxygen circulating there. You know, because all the blood went out of his neck instead. So because the blood was busy going out of the hole in his neck, it stopped circulating to his brain. So he's not very smart anymore. Not that he was in the first place, but you know, now he's even dumber. Yeah, probably. You kind of do need blood to think. If you could live anywhere, where would you live? Well, I'd probably research it first and then decide where would be the best place to live. But, like, I know places I'd rather have been born than America. Like, I don't know, Canada would be a better place. Just because, like, you know, well, in some ways. I don't know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say because, like, I'm also going to be biased in favor of America, weirdly enough, because, you know, I didn't grow up, like, dirt poor or anything like that. So, like, I ended up being fine. I didn't get the short end of the stick. So for me personally, it's like, well, where would I rather live? Well, I don't know. It depends on the circumstances. You know, it depends. It depends on how things would pan out. Yeah, it's also because I'm accustomed to the situation I was born. I don't know how it would have turned out if I was born somewhere else. That's the other issue. I genuinely don't know. I should summon Charlie Kirk on my Ouija board? True. Dude, first there was George Droid, now we have the Kirkinator. Dude, what's next? What's next? Post, that was a very evil thing to say, not gonna lie. Yeah, but it was funny. It wasn't that evil. Texas sucks ass, that's true. So does Florida. So do all the red states, really. But Texas and Florida are pretty fucking bad. I would not live there, that's for sure. I would not live in a shithole state like that. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be bad. Man. I'm Canadian. That old guy was definitely Canadian. Canada's cool here. I've lived in New York. It was cool there, too. Yeah. To be fair, New York is really expensive. Like, really fucking expensive. The issue is that it wasn't funny either. And yes, it was very evil. Oh, no. Dog, if you're offended over a Charlie Kirk meme, like... You're on the wrong YouTube channel, alright? This This is for the adults, all right? Go watch some fucking Coco Melon. Go watch fucking Barney the Purple Dinosaur. You know, I think that shit'll be right up your alley. There's nothing offensive there. No offensive jokes are made in any of those. You'll love Coco Melon, you know, because it doesn't say anything offensive. You know? I have respect for his wife and 2 young kids who lost their dude. I'm gonna be real, like, yeah, I feel bad for the. I don't respect his wife, by the way. His wife is like also a far-right freak, so no, I don't respect her. The only people I feel bad for are the kids, and it's like, yeah, I feel bad for them, but like, that's where like my sympathy starts and ends. I don't have sympathy for Charlie Kirk. I don't have sympathy for his wife. I mean, his wife literally went out of her way to capitalize off of his death the day after. Like, it was the most embarrassing, transparent shit imaginable. Like, she didn't even try hiding it. Trump bashes the dead all the time. Yeah, exactly. But now that it's being done to Charlie Kirk, that's different, because he was, like, on my side. So that means he's, like, cool and awesome and based. So you can't say anything bad about him. This bitch is crazy. Well, you're not wrong about that, but we probably agree for different reasons. Kirk literally argued that victims of school shooters were necessary sacrifices. Yeah, he was not a good person. To claim otherwise is foolish. Whoa, you're crazy. True. I feel really bad for the children. They don't deserve that. They were innocent in the equation. Yeah, exactly. I do feel bad for the kids. Like, I don't think anybody is, like, saying, like, yeah, the kids deserved it. Or, like, I'm glad that this happened, you know, and, like, yeah, who cares about the kids? Like, I don't think anyone is saying that. No one is saying, like, yeah, the kids don't matter or whatever. Right? Like, the most you'll ever hear is, like, yeah, but, like, they're kind of irrelevant in the broader point. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, me making jokes about Charlie Kirk, it's not gonna, like, you know, ruin the lives of the children, okay? That their lives have already been, like, you know, severely damaged from their fucking dad dying. Though, to be fair, he probably wasn't a very good dad, so, you know, it's probably worse, but not that much worse, because, you know, their mom's insane. They lost a parent, you know, that's gotta be traumatizing. So they have trauma, but at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, no one is saying that the kids deserve it, or that they don't feel bad for the kids. But when I make fun of Kirk, I'm not making fun of his kids. I'm not saying his kids deserve that. Anyways. Go on another channel if you think she's nuts. But you're here, so you clearly don't think I'm nuts. Because you're the one that originally said that I am. Saw a TikTok saying I won't celebrate his death, not because I like him, but because celebrating it would further tension between the already divided population. I don't have a problem with that. If someone wants to have that position, fine. Just don't, like, be annoying. Don't, like, moral fag when somebody makes jokes or whatever. Because I've heard a few people argue that, and I'm like, that's, like, a fine position to have. I might not fully agree with it, but, like, I could get behind it, maybe. I don't know. That's good. I hope all kids have a good life. Yeah, unless they're, like, evil. I think that some of them are just evil. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, we just pointed out that he sucks debating. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, I made a joke about how he's, you know, he's a lot dumber now. Because, you know, since all the blood is going through his neck, you know, he's not gonna get enough blood circulation to his head. I mean, I did make that joke, but it was funny, so who cares? Did you make jokes about George Floyd's murder? Yeah, I did. Or was that not okay because you were on his side? No, I've made George Droid memes. What are you talking about? I constantly joke about how I'm doing fentanyl and George Floyd maxing. Like, before Charlie Kirk died, you know, it was a common occurrence for me to say, yes, I love fentanyl. I'm actually George Floyd maxing right now. You know, I would constantly say shit like that. The reason I don't say it as much anymore is because I've replaced it with Charlie Kirk jokes, because those are more fresh, those are newer, those are more controversial. You know? And because they're more controversial, they're funnier. You know? Okay, they're not funnier on the sole basis of being more controversial, but it definitely helps watching conservacucks get mad. You still do a bit? Yeah, exactly. I still make those jokes, but it's like, dude, I'm sorry. Can we just like not be the joke police? Is that fine? Can we just like not police humor? George Droid is railing Kirk's neck OC. True. Okay, George Droid has a much stronger neck than Charlie Kirk. Okay, George Droid versus Kirkinator. George Droid wins. Okay, because George Droid's neck lasted for 7 minutes. The Kirkinator's neck lasted for like a nanosecond. So clearly, it's the case that because obviously they both overdosed on fentanyl. You know George Floyd. You know he magically overdosed on fentanyl the moment that the knee had been on his neck, preventing circulation for 7 minutes. And with Kirk, he just took so much fentanyl that his neck spontaneously combusted. So considering the fact that like these are the ramifications of each person taking too much fentanyl, and considering the fact that it damaged Kirk's neck way the fuck more, we can infer that George Droid has a neck of steel. Whereas the Kirkinator, his neck is his weak point. He's like a B1 battle droid. He's a clanker. He's a clanker, if you will. But yeah. Femyoz named their chair George Floyd, and I quote, because it was black. I don't even remember doing that, but that sounds like something I would do. That sounds like a joke I would make. No, because like someone was like, what's the name of your chair? And I'm like, and like the first thing that came to my mind, it's like a shitty joke, was George Floyd. So it's not like I'm like, inconsistent. Like I'm consistently pro-edgy humor. But you want to know what's funny is that like the lefties that would like initially get upset about it, they'd be like, oh, okay, fair enough. When I would explain like, no, I just like make jokes. I make jokes about everyone. And usually they'd be like, okay, cool. Like, as long as you're not a right-winger, right? That's what I got from leftists. With right-wingers, they don't even bother giving me that charitability. They're just like, no, fuck you. You're not allowed to make that joke. Period. And no matter what. It's like, well, I don't know. It just seems like leftists are way better about this. About the whole not policing humor thing. No, I am the joke police. I am the law. And I'm a very corrupt cop. Femi can do whatever. True. Dude, even the joke police are saying I can do whatever. Even they're letting me get away with it. It's awesome. Femi, they both clanker cyborgs now. Yeah, but like, Charlie Kirk is more of a stereotypical clanker due to his very weak neck. We all know that like, the necks of clankers are their weak spot, right? The clone troopers are taught to, go for their necks. So, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that because, Charlie Kirk, even before he became the Kirkinator, had a very weak neck. And, I think it's because he was a clanker the whole time. Aren't right-wingers supposed to be edgier too? Apparently. But I don't see it. I think it's like bullshit. I think it's bullshit when they say that. I think they're full of shit when they say it. Anyways. Man, yeah, I think we're gonna go for 5 hours this stream, and then we're probably gonna call it quits. Because, man, it's been a long stream. Either that or we restart. Chat, do we restart stream? What do you guys think? I think I'm getting tired. I don't know if I can do another one. I'm not used to streaming for a long period of time. All I see is you deflecting the truth because you don't like it. Who, me? Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Okay. Up to you. I think, you know what? I'll go to at least 5 hours and, maybe a little bit longer. We'll see. We'll see. I've been here for like 4 of them. Hell yeah. Why do you think we still have a pope? That's a good question. Why do we? Don't go, girl, about to give me... What is that? Kirk? OMG, rare breed. Give it up. Oh, you're talking to... Okay, you're talking to them. Why would you celebrate someone's death? Because it's funny. It's just, like, makes me laugh. Also, nobody is celebrating death. People are just making jokes about it. Like, there's a difference. But, anyways. Kirk equals neck femi. Oh, I see, I see. Ah, so when she gives you Kirk, she's giving you neck. I like it, I like it. Good shit, good shit. What do you think of Trumo? I assume you mean Trump. Yeah, he sucks too. You're sick with the wrong you're. Me and my girlfriend celebrated it. Hell yeah. You're the #2 top chatter, so I think I'm gonna... Have you joined the server? Because I, Oh, yeah, I see you in the server. I'm gonna verify you. Just because... Local gay disaster. Oh my god, you're like me. Very epic, very epic. And we have a mutual friend, huh? Wait, where is this from? And they're from... Oh. You know him from there. Oh. That's really interesting. Huh. Okay. I did not realize. Well, anyways, that's a discussion for later. We talked on her once? Wait, you and me? My girlfriend and I celebrated it? Or are you saying you know me from the dating app? Yeah, girlie, we talked on her and you introduced me to your stream. Oh shit! Wait! I'm retarded. Wait, how long ago was this? I haven't used that app in ages. And you're still around. Wait. Oh shit, I didn't know. Wait, that's awesome. Wait, that's actually sick. I love that. It's Mikkel. I have a lot of people added from there. Also, you probably don't want to... Yeah. Anyways. Actually, never mind. Just don't say where you're from. Don't tell people where you're from. Because if you do, then like triangulation and stuff. About 6 months ago, I got a girlfriend since then. Oh, congratulations. Oh, 6 months ago. That would have been... I think it would have been longer. I think it would have been in like February? Would it have been... I think it would have been in like February of this year. It was like 8 months ago. Yeah. At least 7 months ago. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. Alright. Hell yeah. But yeah, dude, what's funny is I ended up being like... I don't know. But yeah, I'm like... Oh man, I'm like spacing out. So... But yeah, it's funny. I have a girlfriend too. We're actually in an open relationship though. We like to fuck around a lot. Basically. Some might even say we're polyamorous. But we haven't added anybody to polycule yet. Dude, I'm gonna run a polycule like I run a cult, okay? Chat, should I create like a polycule / cult? Like a cult under the veneer of being a polycule? Yes, my girlfriend is also trans. What has been going on today? I missed most of it because I got EP. We did a bunch of debates. We already started working on it, Femyoz. That's the mission. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Polycule is just slutting it out, but even more base low-key. Yeah. Damn, debates sound good. Yeah, you'll have to rewind the VOD to watch. Because, like, we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. EA Sports, it's in Kirk's neck. Polycule is too organized? Maybe. I don't know. We just go based on vibes. I don't know, like... Well, and keep in mind is like I'm predominantly attracted to women. She's bisexual. She's like into women and men equally. So there might be instances where like there'll be like like I think yeah, because like she's like one thing that she does is like she's like friends with this one guy that she met through me that I knew that she would like talking to, and I think they do a little bit of fucking around, right? And that's fun. I fuck around a little bit, right? I do a little bit of fucking around. Not as much recently. But that's just because I've been depressed. But, you know. I don't know. Me and my girlfriend ain't Polly. We are boring, but I adore her. Yeah, I'm like insane. I'm the type of tranny that's like, oh, your girlfriend is trans. Oh wow. So you ended up getting with like another trans person. See, I'm like the other type of well, not the other type of trans. I mean, I'm also kind of, I'd say I'm mostly lesbian, sometimes bisexual. I don't even know anymore. W cuckiest. It's not cucking if it's like both sides are doing it. If I'm a cuck, then she's also a cuck, bitch. Yeah. But yeah, anyways. No, I'm like the type of tranny that's like, you know, into insane freak shit and also polyamorous. Yeah, but it's funnier to call you a cuck, Femi. Well, fuck you. Non-monogamy hurts me to think about. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'd say I'm very non-monogamous. Just generally speaking. I'm trying to create decentralized dopamine and serotonin trade. True. You're like sick of the centralized dopamine and serotonin autocracy. So instead, you've created the confederacy of independent dopamine and serotonin. That's right. I'm a straight, cis, non-monogamous. Scares me because I'm socially conditioned. Yeah. If you're like a tranny, you just like, you know. My girlfriend is a vampire, I'm gathering evidence. You know, that's kind of real. In my perfect world, I'd be asexual. I don't want to be asexual. I think I'm on the ace spectrum, though, so maybe that's why. It's, like, weird. Like, because, like, I don't know. I was mono, but Femyoz did things to me. Let's go. Let's fucking go. As long as your partner is, like, okay with it. As long as y'all are okay with, like, you fucking around, right? I mean, it's literally just Discord. Like, whatever. But. I was ace, but women did things to me? Yeah, fair. I'd be ace if women weren't so hot. Like, hello? Yeah, ace spectrum. But like, it's very rare for me to, like, see a woman, like, regardless of what she looks like, and, like, immediately be like, yes, I am sexually attracted to that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really see somebody in that light just from seeing them. Like, they have to talk to me in a certain way for it to be like that. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain it. So it's like, I don't know really what I am. I think that, because like that could be a form of demisexuality. I'm not sure. I might be demi. Girl, same? Yeah. Like, I'm more so attracted to like certain dynamics. I went from ace to hypersexual poly in 3 years. Dude. Maybe it's because you're a tranny. I don't know. And being a tranny does that. You know, it does weird things. I don't know. Still live for a few more minutes. Anyway, how was the debate? We did many debates, and they were fun, but sometimes like a little bit annoying and repetitive. So What you are is perfect. Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. To be honest, I think I was just traumatized by the fat trans man I used to be with that wanted me to bust in a hot pocket. Okay, wow. That's incredible. Crazy how most of the people that know me outside of my main friend group know I'm bi, but my closest friend group believes that I'm making it up. Like, should I kiss a man in front of you to prove it? No, literally. I don't get why people think that it's made up. I am attracted to vampires, apparently. Damn. Yeah, vampires are hot. I don't blame you. What the hell did I just hear? A lot of things. Maybe it's the voices inside your head. Being demi is when you have to establish friendships with someone before being able to be attracted to them, I believe. Okay, then if that's the case, then I wouldn't be demi. But I thought it was like, you had to establish some sort of connection, even if it's weak. So that connection could literally just be like the person flirting with me, and then I like them. You know? It's interesting. BDSM type shit. Now, you want to know what's weird is like, I find that like a lot of asexual people are like absurdly kinky. That's like strange to me, but it's true. Like they'll be asexual, but like they're also like into some crazy freak shit. And it's like, huh. Like it puts into perspective like, okay, asexual doesn't mean no sex drive. It's not just low libido. Because these people have crazy fucking libido. Some of them do. Some of them have crazy libido. Some of them don't. Some of them don't have libido. But like, I swear, there are so many ace motherfuckers that have like libido, but they don't know what to do with it because they're asexual, and I think that's how they get into kink. I don't know. Maybe that's why. Well, because kink is going to be like the only thing that does it for them, right? And maybe I'm the same way, because like I can't see myself ever being in a vanilla relationship. Like that just wouldn't satisfy me at all, you know? Like, regardless of how attractive the other person is and how nice of a person they are and how smart they are and how well we would get along as friends, right? If we're not sexually compatible in that way and they're this like vanilla ass motherfucker that's not into any of the same shit as me, we're just gonna remain friends. I don't care how fucking attractive they are, right? Because there's just not gonna be that connection there. And like, I don't know, I just like wouldn't be attracted to them just because we wouldn't be compatible. I don't know how to explain it. And it's like they could be the most conventionally attractive motherfucker. But if they suddenly, I don't know, showed that like actually they are into all the same freak shit as me and they want to dominate the shit out of me or something like that, then suddenly, oh wow, now I'm very attracted to them. You know? So it's, I don't know. I know a lot of giga bottoms with rape fetishes that are on the ace spectrum. I feel like I'm being attacked here. Okay. All right. Was that directed at me? Are you like being shady? Are you throwing shade my way? Are you being shady? Are you being shady when talking about me? Is that what this is? I clocked you, bitch. You're being a shady ass motherfucker. I was with a vampire chick and a polycule, and the other two lesbians threw me to the curb, thinking I was straight or some shit. What the fuck? That's really fucked. Anyways. You should debate with Ben Shapiro? Maybe. I don't think he'd want to debate me, though. But, yeah, given the opportunity, like, yeah, I do like a lot of preparation, because it's like, well, like, doesn't he actually do debate? Or, like, he was, like, known for that for a while, at least. Well, now he's kind of irrelevant, but, like, he's more relevant than me, so, you know. Why would anyone think someone in a polycule is straight? I'm sorry, lol. No, literally. Literally. Like, make it make sense. I'm an alcoholic, but want to drink? Wait, what do you mean, but? Normally there'd be like an and there. And I don't want to drink it? Oh, I see. There's so many annoying flies in my house. Is that so? Is that so? Why don't you reach out to them? What do you want me to do? Oh, hi, Ben Shapiro. I know that you get like 5 trillion random shitters that will randomly DM you throughout the day asking you to debate them. But I promise I'm different. I'm one of the good debaters, okay? You should debate me instead of all of them. Even though you never go on people's live streams ever, but you should go on my live stream. Like, Ben Shapiro doesn't go on people's shows. You know that, right? Like, he's not going to go on my show. If he won't, because I guarantee you there are bigger YouTubers that have asked him to debate them. And he's not going to go on their shows. The most he'll do is like an in-person, like I think he did like an in-person debate with Destiny. That's the most he did. Right? Like, that's like the like he'll only talk to people that are like relevant, basically, is what I'm saying. Why would you want to? Clout, and I think that if I spent enough time preparing, I would win. Like, genuinely. Not because I'm a good debater, but because I'm good enough to the point where if I have people that are way better than me at debate help me prepare for the debate, which would happen because I'm friends with people that are way smarter than me, that would help me. Create like a dialogue tree, and like ideas for what I'm going to say and what Ben Shapiro is going to say. And I would memorize that and I would practice a bunch and then I would bring that with me. So. And it would be worth it because I'd get a bunch of attention and clout in a good way because I'd win the debate. So, yeah, I don't know. Or go find him. Yeah, I'm just going to go to Ben Shapiro's house real quick to debate him. There's no when the people who watch him are set in their ways. Well, there could be somebody that, like, discovered him for the first time and, like, I don't know, they see me debating him and it's like, they see me winning the debate and then they lean more towards my position. It could also be the case that it's beneficial for me because someone might see the debate, they're like, oh, this Femyoz person does well, and then they start watching my content more. And, you know, maybe they didn't have as strong of positions politically to start out with, but now suddenly they do because they watch me, right? And they hear my arguments. So there definitely is something to be gained. Even, like, beyond just, like, me personally benefiting from it, right? I would personally benefit from it, right? I would definitely get something out of it. But beyond that, I do think that there would also just be, like a more broad sort of benefit. Like, there'd be, like, a more general benefit, I guess you could say. Have you heard of Rationality Rules? I have. He does some really good debate stuff. Yeah, I haven't watched him that much. I should watch him more. Tell them you're the best. Yeah, there are a lot of people that say that they're the best debater, but like, A, that'd be a fucking lie. I'm not the best debater. I'm not even close. And B, that's, yeah, I don't think he cares if I say it. He doesn't care if you're the best debater. He cares if you have clout. I don't have clout, okay? You know. Honestly, a more reasonable goal would be to, like, get good enough at debate where I'd be, like, able to confidently debate somebody like Andrew Wilson. And at least do decent against him. That'd be, like, my first goal. Is, like, represent my position well in a debate with him. Because I feel like I'd be able to debate... I don't know. I actually don't know. Because I'm friends with people that have debated Andrew Wilson. So I think I'd be able to sort of get there if I really wanted to. But I wouldn't debate him now just because it's like I'm not a very good debater. Now she's not confident. Andrew Wilson's a better debater than Ben Shapiro. I don't think you realize that. Like, in terms of rhetorical strategy, he's better. It's not that I'm not confident, it's that I'm realistic. Right? You don't argue with people who can debate on purpose? Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, I don't know. And I'm somebody that, and you could say that, like, maybe I'm doing the same thing to an extent, but it's like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to debate Andrew Wilson. If he wants to, like, reach out to me and, like, debate me, then, like, I'll be like, okay, fine, what do you disagree with me on? I'll set up a debate for, like, a month from now so that I could, like, at least prepare. But You know, so at least a month. So that I could have, like, my friends, like, actually help me debate. Because, like, he's a better debater than me. But, you know. And granted, that's what public figures do, is they'll prepare ahead of time if they debate somebody else. But to be fair, I don't usually do that. But to be fair, I haven't debated anybody high profile enough to the point where it's like it matters. Casual debate is more useful than professional debate. Yeah, but I'm not going to have a casual debate with Andrew Wilson. There's no such thing. That doesn't exist. Do you consider yourself to be a utilitarian? Yeah, but that's not what I would want to debate Andrew Wilson on. Just be careful. He quote-unquote wins by not giving his opponents a chance to say anything and just talks nonsense over them at a high speed. Yeah, and that's a tactic that I'm able to use if I need to. I can just, like, say a bunch of words. I already have the talking fast part down. So. Shapiro doesn't actually debate, he just talks fast and uses big words incorrectly. I think he's done a few debates. He did fairly well against Destiny, so. And Destiny's a good debater. Mind you, I don't like either of these people. I think they both are obnoxious, but he did fairly well against Destiny. So. Now, granted, Destiny didn't do a great job for Destiny standards, but, like, you know, he did a better job than I would have been able to. Like, I'm not... I don't know. Destiny is so annoying? True. He's good at debate, but he is annoying. And he's also not a great person. So, yeah. That's why I don't watch him. You told us you could debate with Ben or Charlie, but Charlie is dead and easy. Say you could debate with dead person. Yeah, but you'll have to take my word for this unless you can find the VOD for it. I'm not scrolling back to find the VOD where I said this, but before he was dead, I said the same thing. I said Charlie Kirk is the type of person that I know I would be able to beat a debate with very little preparation. I would still do preparation, but I wouldn't have to do that much because he's not a good debater. Because I've seen him debate. He's not that good. He's dead. Lol. Yeah, I said that before he was dead. I'm saying that I had said that on stream well before he was dead. I said he wasn't a particularly good debater and that he's a fucking idiot. Yeah, there's a reason that Charlie Kirk only debated college kids. He had no aspirations to debate people that were better, even though his whole thing was debate, right? If I were to take debate seriously, if I were to do more than just debating once a month, you want to know what my goal would be? Kind of the shit that I'm describing right now. Get good enough to beat Andrew Wilson in a debate, right? Get to the point where I can go against difficult debate opponents, right? And win. So, I think I do remember hearing you say that. Exactly. Exactly. Well, it's because I do find debate interesting. It's just not like my main thing. I can't stick to one thing when it comes to content creation. I always say that, oh, well, but this time is going to be different. I'm really going to hyperfix it on this because this is successful right now. And it's like, I can't. Even if it's successful, I can't do it. Yeah, I could have kept debating. I could have restarted stream and done more debates and gotten another 50,000 views. But I chose not to. And the reason I chose not to is because I just didn't feel like it. You know, I had been going for 4 hours almost. We've been yapping for an additional like hour or so. We've gone over the 5-hour mark. I'm glad to know that you are with us, Femyoz. Hell yeah. I'm also gonna do a server VC after stream. So join the community Discord if you haven't already. If you want to be in that, we're gonna do a new fag VC for all the new people that haven't been verified yet. And yeah. So basically the rule is the way to get verified is me and the mods will verify you when we feel like it, based on how you participate in the new fag chat. You know? And other shit. Like if one of us like knows somebody from somewhere else, then like, yeah, we're gonna verify them because it's like, yeah, this person's chill. Wish I could join that. Unfortunately, I can't use that. Okay. Femyoz is barely clippable because it's not made to be a click farm. It's an active farm based on retention. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, if I were to upload one of those debates as a video, it would probably not do very well. But it did really well on stream. I don't know, maybe I'll try uploading them. Like, for instance, the video about Starbucks Karen didn't do well, but you want to know how well the stream did? It did really fucking well. The stream that it was from, you know, the non-edited, shittier version of the same content did really well in shorts. So, yeah. The PVC. The streams work because they're interactive, like old call-in shows on MTV. Yeah, there's that too. There's that too. I'm always interactive with my audience, you know, whether that be chat, people that call in. You definitely to win a debate with Kirk now. True. I ain't losing a debate with Kirk, that's for sure. I mean, he definitely lost the gun control debate. He lost the gun control debate. You know. Have you ever argued with radfems? By radfems, do you mean like TERFs? I don't know if I'd call them radfems. I'd just call them TERFs. Because, like, their main thing is hating trans people, if that's what you're referring to. Otherwise, radfem is, like, a very broad category, and I don't think I've debated that. I don't know. But yeah, I am a highly interactive content creator, and that's by design. It's more fun that way. I'm not exclusionary to trans people. I just think that gender norms are reductive to society for our progress. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't disagree. I'm a gender abolitionist. So I don't think that you would disagree with me on that. Mind you, I know I present myself as like I present myself a certain way, but I'm, for the record, I'm further left than I let on. I mean, I say what my positions are, but I say them in a way that's like a little bit like sort of slowly inching people towards me, you know? Which is why trans theory confuses me. What about it is confusing? I'm curious. Maybe we could have a call-in debate at some point in the future over that. You should come back. Because in terms of trans theory, it's like, it's something along the lines of like, no, we shouldn't have to adhere to these norms, nor should we have to adhere to these categories. I will. All right, bet. I'd be more than willing to have that convo with you. And I will test to see, are you a true leftist? Are you a real leftist? Or do you like the aesthetic of leftism? That will be a fun conversation to have. Luring them into the left? Well, I mean, yeah, that is sort of my job, is to move people to the left. You know? And, you know, being a content creator that people watch, that gets people into politics. If you want to debate... Oh, okay, you're talking to somebody else. I was going to say, isn't the line like an atheist show, though, where they debate religious people, I think? I was going to say, I'm not going to call into that. Like, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with all their arguments. Maybe not all their arguments. I'd agree with their conclusions. I don't know about their arguments. I haven't seen all of their arguments. Maybe some of their arguments are bad. But not that I've seen. I haven't seen them make bad arguments before. But I love your streams. I'm so glad to hear that, 86. But isn't playing identity politics and categorizing yourself as a woman reinforcing gender constructs? No, it's merely acknowledging that they exist. But by going against the norm, by coming out as trans and living as such, what you're doing is you're going against the root cause of sexism, which is sex essentialism. Sex essentialism is a very prevalent issue in our current society. And by existing as a trans woman and labeling myself as such, I am quite literally defying biological essentialism, right? I am the antithesis of biological essentialism. I have rejected that by existing. Right? Man, now you're gonna get me in a debate mood again, like as I'm about to end stream, you motherfucker. I fall into that libertarian slight left that most stoners fall under, but I'm so close to 0-0. I'm almost centrist. We're gonna make progress on it. We're gonna fix you, okay? I also believe in constructivism because I think biological women, you mean biological females, are affected by their perceived gender. Well, yeah, I think that everyone should be assigned non-binary at birth, and you should be able to choose whatever the fuck you want. That's my position. if that helps. If that helps you understand where I'm coming from. Because I don't think people should be assigned gender at birth. I don't think that people should, but granted, if we stop defining gender, then it becomes sex-based gender again, and we're just back at square one, right? We don't get the position that we want. We don't get the abolition of gender. We just have gender, but defined by sex. And that's not good. That's really bad, because then it's biologically essentialist. I think we need to develop new language norms. Yes. I would agree. I would agree. Not just new language norms, but new norms socially as well. It's okay to disagree with me, but my, oh, you're talking to somebody else, I think. Okay. We should just be more understanding of points of view we don't initially fuck with. Well, yeah. Generally, I'd agree with that. I agree with feminist theory that when women are released from the burden of childbearing, we are all equal, etc. Well, yeah. Absolutely. I think that everyone ought to be treated equally. Now, granted, these social archetypes do exist in society, and it would be fruitless, it would be pointless to pretend otherwise, right? It would be useless to pretend like it doesn't exist in society. It does, but I think ways of... But I mean, it is ingrained in the very language that we use, you know? Fucking pronouns, for example, right? However, if you have a say in your pronouns, right? Let's say you can choose to use he, him, she, her, or they, them. Let's say that those are the 3 genders now, okay? And you get to choose. Which one do you want to be? It's like a character customization screen. You have a little bit more freedom, right? So it's the pro-freedom position. It's not where we need to be. I like to go further than that, obviously. But it's better than what it was before. And that's why I advocate in favor of it. Because we can't jump from one to the other. And to eliminate the midpoint means that we regress back to the original point, which is worse than the midpoint. So you have to retain the midpoint for now, but I do agree that we should progress beyond it. Whoa, new brush. I had this brush for a while. I just never really used it on stream. Because I would always use it in the bathroom. But then I just started keeping it in my room. So we probably agree more than we disagree. Science is definitely closer to genderless childbearing, which is why I think biological essentialism won't be a problem. I think that you agree with a lot of my positions. I don't think you realize I hide my true power level when I'm debating right-wingers, just because, like, not because I'm, like, being dishonest or whatever. I'm not. Like, I'm pretty open about my positions, but just because it's, like, not relevant. And it's like, if I can't get them to concede on, like, a center-left position, I'm not going to convince them of, like, I don't know, Marxist theory. Not that I'd be arguing Marxist theory. Like, I don't really argue about Marxism, but you get the point. I might advocate in favor of market socialism, but, you know, that's about it. You're sign girl? Hell yeah. Let's go. Trans women are about to be genetically identical to cis women. At some point, yeah, basically. I mean, I'm sure there's a point where that'll happen. I feel like that's a while from now, though. Gene medicine is exploding, and if we don't gray goo ourselves, we'll have true body freedom. True. I left an hour ago. Y'all still here? Hell yeah. Join the community Discord. It's linked in the about section of my channel. It's called Community Server or Community Discord Server. It'll be labeled. It's somewhere in the about section. Not to be confused with call-ins. Right? And yeah. With that being said, I'm gonna do a community server VC soon. As soon as I end stream, we're gonna do that. And yeah, I've had a good time. I've had a good time. Can I ask what age you felt that way? Oh, well, I remember secretly wanting to be a girl when I was 5, so that'd be like the oldest. I'm asking so I can understand my children better. You seem intelligent. Yeah. Well, when I was 5, I knew that like what I felt wasn't socially acceptable, and that it wasn't something that I was going to be able to express because nobody else expressed it. And so I had an idea of like, okay, so I can't share this. So I learned to repress it because I didn't know that trans people existed. So I was like, okay, so it's either the case that like, now here's where I was wrong, is my analysis was it's either the case that every boy secretly wants to be a girl, or I'm like the only one, and in which case I'm fucked. Neither of these were correct, mind you. But you know, I guess what I failed to account for was that the broad spectrum of in-between possibilities, you know. Now it turns out to be around, 1%, but you know. Look, you want to make a Discord account, but I'm not sure if you should. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. Discord can be a shit app. It can be a shit ass app. I use it a lot though. To be honest, Femyoz answering my questions made me rethink my position. I like the idea of a transitional period to a genderless society. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's going to be like necessary. So for the same reason that like a communist would argue that in order to achieve communism, you don't just go straight from capitalism to communism, it would fall apart, right? You have to have this in-between socialism period, but you have to fight for socialism too, you know? Even if it's like even if it feels like a concession from your actual position, it's better than the default, right? And if you lose socialism, you lose the progress you made. You know, and I view it in a similar light. Because yes, ideally, gender wouldn't determine how we're treated in society. We'd all be treated the same. There wouldn't be gendered expectations. People could just do whatever the fuck they want, regardless. You know, they could decide to take HRT. The gender dysphoria would be renamed to sex dysphoria because it's like, well, I'm dysphoric about my sex characteristics. I need HRT, right? It'd be a perfect society. Kind of. At least in that regard. You know. Without gender, would gender expression exist? So I think gender expression ought to still exist. I mean, unless people don't want to express gender, but I think that like, yeah, I think people should have the ability to express their gender. You know what I mean? As like a form of self-expression. But when I say I'm a gender abolitionist, I mainly mean like in terms of societal roles, expectations, etc. Putting somebody in like a box just because reasons, lol. You know? Yeah, Discord is addicting, I can't lie. Yeah, without gender, you can still be feminine or masculine. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are non-binary people that use they, them pronouns that are either masculine or feminine in their presentation, right? But they're free. They're so fucking free. Because they do whatever the fuck they want, right? I do that to an extent. I don't know. I just wish that, society was, more accepting of people. Without the expectation, how can we define the characteristics of how a specific gender, what masculine and feminine are? Well, femininity and masculinity can exist independent of gender and independent of sex. So for the same reason that like a femboy would be feminine, like they'd be like, let's say you have a femboy and they identify as a guy, they're biologically male, but they're really feminine, right? They're extremely feminine, right? So these variables already exist independent of one another. They don't stop existing if you remove one of them, but not the other, right? So masculinity and femininity, or maybe it just becomes like the Omegaverse where it's like, gender doesn't matter. Everybody is male in terms of gender, but you've got people that are biologically a fucking bottom and get mpreg. Okay? But some of them are infertile because they have XY chromosomes that prevent them from, having children or some shit. So really it just becomes like the social hierarchy is based on whether or not you're a top or a bottom. And, dude, what am I saying? Yo. Thank you, M. Rockog Bogmeyer, for the... sorry, why did I say thank you, M. Hello, welcome back, M. Rockog Bogmeyer. My fucking brain isn't working. Why did I read that like it was a dono? Okay, I'm retarded. I need to end stream. I gotta shut the fuck up and end stream. I'm gonna do a server VC. But, I missed listening to gender theory debate at 12 a.m. Yeah, fair. We're gonna end stream soon. Yes, thank you, M. Rockog Bogmeyer, for joining chat. Wait, I just realized what the fit is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen the fit, in case you're curious as to what fit I'm wearing today, I decided, you know, it's probably going to be good for donos. It's going to be good for views, and the answer is yes, it truly was. It was very good for views. What can I say? So, yeah. Hope y'all like the fit. You better like the fit. I'm going to be sad if you don't. Should I put mine on? I mean, if you want to. It's up to you. Ultimately. Everything has to have a label? No, not necessarily. You don't have to have a label. Though you would fall under the label of labelless. Great fit later, skaters. Goodbye, Emma Rockog Bogmeyer. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. Feel free to watch the VOD if you want to watch me debate transphobes. What are you wearing for Halloween? I don't know yet. I don't know. Be proud of yourself for being who you are. I agree. Unless you're a bad person. Unless you're like Adolf Hitler, then don't be proud. Naming things is a double-edged sword. It can be. Sometimes. Sometimes it's useful. Being label-less is still a label? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Undefined is a label. It's just a very broad one. It's one that rejects the other existing categories, but in a way it exists as its own category. Right? The category of all things that don't fit in any other category. Right? That in of itself is a category that we categorize. People categorize things more than they realize, is what I'm trying to get at. It's in our human nature. Now, whether or not that's good or bad, that's going to be very contextual. Be proud, but not too proud. True. It's such a paradox. Yup. Yup. I think the main issue with disparity is difference in what people think words mean. Oh, yeah, and like I am aware of this, like especially when it comes to like trans debates, it's just like, oh, we use words to mean different things. Right? But like that's why I like the debate proposition in the title, which is are trans women delusional, right? Because then it forces, well, assuming it doesn't go off topic like it did, it forces people to like sort of stick to that. Now people didn't stick to it. They're like, well, no, I actually agree that trans women aren't necessarily delusional per se. That's not the word I would use. I'm like, okay, so you agree we're not delusional. They'd be like, yeah, but I disagree with you on like this facet. And I'm like, okay. But like when somebody does have the position that trans women are delusional on the basis of believing that they're a woman, that's really easy because it's like, well, yeah, you use the word differently from me, but like in terms of the meaning of what I'm actually saying, like what's my false belief? Like based on the message that I am trying to communicate here, like what's my false belief? Right? Well, your false belief is that this word means another thing. Well, it's like, no, but language, like definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. But language changes depending on how we use it. So, yeah. Exactly, just word salad. Yeah, well, it's not just word salad. It's like I don't know if it's deliberate or not. Sometimes it might be deliberate, sometimes it's not. Inability to understand that, like, yeah, people use words to mean different things, right? But they won't even understand that because if they did, then we'd be able to get into a debate about, like, okay, what's more useful? Like what serves more utility? I get that this is like how people used to use these words, and that's great. But like, why should it be that way? Like, why are you making a prescriptive statement saying this is how it ought to be instead of how it, you know, but making a descriptive statement about the way that things used to be is not a prescriptive argument for why it ought to be said way, because that's just like an appeal to tradition fallacy. You're literally as bad as Charlie Kirk. Nobody likes someone who makes constant bitching and debating their entire personality SMH. But you can watch my entire content. Like, all the content on my channel, I don't just do debate. I'm not just a debate streamer. I know, I'm just so good at, like, debate, considering how little experience I have, that you just think I'm, like, a professional debater. Not that Charlie Kirk was dog shit, to be fair, so I am insulted. I would beat Charlie Kirk in a debate. But, you know. Anyways. We've been going for an hour and a half. I know you're okay. I know that there was people in the waiting room, but like, dude, I could only get to so many debates. I'm not in the waiting room no more. Or am I? Oh, I am technically still okay. Or I'm on the air technically. I meant to leave that. Oops. Well, now I'm not there anymore. My bad. We can't judge Charlie Kirk. He has opinions also. No, we can judge him, right? We can judge people based on their opinions. Like if they say shit that's wrong or illogical. Yeah, we can judge them and their opinions. Respect everyone. What about a Nazi? Do I have to respect the Nazi? Do I have to respect Adolf Hitler? Do I have to respect the Nazis' view on the Jews? No, I don't think so. Like telling a trans person to respect the views of a transphobic person is like telling a Jewish person to respect the views of a Nazi. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, not all opinions are valid. No, not evil people. I'd say transphobic people are evil the same way that anti-Semitic people are. Right? Like, why should why should a Jewish person respect an anti-Semitic person? Why should a black person respect a racist person? Why should I respect a transphobic person? I've been waiting 3 hours. I literally said on stream when I was in my last debate that was my last debate. I clarify. I didn't move anybody into the on the air VC. I haven't been debating for like almost 2 hours. So I'm sorry. You can come on whenever I'm debating next. But anyways. I accidentally left for like a second. It pushed me at the bottom of the list. What? Master debating? Hey, yo. Oh. Oh, you were waiting when there was only like 4 people. I'm sorry. That sucks. So you got moved to the bottom of the list. That sucks. I'm sorry. We'll debate next time, okay? We'll debate next time. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all in the next one. Join the Discord server, the community. We got like a community server going on. I'm gonna link it in chat for any PC users. For mobile users, you can either screenshot the URL that I put in chat and just type it out, or you could click on my channel. One of the links in the about section is called Community Server or something like that. The one that says Community Server and it's like a Discord server. You'll want that one. Yeah. So right now I'm going to paste the link in chat. Here's the invite link. It lasts for 7 days. Okay? And then you can join and you'll be a part of the newcomer chat. And then you might get some additional roles if you're very well behaved and my community likes you. We're going to do a newcomer VC, so stay tuned for that. All right. Bye everyone. Love y'all. Have a good one. Peace out, people. See ya.